Chapter 1. Why does she betray you but not him? Because you have no money. Xiaoyun, I don't want to live a hard life with you, so don't look for me in the future. The girl in front of him had fair skin and a slender figure. She was wearing a pinkish-white pleated skirt and was as beautiful as the school's flower. She was refined and pretty, with a gentle face, but her words pierced Xiaoyun's heart like a knife. Xiaoyun squeezed the 99 fiery red roses in his arms even tighter, so hard that his knuckles turned white. Yenyu, I won't let you lead a hard life. I'll work hard. The girl gave a gentle smile, but there was obvious sarcasm in her eyes. In this day and age, what's the point of working hard? You and I are both ordinary people. The university has a bit of a reputation, but the management major is a disaster. Even if you find a job and earn 5 or 8,000 a month, it's still a hard life. Xiaoyun suddenly felt a little suffocated. After hearing her say that, the future seemed really bleak. He was unwilling to accept this, and tried to persuade her, I will really work hard. You can trust me, I will let you live a good life. Yenyu still smiled gently. Xiaoyun, do you have a golden finger or a system? Xiaoyun, no. Do you have the ability to blow up the sky or a hidden super rich parent? No. See, you're just an ordinary person, and what makes you think you can make my life better? Yenyu smiled again, her white fingers tugging at a lock of hair on her chest. She always had a gentle smile. Xiaoyun's heart sank. He looked at the blurred shadow in the French windows behind Yenyu, and then back at her. So you chose someone who can make you a success overnight. Yenyu smiled, I've had enough of suffering, and I don't want to suffer anymore. Goodbye, Xiaoyun. We can still be friends in the future. Over the years, from kindergarten to university, what I've done for you, what I've done to protect you, what I've done to give up a top university to accompany you to this school and this major, what is that worth? Xiaoyun's heart ached, and he asked unwillingly. Yenyu's face fell, and her tone suddenly became sharp. Xiaoyun, it's pointless for you to say that. I didn't ask you to protect me, I didn't ask you to give up a good university to accompany me to this major, and I never said that I was your girlfriend. All of this is your wishful thinking. Besides, I haven't done nothing for you over the years, I have also provided you with emotional value, and I have also given you warmth when you were wronged, I don't owe you anything. After she finished speaking, she turned around without mercy and walked away, rushing towards the boy who was smiling at her behind the glass door. As he watched her and the third-generation rich man disappear behind the glass door holding hands, Xiaoyun laughed at himself, realizing that his wishful thinking had been laughable from beginning to end. He had always firmly believed that Yenyu and he had been inseparable since childhood, warming each other's hearts, that they were each other's only and would be together forever, inseparable no matter what. Unexpectedly, in his senior year, he was full of joy when he ordered 99 roses and used up all the 8,000 yuan he had saved over the years to buy the yellow diamond necklace that Yenyu had admired but could not afford before, wanting to spend her 22nd birthday with her. This one person in his heart, the only one, slapped him hard. After all, he was naive and self-absorbed. Xiaoyun casually threw the bright red roses into the rubbish bin by the roadside. In the dormitory, with his roommates all away, Xiaoyun lay on his bed in a daze. Even though Yenyu had said that she was not his girlfriend, he could not easily let go. Over the years, Yenyu had become a part of his life. He had given her all the best he could, and never thought that one day they would have to part. Now he had to cut a part of his life away, and it really hurt. He had spent almost all of his childhood, teenage years, and even the best years of his youth with Yenyu. Anyone who had never given unreservedly could never feel the pain of being abandoned. Xiaoyun prided himself on being a strong person, but even the strongest people can feel pain. As he thought back on the past, his eyes became uncontrollably wet. Xiaoyun is a sensible person. He said he understood Yenyu's choice. He was about to graduate in his senior year, so he had to be realistic. Soon he would have to worry about the necessities of life, and there would be no time for romance. In this world, who wouldn't choose the better option if they had the choice? How many people can share the hard times together? He should understand. But my heart still fucking hurts. Time passed by minute, and it got dark outside. Someone pushed the door open, rustling as they looked for something. The sound was accompanied by a sad song, obviously sung for him. Why did she betray you and not him? Because you don't have any money, she's not happy. In my opinion, just forget it. There are so many beautiful women in the world, let's find the next one. Shit, who threw that at me? Xiaoyun was extremely annoyed as the pillow in his hands flew to Cheng Chen's head. Cheng Chen, get out. Cheng Chen stopped looking for things and simply pulled him off the bed, saying in a flustered voice, "Hey, it's just a breakup. Come on, my friends are inviting you to go crazy in a bar. I'll find you a beautiful woman tonight, one that's definitely not inferior to Yen Yu." Xiao Yun was dragged off the bed and forcibly pulled away by Cheng Chen. In the Joy Bar. The roommates were waiting there, and they all kept pouring drinks down Xiao Yun's throat. Xiao Yun refused none of them, and his eyes were red from drinking, and tears were coming out of his eyes. His tongue was tied as he asked his dear roommates, You all know about Yen Yu and that, rich, third-generation rich guy?" Niu Bao Bao, the dorm leader who was tall and strong, patted him on the back and said gently, "We know. We hinted at it to you, but you didn't believe us." Xiao Yun smiled bitterly, "I'm just a clown." Cheng Chen poured wine into his glass and said, "What's there to be sad about? There are plenty of pretty girls out there. Our third young master has found you a hot and sexy beauty who will comfort your broken heart in a little while. The young master's name is Zhang Fenglin. He is in dormitory 508, the third oldest in age, and the wealthiest in the dormitory. He is a veritable second-generation rich kid who spends money like water and is very generous with everyone, hence the title of third young master." At this time, Zhang Fenglin held a wine glass and laughed lazily like a cynical young master. "Fourth, women are like clothes. If you lose them, just replace them. I've said it before, you're just too persistent, and you're deeply in love. Sooner or later, you'll suffer." Xiao Yun didn't say anything, but he had drunk too much and felt his bladder couldn't hold it anymore. He quickly got up and walked towards the bathroom. Zhang Fenglin shouted behind him, "Hurry back, the pretty girl I found for you is here." As soon as Xiao Yun got up, he found that his body was a bit unsteady, and he truly felt what it meant to be walking on cotton wool. He stumbled to the bathroom, emptied his bladder, and then went to the sink and smeared his face with water, but he was still dizzy as if he were flying a plane. He staggered out. As he turned out of the bathroom, he saw a slender woman standing 3 steps away at the corner. She had a delicate and beautiful face, with big, wavy curls of hair seductively draped over her shoulders. She was wearing a figure-hugging, burgundy silk halter dress with a long, ankle-length hemline, which highlighted her curvy figure. Her shoulders were as white as jade. She clearly had a body that made a man's blood boil, but her expression was cold and unapproachable. Could this person be the beautiful woman that the third young master had found for her? Xiao Yun's head was dizzy, and a sudden thought popped into his head, this stunningly beautiful fairy, I wonder what it feels like to hold her in my arms and kiss her. His feet were unsteady as he exchanged glances with the woman, and he caught a faint, sweet fragrance. It was so exciting that Xiao Yun's legs went weak, and he almost fell over. He reached out to grab the woman, almost by mistake. When their eyes met, he saw the woman's soft, red lips, crystal clear, and he really wanted to kiss them. The wine emboldened him, and Xiao Yun reached up and grasped the woman's shoulders. The touch was like jade, a feeling that was hard to let go of. You're so beautiful, sister fairy, come, let's sleep together, I'm awesome. Xiao Yun laughed drunkenly, leaning in closer to the stunning woman. He didn't know what he was saying. Suddenly, he felt dizzy, and his mouth seemed to touch something cool and soft, and his hand seemed to be a little drum. He collapsed limply. Shinjiojio looked at the drunkard who had collapsed at her feet, bit her red lips, her face flushed, and angrily said, Still awesome, that's all you've got. Chapter 2 Last night, you kissed me. In the bar, the few brothers in the dormitory didn't wait for Xiao Yun to return. The eldest brother, Nubabi, was a little worried, why hasn't the fourth one come back yet? I'll go and check. The second brother, Chengchen, waved his hand, it's fine, maybe the pretty young lady is comforting him. Just now, after the pretty young lady came, Zhang Fenglin told her to go to the toilet and find Xiao Yun. The pretty young lady twisted her body and went to find someone. Zhang Fenglin said, My brother is still pure, so just comfort him, don't eat him, but if he wants to let loose, just watch what you do. At this time, the third young master Zhang Fenglin was half lying down, checking out all kinds of beautiful women on his phone. He took a moment to say, We're all adults, what are you afraid of? The fifth son Shi Shengping had never had much of a sense of presence, so he didn't say anything. The sixth son Chen Dian was skinny and small, and had been eating and drinking the whole time. He didn't feel anything about the love and passion of life and death, and he just felt that the third young master had ordered so much food that it would be a waste not to eat it. After waiting for a long time, the few people did not return with Xiao Yun. Niu Baobao finally felt relieved and called. After ringing for a while, the phone finally connected to a cold female voice, Xiao Yun is with me, he is fine. Then I'll trouble you, please comfort him, he is in a bad mood. Niu Baobao thought it was the beautiful woman that Zhang Fenglin had found to give him psychological counseling, so he also felt relieved. It's okay, let's go. When the boss gave the word, the group dispersed. Xiao Yun woke up the next morning. He tried to get up with his eyes closed, but when he felt with his hand, he sensed that something was wrong. This was not the hard bed in the dormitory, but something soft beneath him. A jolt made him open his eyes. The decor looked like it was in a hotel. He was confused for a moment, and then he remembered that last night, it seemed like he had met a stunning beauty, and he had held on to her. Then, he didn't know what happened. Frightened, he quickly checked to see if his body was in any pain, as if it had been run over by a truck, or if there were any signs of kidney deficiency, or if there were any scratches from lovemaking. After this inspection, he let out a sigh of relief. His clothes had been changed, and he was wearing the hotel's white robe. His young body was clean and unmarked, and although his skin was not as silky as jade, it was firm. Apart from a slight headache, he felt great. Luckily, there was no tragic war last night, otherwise, he would have to be responsible for someone. It was almost noon when he left the hotel. He had slept very well. He hurried back to the dormitory to change clothes. While he was changing, his phone rang. It was a person named Haigu. Be at the company on time at 2 p.m. Don't be late. If you are late, you will have to go to another place for an internship. The person on the other end of the line instructed. Okay, I will definitely be there on time. Xiao Yun quickly got dressed. With no more love, she had to focus on her career. In the second semester of her senior year, she had already started her internship. The school arranged an internship for her, but she could also find her own internship company, as there was no hard and fast rule at school. Xiao Yun happened to meet someone named Haigu, who introduced her to this company. She heard that if she performed well at the end of the internship, she could stay. The company was not too far from the school, just half an hour away by bus. Xiangtai Group. General Manager's Office. Xin Jiujio was flipping through a few resumes in her hands, and her beautiful eyes stopped on a 2-inch photo. The boy in the photo was handsome and immature, with his mouth raised high, smiling like a sunflower. Seeing his smile, people's mood seemed to change for the better. She said coldly, "Tell this person to come over." Yes. The subordinate took the resume and left. Xin Jiujio adjusted her sitting position and made an expressionless and cold face. Xiao Yun had just arrived at Xiangtai Group when he was called over by Brother Hai. Before the two of them could speak, the secretary of the general manager's office came over, looked at the resume in her hands, then looked at Xiao Yun and asked, "Xiao Yun, right?" Xiao Yun nodded. "Please follow me." Xiao Yun didn't know what was going on, so he greeted Brother Hai and followed the secretary. Hai looked at Xiao Yun's back blankly, not understanding what had gone wrong. He had clearly placed Xiao Yun in the administrative department, so why had he been called to the general manager's office? The thought of the beautiful but ice-cold general manager made him shiver. Xiao Yun followed the secretary into the general manager's office. The secretary walked directly to the boss's desk and whispered, "Mr. Shin, the person is here." After saying this, she turned around and left, gently closing the door behind her. Xiao Yun then saw a large boss chair behind the boss's desk, with the high backrest facing him. From his angle, he couldn't see anyone, but he knew that someone was sitting in the chair. He still didn't know which department he had been assigned to, but he knew that this person must be the absolute leader of the group, as he had heard the secretary-like person just call him General Manager Shin. He then cautiously and politely said, hello, General Manager Shin." The swivel chair suddenly turned around. Xiao Yun felt a flash of light in front of his eyes, and a picture of a stunning beauty forcefully burst into his eyes. The woman's hair was tied back, giving her a capable appearance. Her face was as cold and beautiful as a fairy's, with 5 features as perfect and delicate as if they had been painted, without a single flaw. She was wearing a gray suit jacket with a white silk shirt underneath, with 2 buttons undone at the collar, revealing her full cleavage. She was wearing a thin silver necklace around her neck, which made her neck look long and white. As for the lower body, she was sitting down, so Xiao Yun couldn't see it. Suddenly, someone in his head started singing loudly, "As beautiful as a fallen fish or a flying swallow, as beautiful as the moon or a shy flower, so beautiful that there is nowhere to hide. When you are by her side, you feel like basking in the spring sunshine. Even if you die, you will have no regrets." Xin Jiujio saw that he was staring at her without blinking, and her eyelashes twitched slightly. Xiao Yun suddenly felt that the person in front of him looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him. He said, half in jest, "I feel like I've seen you somewhere before." Xin Jiujio said coldly, "Last night, you kissed me." Xiao Yun. Xiaoyun, no way, you must have mistaken someone else. The beauty I met last night was introduced to me by Zhang Fenglin. He would never introduce Shen, the CEO of Santing Group, to comfort himself. I never mistake people. Shin Jojo's tone was so cold that it could freeze a person to death. Xiaoyun felt a chill down his spine. Vaguely, he remembered that last night, it seemed like he wanted to hug someone, and he even touched someone's shoulder. After that, he doesn't know anymore. Looking at this cold-blooded face of General Shen, it's obvious that he's not someone to mess with. The song that was in his head just now suddenly disappeared without a trace. If it really was him last night, then he is definitely dead meat. Since you kissed me, you have to be responsible for me. Xiaoyun. Responsible? He must have heard something terrible. Xiaoyun retorted, I don't think I was kissed, was I? You can just deny it, right? Shinjojo looked at him for a long time, and Xiaoyun was about to give up when she saw the coldness in her eyes. Shinjojo lowered her head and fiddled with something, then threw him a mobile phone. Xiaoyun took it blankly and clicked on the video on the phone's interface. In the video, the man walked up to the woman and spoke flirtatiously. Hello, beautiful. Let's sleep together, I'm awesome. Then the man put his arm around the woman's shoulders. His mouth followed suit. Obviously, his mouth kissed the woman's lips and stayed there for a few seconds. When he finally fell to the ground, his hand didn't stop assaulting the woman's breasts. This surveillance footage, complete with sound, was such clear evidence that there was no reason to deny it, and Xiaoyun was silent. Chapter 3, the cold female CEO was actually very timid. He in the picture looked exactly like a lecher, while the woman looked like she was shocked. At the moment, he was also stunned by his drunken state. How could he be like this? How could he be so ugly? Sorry, I've had too much to drink. Mr. Shen, tell me how you want to make amends. Xiaoyun didn't expect to kiss someone, accidentally touch someone, and say such provocative things. Therefore, he spoke carefully. His actions could already be considered harassment. Could it be that he was impure at heart? No matter who the other person is, he still has to give them an explanation. After saying that, he muttered unwillingly, even so, it was still my first kiss. He was a traditional and conservative, pure and innocent guy who wanted to give all his first times to the person he loved the most. A feeling of sadness suddenly arose in his heart. Yen Yu and he had known each other for so long, but there had never been any intimate actions between them. Occasionally, they would just hold hands. Whenever he tried to take things further and kiss or cuddle her, Yen Yu would always laugh and avoid him. Yen Yu really didn't like him at all. If she really did, when the feelings were strong, she would have been unable to resist wanting to hug and kiss him, right? Zhang Fenglin had told him, you're just head over heels in love, but your Qingmei doesn't like you at all. Unfortunately, no one could wake up this person pretending to be asleep. Did he really not feel anything? He just didn't want to believe it. Shinjojo seemed to be stunned for a moment, and then spoke coldly, it's also the first time I've been kissed, and you still think you've suffered a loss? Xiaoyun agreed with her at the moment. Such an iceberg beauty, no man would dare kiss her. If he wasn't drunk, he definitely wouldn't dare kiss her. It's just strange that such a cold-faced beauty is not to be messed with at first glance. When he kissed her yesterday, why didn't she slap him awake? Mr. Shin, you tell me how to solve this matter. Xiaoyun whispered, just wanting to quickly resolve this matter and not get too entangled. If she took the video and sued him, with her status, would he be detained? Xiaoyun thought that the result would be at most paying some compensation, or working for this Mr. Shin for free, or maybe even blocking some drinks for her at social gatherings. Shinjojo thought for 2 seconds and came up with a plan. According to the Shin family rules, if an unmarried man kisses or touches an unmarried woman, he must be responsible for her. Xiaoyun really wanted to roll his eyes. What kind of outrageous family rules are these? The beauty has absolute beauty, but she is too cold. He doesn't want to be responsible for her. Facing an iceberg every day, he is afraid he will freeze to death. Beautiful appearance and interesting soul, he would rather choose the interesting soul. Xiaoyun refused firmly, sorry, I have a girlfriend. How about another way of compensation? Shinjojo gave a cold snort as if she had heard a joke, and asked meaningfully in return, you have a girlfriend? Xiaoyun looked at her seemingly mocking gaze, and awkwardly looked away, changing the subject. What if you don't take responsibility? Shinjojo's face turned cold, and her tone carried a strong murderous aura, die, or be a eunuch, choose one. Xiaoyun felt a sudden chill down his spine. He had a feeling that this cold woman would definitely do what she said. He thought about the Xiantai Group, one of the biggest conglomerates in the city, and thought that it should be possible for them to secretly get rid of him. A small, insignificant person like him shouldn't be able to compete with a big family. He might as well give in and just focus on saving his own life. This woman is quite vicious. Her surname is Shin, so she must be a member of the Shin family. Chairman Shin has a good reputation online, so how could she have such a fierce and cold descendant? Xiao Yun was disheartened. Well, just take responsibility, but how? Shin Jiu's cold face softened a little. Be my boyfriend first, and when you're old enough, we'll get married and have kids. Get married, have kids? Xiao Yun's heart sank, and he stuttered, Is there another option? No. Shin Jiu made a final decision on the matter and would not allow Xiao Yun to object anymore. Xiao Yun was in a daze, feeling a bit surreal. His whole life had been clearly arranged by a strange woman? Phone, scan the code, add V letter. Shin Jiu picked up the phone on the table, tapped a few times, stood up and handed it to Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun looked up at her as she stood up, his eyes flickering, and he couldn't help but glance down twice. Her lower body was naturally a gray knee-length suit skirt, with a thin waist, a perky butt, long black silk legs, and a pair of black high-heeled leather shoes. She was really both seductive and pure. Xiao Yun's Adam's apple rolled a bit. To avoid losing his composure, he quickly averted his gaze, and his body tilted slightly. Alas, don't blame him, it's just that this woman is really too beautiful, and he couldn't help but look. When he leaned over, Shin Jiu felt offended, as if she were an unclean and ugly person. Don't dawdle, hurry up. Shin Jiu said unhappily. Xiao Yun helplessly took out his mobile phone from his pocket and opened his WeChat QR code. After Shin Jiu scanned it, a pop-up window appeared in Xiao Yun's WeChat. I am Shin Jiu. Xiao Yun approved. The picture of Shin Jiu was that of a snow-white Samoyed dog with a cute smile. Is Shin Jiu your real name or your online name? Xiao Yun felt that the name sounded a bit like a game name, so he plucked up the courage to ask. It sounded like a name he had heard somewhere before. Real name. It's a pretty unique name. Xiao Yun put his phone back in his pocket and asked carefully, So, shall I go for my internship? The woman was beautiful, but he didn't want to stay here for a moment. Now, he had no desire for romance. Go ahead, since I'm your boyfriend now, you have to be available whenever I need you. Remember to check your messages. Shin Jiu got the message and didn't bother to respond to him anymore. She waved him away. Xiao Yun hurried out the door and fled. The small door in the general manager's office opened, and a short-haired woman in sportswear came out. The woman was as tall as Shin Jiu, and although her appearance was slightly inferior to Shin Jiu's, she was still a very pretty woman, and her expression was much more approachable than Shin Jiu's. She asked with a smile, Jiu, you didn't force yourself on him yesterday. He was drunk as a pig, and no matter what you did, you couldn't wake him up, so how could you force yourself on him? Shin Jiu's attitude was a complete contrast to her previous cold attitude. Her lips pursed slightly, and her tone was a little dissatisfied. Those shameless scumbags who bully women when they're drunk always say that they're drunk and out of control, that they didn't mean it, but that's a lie. They just want to use being drunk as an excuse. They're really drunk, like they're dead, so how could they be out of control? Guan Ya paused for a moment, then laughed. That's true. But Jiu, I can see that you're a little nervous when faced with a younger man. You weren't able to get laid last night, so you're a little upset. Guan Ya observed her and laughed again. Wow, President Shin's ears have turned red, that's rare. When Shin Jiu heard her say this, her ears turned red even more, and she didn't deny it. She spread her hands out, but of course, I have sweaty palms. Guan Ya felt her palm, and sure enough, it was sweaty. Ha ha. She laughed until her sides ached. It turned out that the female CEO, who appeared aloof, was actually a coward at heart. Shin Jiu sat back in her boss chair, her hand resting on her head. She asked uncertainly, Do you think he hates me? No, she's rich and pretty, and if I were a guy and she looked at me, I'd give up trying to get ahead. Sister, please take care of me. Guan Ya smiled and grabbed Shin Jiu's arm. What do I have to do to him to make him come to me willingly? This idiot doesn't even know me. Shin Jiu looked distressed. Chapter 4, Our School's Big Flower Girl, Shin Jiu. Oops, that's easy. Guan Ya sat on her desk and gave her advice: just shower him with money, hit him with it, knock him unconscious, make him dizzy every day, and he'll naturally be on his knees before you, calling you dad. Really? Shinjiao expressed doubt. You've never been in love before, how would you know? Guan Ya jumped off the table, beaming with pride. I've never eaten pork, but I've seen the pig run. There's no one in the world who doesn't love money. Let's go, I wish you luck with the handsome guy. Xiaoyun walked out of the general manager's office, still a little dazed. Today's experience was really outrageous. Open the door. Haigu grabbed him. What did the general manager want? Nothing. Xiaoyun's mind was still a bit confused. Haigu, could you pour me a glass of water to calm my nerves? He still hadn't digested the idea that he was going to be the boyfriend of an iceberg woman, and that when the time came for them to get married, he would be forced to marry her and have children with her. Just thinking about it made him feel like he was dreaming. A glass of water was handed to him. What's wrong? Xiaoyun gulped down the water and then replied, it's nothing, just that the general manager is scary. After a while of talking, I was sweating all over. That's right. Hai agreed, even scarier than the exterminating teacher, with a cold face and slamming documents, she scares the piss out of any man. That's scary? Xiaoyun asked. Yes, brother, if you want to stay after the internship, be prepared to be beaten. Haigu sighed. Why did you stay? Xiaoyun was puzzled. What was there to wait for with such a terrifying female devil? Haigu rubbed his fingers. The pay is good, even if you get angry. Oh. That's understandable. I don't know which unlucky guy will be with our iceberg president in the future, I'm worried for him. Haigu said sincerely. Xiaoyun coughed, not daring to say that he was this unlucky guy. President Shun can only look from afar. There was once a man who wasn't afraid to die and came forward to express his admiration for her. Guess what happened? She gave him a cold look and smashed him in the head, leaving him with a few big bruises. President Shin is only suitable for practicing in a temple, Hai said in a low voice. Xiaoyun felt a cold wave after wave over his body. How was it that he was still intact yesterday? Brother Hai led him to the administrative department to explain the situation, and immediately a person who looked like a leader handed him several documents. Go, make a few copies of these documents and distribute them to each department. An intern is simply a handyman. For the rest of the afternoon, Xiaoyun was kept busy. Finally, after work was over, Xiaoyun took the bus back to the dormitory. In the dormitory, several of his friends were there. Their internships were arranged by the school together, and the internships were not that strict, so they had returned long ago. Chen Dian was not there, because he was studying for the postgraduate entrance exam and was renting a room outside, but he didn't get in, so he didn't go back to the dormitory. Chen asked, Yun, did you have a good time last night? Nubabi, I saw that beautiful girl, she was really pretty, with a big butt. Zhang Fenglin looked at Xiaoyun and said, I paid for it, if you're not satisfied, I'll go find her. Xiaoyun. That was a waste of money, I didn't even get to see her. It's fine, I guess. He slept soundly last night, and Xiaoyun didn't have the nerve to tell him about the mishap yesterday, and for the time being, she was even more embarrassed to say that she had been forced to have a girlfriend. How much is it? I'll pay you back. You can't let a friend pay for services you didn't receive. Forget about the money. Zhang Fenglin waved his hand dismissively, and since he had already spent the money, there was no reason for you to pay it back. Xiaoyun stopped talking. Okay, the third young master is still the third young master. He is someone who gets a monthly allowance of 100 or 200,000 yuan, and he is not worthy of repaying the money. Zhang Fenglin suddenly said, Yun, is the company where you are doing your internship the Sentai Group? Yes, so what? Xiaoyun asked, her eyebrows jumping. The person in charge of the group is our senior, Shinjiao, you know, the big school flower from the previous few years. Her grandfather's health is not very good, so she is in charge now. The Joy Bar we went to yesterday belongs to her. Shinjiao? Xiaoyun chewed on the name, no wonder it sounded familiar to him. As soon as he heard it was a senior, he remembered. At that time, she was almost never on campus, but the campus was full of legends about her. They were all about beauty, extremely beautiful, indescribable beauty, and cold, extremely cold, cold to the point that you didn't dare to get close. Yenyu was the new school flower who attracted the attention of many seniors as soon as she entered the school, but a junior student sneered, compared to the old school flower Shinjiao, the new school flower is still too inferior, not in the same league. Xiaoyun only chased after Yanyu at that time, never paying attention to the old-school flower, and he didn't even know Shinjojo. At the time, he didn't believe it, and in his heart and eyes, Yanyu was the most beautiful and loveliest person in the world. Today, he knows that Shinjojo is the old-school flower Shinjojo, and he has to admit it. If beauties can be graded, then Shinjojo is undoubtedly top level, while Yanyu can only be considered first level, and she is still a little bit inferior to Shinjojo. So she is the heiress of the Xian Tai group, the only granddaughter of Chairman Shin, and she is really a billionaire. Yes, you should have the chance to meet her when you go for your internship. Zhang Fenglin said, casually reaching for a handbag from the bed and throwing it to Qi Shangping. Ah Ping, these clothes are for you. They are too small, I couldn't exchange them for a suitable size, it's so annoying, and they won't refund them to me. No one can wear them, you can make do with them. Qi Shangping looked at his own washed-out blue shirt and, after a few embarrassed refusals, accepted it. Today, when he went to his internship, some people laughed at his old clothes, wondering if he had come from a poor mountain village. Of course, he knew that Zhang Fenglin had bought these clothes especially for him, but he always gave very gentle reasons for things, so as not to hurt his pride. The rest of the group didn't say anything else, each busy with their own affairs. They were all in their 4th year of university, and Zhang Fenglin would not be staying in the dormitory. If he ever did, it would be because he had had a fight with his father. It was late at night and quiet. After finishing all her errands, Shinjojo took a shower, lay down on the bed, and thought about Guan Ya's words. Hesitantly, she reached for her phone. She opened WeChat and found her contact, Buang, in the contacts list. She clicked on the interface, and the V-message image was a photo of a boy's back on a green meadow, arms open in a hug for the sun. She knew it was him at first glance. She stared at his V-message name, Buang, for a long time. Who was Buang? Humph, she was actually a little angry. After a while, she typed in 2 words, hello. She thought about it for a while and deleted it, as it seemed too awkward and strange. She typed in a few more words, are you asleep? After a moment of hesitation, she deleted it again. If he said he wasn't asleep, what would she say in reply? Say I miss you? Or let's chat? No. What if, just in case, he didn't respond to her? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Shinjojo suddenly laughed. Shin was always decisive at work, but now she was being ridiculously indecisive. Chapter 5, No Place to Hide. She was torn between indecision, and after repeatedly deleting and rewriting the message, she finally found an emoticon and sent it. If she didn't send a message, even if he didn't reply, she wouldn't be embarrassed, right? If he asked angrily, she could still reply that her hand had slipped. Xiaoyun was so confused that he almost fell asleep. The phone under his pillow dripped softly once. He didn't want to bother with it, but suddenly he felt a chill and quickly fished out his phone to see a message from Shinjojo. There was no content, just a smiley face, the same smiley face as the one in the death smile emoticon that came with the V message. Xiaoyun's scalp tightened. What did this ancestor mean by sending this emoticon in the middle of the night, mocking and laughing at him? Is she still upset about the fact that he kissed her when he was drunk, and is she trying to get back at him? He typed a few words shakily, sorry. Then he deleted it, because why should he be sorry? He was a young man in the prime of his life, and she was the one who forced herself on him. After a moment's thought, he typed a few more words, whatever. He was about to press send, but then quickly stopped. Forget it, he thought, before he understood what she meant, he should not get angry. After hesitating for a while, he still responded, you didn't sleep? No matter what she meant, since he was her boyfriend, he should respond to her in every situation. Shinjojo stared at the screen of her phone and saw that the other person had been typing a message, but she had not seen the message come. She thought, could it be that he was editing a long text? Her heart lifted. Ding! Finally, a message came in. Shinjojo saw 3 words, you didn't sleep? Ah, after typing for so long, he only sent 3 words? She was stunned for a while, pondering what he meant. Was he angry? Did he find her annoying? Was he unwilling? Finally, she concluded that what he meant by you didn't sleep was, at this late hour, are you annoying, do you still let people sleep? Shinjojo was a little disappointed and a little angry. She tapped her finger and entered a string of numbers in the transfer field. The result exceeded the limit, so she had to write 1 less 0. Click to complete. Xiaoyun was a little anxious after sending the message, wondering if the iceberg president was looking for him to chat in the middle of the night. He was in a daze when his phone beeped and a message came. He opened his eyes wide and saw the transfer information on the screen in red. 5 zeros followed by 4 zeros. No, is there something wrong with this iceberg president? Why is he transferring money to him in the middle of the night? Without thinking, he sent 3 question marks. Shinjiojio, just take it, what's with the question marks, do you think it's not enough? Xiao Yun. I don't know what to say, I just feel my heart racing, I'm scared. Shinjiojio, the maximum I can send is this much. Xiao Yun. Forget it, just ignore it and reject it. He turned off the screen of his phone and tucked it under his pillow. That night, he had a dream, a nightmare. He was standing in court, and Shinjiojio, with a cold face, was accusing him. It was him, he swindled me out of 5 million yuan. The judge asked him sternly, Xiao Yun, do you plead guilty? I didn't commit fraud, no. Xiao Yun struggled and roared. How could it not be? Look, the transfer record shows 5 million. Shinjiojio held up her phone and shoved it in his face. Her cold face turned into that of a demon. You swindled me, cheating for money, women, and power. Take him away and kill him. The judge suddenly turned into a crazed man in black. Xiao Yun cried out in pain, I didn't do it, I'm being wronged. What the hell are you complaining about? It's the middle of the night. Cheng Chenbao, who was sleeping in the upper bunk, threw a pillow at his face in a temper. He had finally fallen asleep, but you woke him up again. What's the matter? Were you caught sleeping with a girl in your dream? Nubabi asked with sleepy eyes, Yun, here's Chen's calming tea. Why don't you make some? You're not under too much pressure from your internship, are you? I hear that Sentai group is under a lot of pressure. Sorry. Xiao Yun woke up and quickly apologized to his roommates. I'm fine now. While they were talking, Shi Shengping had already turned on the lights and got out of bed to make tea. Holding the steaming cup of calming tea, Xiao Yun tearfully exclaimed, What kind of fairy roommate have I got? I'm so touched. Late at night, when thoughts run wild, holding a cup of love-filled sleeping tea, it makes me want to sing a song. Don't get sentimental, drink up and go to sleep quickly, and don't blame me if I come down and beat you up for howling in your sleep. Cheng Chen covered his face with the pillow. Okay, he can sing another song about not sleeping tonight. Shen, I think you should really rent a place to live, this dorm room isn't suitable for you, Xiao Yun suggested after drinking the tea. When they called the names of the people in the dormitory, they didn't call them seriously, they would add a nasal sound, for example, Bauer, Yuner, Chener, Liner, Shi Shengping would be called a Ping, and Shen Dian would be called Xiao Dian Dian. No money. After I grab the family business that belongs to me, I'll go rent a room outside, and I can also do what the third young master did, and take you all on. Cheng Chen's voice was muffled. I'm looking forward to it. Nyobao's voice was vague, and he added, It's just a pipe dream. Go to sleep quickly, you can have anything you want in your dreams. Cheng Chen threw the other pillow at Nyobao, who was sleeping on the bunk bed opposite. Nyobao, you won't even let me have a dream. Can't you just go along with it? Nyobao corrected him, taking no prisoners, call me Nyo Dezhuang. Yes, his nickname is Dezhuang, his formal name is Nyobao, and he never understood why his strange parents gave him such a childish name and wouldn't allow him to change it. The most frustrating thing is that he is a big and strong man, 188 centimeters tall and weighing more than 200 pounds. To put it bluntly, because of his name, he is even more famous than the school flower. The only consolation is that he is also considered an alternative celebrity. Baby cow, baby cow. Cheng Chen deliberately provoked him. Xiao Yun, however, said seriously, I believe you, you will definitely be able to take back the family property, and I will help you spend it hard. Cheng Chen laughed a few times in a depressed manner, thank you. Xiao Yun's eyes, however, were a little dark. In their dormitory, some people are surrounded by love their whole lives, some people are prosperous and carefree, some people are lonely, and some people are riddled with problems. Everyone has their own story, and everyone in their dormitory has experienced it. Shinjiojio waited for a long time yesterday, but didn't wait for Xiao Yun to receive the money, so she put it aside and went to sleep. When the alarm clock went off, the first thing she did was check to see if Xiao Yun had received the money. To her surprise, Xiao Yun had not. After tidying up a bit, she went to the company. After she finished her work, she sent a message to Xiao Yun, come over. It didn't take long before Xiao Yun hurriedly came over, holding a stack of documents in his hands. When he saw Shinjiojio again, Xiao Yun's vision was once again strongly impacted. Today, Shinjiojio was wearing a white professional outfit, with a slightly different style than yesterday. Her makeup today seemed even more beautiful and seductive than yesterday. Xiaoyun felt the song start playing automatically in his head again, as beautiful as a sinking fish, as charming as a falling wild goose, as beautiful as a closed moon, as seductive as a shy flower, so beautiful there is nowhere to hide. He felt a little abnormal now. As soon as he saw her, this song Can't Put Down started playing in his head. He shook his head to get rid of the annoying song. Chapter 6, his heart pounds whenever he sees her. Mr. Shin, is there something you need? Xiaoyun asked. He had a lot of work to do and didn't have time to fall in love with her during work hours, although she was indeed very beautiful. Give me your phone. Shin Jiao extended her long, white hand. Xiaoyun had no choice but to hand over his phone. Open it yourself. Shin Jiao ordered. Xiaoyun had no choice but to open the phone. Shin Jiao tapped the V message, found her name, and clicked to receive it. With a D sound, 50,000 yuan was credited to her account. She returned the phone to Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun, President Shin, you don't need to mock me or be sarcastic. Go back to work, I don't have time for you. Shin Jiao immediately gave the order to evict him. President Shin, about the money. Xiaoyun made a last-ditch effort, but he couldn't take it, the nightmares were still vivid in his mind. I'm busy right now, so just go. Shin Jiao's face changed. Xiaoyun had no choice but to think, forget it, talk about it later. He was also very busy right now, so busy that he didn't even have time to drink water. After he left, Shin Jiao let out a long breath. Speaking to herself, why does my heart beat faster whenever I see him? I want to commit a crime and lock him up. Then she shook her head, I can't scare him. Time passed unknowingly, and it was almost time to go off duty. Guan Ya came to find out what had happened. Jor, how did it go? Did you shower him with money? Yes, Shin Jor answered. Was he very happy? Did he faint? Guan Ya pressed on. No, he didn't faint, but he didn't seem very happy. Shin Jor told the truth, he didn't feel happy at all. How much did you shower him with? 50,000. Guan Ya froze for a moment and exclaimed, only 50,000? 50,000 is not even enough for a bag for me. Jor, you're too stingy. Keep smashing until he passes out. Oh. Let me tell you, Jor, there is no one in the world who doesn't love money, especially men. Listen to me, just keep smashing, and he'll soon be on his knees before you, surrendering. Guan Ya excitedly offered her advice. Shin Jiao shook her head, I don't want him to bow to me. We are equals. Guan Ya stared at her for a long time. Jor, are you serious? You're not suddenly interested in him. Having spent many years with Shin Jor, she knew that Shin Jor was a strange girl who was not interested in men. No matter how handsome or rich they were, she would never even look at them. Therefore, when she heard that Shin Jor was interested in a younger guy, she just thought that Shin Jor was just being spontaneous and that she would just watch the fun. Well, I'm serious. Guan Ya was excited. Jor, why are you suddenly serious about someone? Do you know him? Do you know everything about him? She and Shin Jiao were separated during their university years. The two had originally planned to study abroad together, but when Shin Dong became ill during Shin Jiao's senior year, Shin Jiao gave up on studying abroad and went abroad on her own. Unfortunately, due to Shin Dong's illness, Shin Jiao did not do well in the college entrance exam and only got into Shanghai University. She doesn't really know much about Shin Jiao's 4 years of university. She didn't know him well, and she didn't know much about his family either. Shin Jiao said, looking a little troubled, that she only knew that he had been heartbroken, that the girl he liked had rejected him. Guan Ya was stunned. She looked at Shin Jiao's serious, yet distressed expression, and gritted her teeth, saying, Shin Jiao, you really impress me. The wise don't fall in love, and now you really look like an idiot. You're the one who's retarded. Shin Jiao retorted discontentedly. If you meet someone you like, you'll be even more retarded. Seeing her blushing in shame at being told the truth, the dog-headed military advisor, who had no experience in love, could only continue to give advice, just keep spending money. If you have enough money, you can always knock on his heart's door. If you can't knock on the heart's door, you have to knock on other doors, for example, the anus. Shin Jiao was speechless. What a vulgar woman, not at all like a girl from a scholarly family. She immediately got Xiaoyun's bank account number from the HR department. There was a limit on V messages, so she didn't bother getting one. She could just transfer money from her card. Guan Ya rolled her eyes and left. Early the next morning, a drowsy Xiaoyun heard his phone ring. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the time. It was only 5 o'clock. A text message came in on his phone. He clicked to open it and immediately let out a scream. Ah, how could this be? The message on his phone said, "Your account with the silver card number XXXX received 1 million yuan at 5 o'clock on XXXX20XX. The money is expected to arrive in 12 hours, so please check. I just returned the 50,000 yuan last night." Of course, his V credit limit is only 20,000 yuan a day, and he hasn't finished returning it yet. He was convinced that Xin Jiao was messing with him. So this money was definitely transferred by her. "Xiaoyun, why are you howling again?" Cheng Shenshang, who was in the upper bunk, had no love for life. Nubabi said, "Yun, is it because Xian Tai is under too much pressure? You've only been working for 2 days, and you have nightmares every night. Why don't you switch to an internship at another company?" Xiaoyun waved his hand and said, "It's okay, I'm sorry, I've disturbed you again." He no longer felt sleepy, got up, went to the playground to run, and tried to calm his frightened heart. The iceberg president must have done it on purpose. The purpose should be the same as his dream. It's because he kissed her and upset her, but because of the family rules, she had to reluctantly accept him. Of course, Xiaoyun would never have guessed Xin Jiao's true thoughts about him. After all, the two of them didn't know each other. As soon as Xiaoyun arrived at the company, he was ordered around like a dog, without a break in his feet all day. It wasn't until almost the end of the day that he had some free time. He used the excuse of going to the bathroom and made his way to Xin Jiao's office. Xin Jiao was talking to Guan Ya in a low voice. Guan Ya was bored every day and would come to spy on the situation at any time. When Xin Jiao was busy, she would hide in the back room and play games. When Xin Jiao is free, she comes over. "Aha, you sent him a death smiley in a chat?" Guan Ya looks at the chat interface between Xin Jiao and Xiaoyun and stares at her in disbelief. "What's wrong?" "It's just a smiley face, what's wrong with it?" Xin Jiao is shocked. She has always been indifferent since she was a child, and she often learned about managing a company from her grandfather, so she rarely chats with people in chat and directly contacts them by phone when something comes up. "Jiao, you're like a little old lady. No wonder people say you mock and ridicule him. You have a generation gap with us young people. That smile represents mockery and ridicule. No wonder your little brother is unhappy. You don't know, but you've used the smile of death so much that you've even started a lawsuit." Xin Jiao frowned. Why twist the meaning of a smiley face? Why waste energy on emotions? "Guan Ya, how would I know? It's just the way it is." As they were talking, the door was knocked on, and Xin Jiao quickly put on an iceberg-like face. "Come in." Xiaoyun pushed the door open and walked straight to the desk. "President Shen." Xiaoyun said politely, his face looking a little bad. "What is it?" Xin Jiao asked, sitting upright. Chapter 7, If money doesn't work, just break things. It'll always open a door. She had changed into a different color of professional attire today, this time a lavender professional dress, which made her fair skin look radiant and gave her an elegant and noble appearance. Xiaoyun felt as if he had encountered evil, because every time he saw her, the song would play in his head. He forced the music in his head to stop, looked at the beautiful woman beside her, and meant that someone was not in a position to talk. Guan Ya looked at Xin Jiao straight and stiff back and laughed, covering her mouth. She said, "I'll avoid it. Hurry up and run out of the office with discernment." Xiaoyun then took out his bank card from his pocket and put it on her desk. "President Shen, please don't take the money." Guan Ya, who was eavesdropping outside the door, held her breath and thought to herself, he's here with his pride and self-respect. Please don't take the money to humiliate my soul. Although I am poor and insignificant, I have backbone. Blah, 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 absolutely lines like that. Xiaoyun's tone was angry. What do you want to do by hitting my card? You only kissed me by mistake, do you need to send me to jail? What responsibility, what boyfriend, what marriage, is just teasing him. I heard that there are some perverted rich women in high society who like to play extreme games. There are even more perverted ones who, after playing with someone, will turn the tables and send them to jail. Xin Jiao. Guan Ya outside the door. Well, that's not the right line. Xiaoyun looked at the shock in Xin Jiao's beautiful eyes, and his heart suddenly jumped. Could it be that he had misunderstood? But since the words had already been said, he had to continue. Time and time again, you either forwarded V-mails or transferred money to my card, and the amounts were huge. What were you really thinking, transferring money again and then suing me for extortion? I'm returning the money to you. The password is 123456. The amount is huge, and I can't withdraw it. I don't know which account you transferred it from, so you can withdraw the money yourself. Shinjojo was stunned for a while before she said, Xiaoyun, is this really how you see me? Xiaoyun said honestly, I don't know you well, so I can't help but think about the huge amount. Shinjojo thought about it for a moment, took back his card, and said, okay, I used the wrong method, I'll take back the money. Xiaoyun let out a sigh of relief and continued, the 50,000 yuan has already been returned to you, so you can take it back as well. Oh, okay. Shinjojo really took out her phone and took back the money he had transferred back. Thanks a lot. Xiaoyun turned around and left. He thought to himself that Shinjojo was surprisingly easy to talk to today. Guan Ya came in seamlessly. Shinjojo was listless, and Guan Ya nudged her and laughed, this little brother is so cute and innocent. How could he have thought that you would sue him for extortion? Even if you did sue, just one bank transfer record is not considered evidence of extortion. Shinjojo stared at the bank card in her hand and said, he's on his guard against me. What should I do in the future? Go-To Military continued to offer advice, don't worry, if this approach doesn't work, try another. If you can't pay, then give a gift. A gift is not considered blackmail, so he will definitely be touched. That's not bad. Shinjojo thought this was a good idea. The two beautiful women, who had never been in love, started a new round of smashing things. The next day, when Xiaoyun was doing his internship, he heard that Mr. Shin had gone on a business trip. He didn't take it seriously, as long as it was the boss, he was always busy. When he dragged his tired body back to the dormitory, he found several good friends kneeling in a row in front of his bed, sticking out their butts, staring at the high pile of things on the bed and studying them. The small single bed was about to be deformed by the pressure of the several big men. This is the Kltoen suit. This is the Vacheron Constantin men's watch. This is Chanel perfume, oh, they even gave perfume. LV belts, wow, they even gave belts, this is going to be some SM. While watching, the roommate sighed. Xiaoyun asked doubtfully, what are you all doing on my bed? Whose stuff is this and why is it on my bed? They all turned around at the same time and said in unison, Yun, have you been taken by a rich woman? Xiaoyun. Nubabi stood up, rubbed his a little numb knees and explained, 2 hours ago, 3 people brought these things here, and specifically asked for Xiaoyun from 508. Are you the one that the rich woman has her eye on? Cheng Chen winked at him. Xiaoyun rubbed his head, not sure if it was really sent by Shinjojo. Although he guessed it might be, he wasn't sure. Therefore, he shook his head, I'm not sure who sent this. I'll ask Shinjojo later if she gave it to me. I don't know what this Shin always comes up with, and I don't know what this is all about. With your looks, it's normal for a rich woman to fancy you. Nubabi said with a smile, and looked at Cheng Chen again. And you, Chen, since the day you first started university, you've caused a sensation and earned the title of Cheng Beauty. If we talk about Xiaoyun and Cheng Chen, they were considered the most popular people in their year at school. Xiaoyun scored 690 points in the college entrance exam and enrolled in the not-so-famous Haidai University in order to pursue love. Most importantly, Xiaoyun is good-looking, with a handsome face and clear features. He is 1.83 meters tall and is the most traditional kind of Oriental handsome guy. Yes, he is the kind of traditional movie and TV handsome guy that parents in the 1980s and 1990s chased after. He is tall and handsome, and even a bubble haircut can't detract from his masculinity. If he were to wave a fan and blink his eyes a few times, it would definitely dazzle people's eyes. Cheng Chen, on the other hand, is too handsome, with soft features, delicate eyebrows, and eyes. He is the kind of androgynous beauty that modern young girls like. When he doesn't speak, he is a gentle and quiet beauty. When he was forced to participate in a school activity as a freshman, he wore a horse-faced skirt and danced Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss. His dance was graceful and enchanting, and he was wildly pursued by girls as Chang Beauty. It is said that when Chang Marin was a child, his own mother coaxed him to learn classical dance for 2 years, and he danced quite well. There were quite a few people on the school confession wall who were courting him. Unfortunately, Chang Marin doesn't like this title, because he is only superficially beautiful, and in fact is a grumpy guy online. Sure enough, Chang Chen became grumpy. You are the beautiful one, your whole family is beautiful, I am Master Chang, and when I get my family's property back one day, I will wrap you all up and make you kneel in front of me and call me daddy, just wait. At this time, Zhang Fenglin's phone came through, calling Nubabi. Treasure, it's the weekend today, is everyone here? Well, yes, everyone is here. Xiao Dian failed the entrance exam and is still pretending to study hard, saying he will try again this year. Hey, he won't pass. Bring everyone to the winery for a drink. Zhang Fenglin said over the phone. An hour later, the brothers from 508 gathered at Zhang Fenglin's winery. It's actually a two-story exquisite building that specializes in selling their own wine. Chapter 8. Young people don't know the value of a rich wife, but I'm too old to find one now. Sometimes they invite clients to the winery to taste the wine. Zhang's parents have been in the wine business for 30 years, selling white wine, red wine, and grape wine. They have their own winery, and I heard that they also have a 1,000-mu vineyard abroad that specializes in wine. Anyway, it sounds pretty romantic. Zhang Fenglin never said how much his family had, but his roommates reckoned it must be at least in the hundreds of millions. Zhang Fenglin poured everyone a glass of the new wine from their romantic vineyard. As they drank and chatted, Xiaoyan asked, Young master, so you'll be taking over your family's wine business in the future? I guess the management major he studied in college was useful after all, as he'll have his own business to manage. It really isn't very useful for ordinary people like us to study. Yes, I want to enjoy my youth for a few more years, but my father disagrees. Zhang Fenglin said with a sigh. Come on, don't show off your sense of superiority in front of us. You have an inheritance and you're still not satisfied. You know that none of us can find a job, so this is like stabbing us in the heart, isn't it? Chang Chen said unceremoniously. Chen, can you stop being so grumpy? Come on, repeat after me. The world is so beautiful, but I'm so grumpy. That's not good, that's not good. Zhang Fenglin closed his eyes, clenched his fists, and silently repeated after him. Xiaoyan let out a chuckle, and the others followed suit. This scene played out frequently in dormitory 508. As they chatted casually, they came to Xiaoyan's mysterious gift. Ah, Yun, you just broke up with Yinyu, and now you're blossoming like a peach blossom. Which rich woman gave it to you? Zhang Fenglin asked with a smile. Xiaoyan pondered for a moment and said, What if a very rich woman wants me to be her boyfriend, and later marry her and have children with her, but I don't want to in my heart, but she has something on me, what should I do? Zhang Fenglin smiled and said, This question stumped me, I'll find someone to ask for you, Uncle Li, come out for a moment. A handsome and elegant middle-aged man walked in from outside and greeted the group, Hello, children. The children felt awkward and greeted him, Uncle Li. They occasionally came here and got to know this helpful Uncle Li. Zhang Fenglin then told Xiaoyan's question. Uncle Li smiled and said, Children, I have a saying for you, you don't know the good fortune of a rich woman when you're young, and by the time you want a rich woman again, I'll be old. He finished and continued to rise gracefully. What a wise saying. Nubabi stroked his chin and recited the poem, I urge you not to cherish golden clothes, but to cherish your youth. A poem that is supposed to be serious about urging people to cherish time has been recited by Nubabi in a way that gives it a somewhat flirtatious tone. Who is it? Shi Shangping asked. Xiaoyan thought for a moment and replied, I'll tell you later, I don't know how it's going to develop either. The others tactfully refrained from asking. They would find out one day anyway. Chen Dian was too busy savoring the wine to ask questions. After tasting the wine, he concluded, My friend, go boldly in pursuit, that person ahead of you may be the one for you. That night, because they were late returning to the dormitory, the group all went to Chen Dian's rented house. After playing a few games, they all squeezed into 2 beds. When Xiaoyan woke up, he felt 1,000 pounds of weight on his stomach. When he opened his eyes, he saw a large foot size 46 on his stomach. He pushed it, but it didn't budge. He got angry and shouted, Baby cow, there's a thief in the house. The big foot took it away, and the baby cow sat up suddenly, his eyes bulging like a brass bell. Where? I'll punch him to death. Oh, I was wrong. Xiaoyan got out of bed. He took the mobile phone on the table and looked at the time. It was already 9:50. There was an unread message from Shinjiojio. Shinjiojio, come to Boya Hospital at 10:30. I'll be waiting for you at the south gate. Xiaoyan looked at it and saw that the message had been sent at 8:10. Although he didn't know what he was going to the hospital for, he quickly sent a message back, Okay. I got home so late last night that I didn't ask her about the present, I'll ask her in person later. He said to his brothers, who had already gotten up, "The boss needs me for something, I'll go first." After he left the house, Cheng Chen said, "It seems that Yun's Axian Tai group is quite valued. It would be good if he could stay there after graduation. For majors like theirs, even if they are recruited by the school, there are not many units that recruit them, and there are very few suitable positions. You don't know until you think about it, but you will realize that some majors are really a disaster. Some students in their major want to do well at school and obey the transfer regardless of the major, while others just blindly fill in the application form. There was only one fool called Xiao Yun, who gave up studying at a top university and instead chose to study a second-rate major at a second-rate university in order to pursue love. I hope he can stay." Shi Shangping said, with some worry in his eyes. "Where is their way out?" Xiao Yun went out and quickly used a taxi hailing app to call a car. It was 20 kilometers from here to Guan Ya Hospital. It was exactly 10:30 when the taxi arrived at the hospital entrance. Xiao Yun saw Shin Jiujio standing in front of the boulder at the entrance at a glance. Shin Jiujio was not wearing professional attire today, but a light gray leisure tracksuit, with her hair tied in a low ponytail. She was not wearing any makeup, just her natural face, but her eyebrows and eyes were still bright and beautiful, and she looked much more approachable, like a pretty older sister. She was standing there, so beautiful, that many people passing by couldn't help but stare at her for a few moments. Even a man kept looking back at her, and didn't bump into a tree or a telegraph pole, but instead, he bumped into an older woman. The woman yelled, "Don't you watch where you're going? Can you compensate me for the injury?" Hey, you were ogling a pretty young girl, so don't blame me if you get hurt," the man said. The man blushed and apologized before running away. Shin Jiujio didn't care about what was going on here, and she didn't even glance over. Xiao Yun couldn't help but laugh when he saw the scene just now. He walked up to Shin Jiujio with a smile on his lips. "Mr. Shen." Maybe it was because there were so many people outside, distracting him, that the song in his head was gone. Shin Jiujio was momentarily taken aback. It seemed to be the first time he had smiled at her since they met that night. Every time, he seemed to be preoccupied. Even that night when he was drunk, he kept muttering in his sleep, Why? The old woman who had been knocked over saw a handsome young man suddenly standing in front of Shin Jiujio and exclaimed, "Look, this is what we call a handsome young man and a beautiful young woman, a perfect match." The woman's loud voice drew the attention of everyone around to Xiao Yun and Shin Jiujio. Xiao Yun felt a little embarrassed, and Shin Jiujio said expressionlessly, "Let's go." She turned around and walked away, and Xiao Yun hurriedly followed. "Mr. Shin, are you feeling unwell?" Shin Jiujio didn't look at him. "In the future, when you're not at the company, call me by my name. You're my boyfriend now." Xiao Yun, Jiujio. Shin Jiujio's face turned red, and she gave a low, soft her fingers pinching the corner of her shirt as she twisted it again and again. Chapter 9, Connected by a Common Illness. "Are you feeling unwell?" Xiao Yun didn't notice her subtle movements or the change in her expression, and dutifully asked his question. "It's not me, it's my grandfather. He's sick, and the doctor said he doesn't have many years left. You're my boyfriend now, so when you see him later, be more enthusiastic and don't say the wrong things." Shin Jiujio's tone was a little down. Xiao Yun suddenly remembered his grandfather, who seemed to get older every year, and his heart suddenly felt a little sad. "Ah, so you asked me to accompany you in acting. You should have just said so. I'll cooperate with you fully. You really startled me when you started using that method." He suddenly felt enlightened. Shin Jiujio might have wanted to find a boyfriend and act out in front of the old man. She just wanted him to play along, but she was afraid that he would refuse, so she used extreme measures, saying that she wanted him to take responsibility for her. What do old people want most? Of course, they want their children to get married, start a family, and live a happy life. Thinking about this, Xiao Yun felt much relieved. Shin Jiujio didn't say anything, but instead, she quickened her pace. In the single room, Xiao Yun saw at a glance the celebrity he had seen on the internet before Shin Song, the general manager of Xiantai Group. Shin Song was a legendary figure. He came from a poor family and started out collecting scrap materials. He then moved on to producing small electrical appliances in a small workshop, and now he has built a kingdom of home appliances. He has had his share of failures and betrayals in his life, but he has always managed to get back up again. He was sitting on the hospital bed, and a man in his 50s was talking to him. Shin Jiujio called out softly, "Grandpa." "Oh, my granddaughter is here." Shin Song looked at Shin Jiujio with a smile. Shin Jiujio then shouted to the man, "Uncle Song." The man also smiled and said, Jor. Shin Song looked at Shin Jiao and then glanced at Xiao Yun, raising his eyebrows. Jor, who is this? Xiao Yun was meeting real person Shin Song for the first time. Although this person seemed approachable, his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, full of scrutiny. This was the first time he had met someone with such an air of authority and superiority, and he couldn't help stammering as he spoke. Shindong, I'm Xiao Yun, yes. Shin Jiao quickly went next to Shin Song, took his arm, and said, Grandpa, he's my boyfriend, don't scare him. Xiao Yun was surprised to see a shy expression on her face. At this moment, Shin Jiao was practically two different people from the cold-hearted CEO Shin. Her voice was slightly coquettish, and she looked a little cute. Has my granddaughter finally come to her senses? Shin Song's hawk-like eyes softened, and he smiled. Shin Jiao twisted uncomfortably. Kid, come here. Shin Song waved his hand, asking Xiao Yun to sit on the bench next to him. Xiao Yun obediently sat over. Xiao Yun, what do you like about my granddaughter? Shin Song asked as if they were just having a casual chat. Xiao Yun. You're asking so bluntly. Xiao Yun looked at Shin Jiao, who also looked at him, her expression slightly nervous. She's quite cute. Xiao Yun thought about her expression just now and answered truthfully. Do you like her? Shin Song continued to press. Shin Jiao quickly sat next to him, reached out and took Xiao Yun's arm, looking intimate. The faint fragrance of a woman came from her, and Xiao Yun felt his body tremble. What he wanted to say was stuck in his throat. His mind began to sing again. Shin Song stared at Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun, I like her. If I didn't, I wouldn't be her boyfriend. He has to cooperate with Shin Jiao. No, he has to reassure a sick old man, doesn't he? Oh, Shin Song responded meaningfully. Then he stopped talking to Xiao Yun, asked Shin Jiao a few questions about the company, looking a little tired, and waved for Shin Jiao and Xiao Yun to leave. Grandpa. I'll come see you again tonight. Shin Jiao said, pulling her hand out of Xiao Yun's arm. Xiao Yun also said goodbye, Mr. Shin Jiao, and I will come back to visit you later. After the two had left, Shin Song immediately perked up and said to Song Bai like a domineering CEO, Quick, go find out everything about this kid. 20 minutes, half a day, I want to know everything about this kid. Song Bai nodded and went out to make the arrangements. Xiao Yun and Shin Jiao walked out the door. The two got off the elevator in silence, as if they were both a little embarrassed. Shin Jiao's face returned to its usual cold expression, although she unconsciously pinched the corner of her shirt with her fingers. They got out of the elevator and walked towards the parking lot. Xiao Yun spoke first. Shin, Jiao, what is Chairman Shin's illness? Stomach cancer. Shin Jiao's tone was a little despondent. It had been 6 years, and the situation was not good at the moment. Xiao Yun's heart followed suit, and he couldn't help but turn his head to look at her, only to see Shin Jiao's face turn a little pale. You don't need to worry too much. With advanced medical technology, there's always a way. Mr. Shin is a lucky man, and he'll definitely be with you for a long time. Xiao Yun said reassuringly, knowing that his words were feeble. Who knew that Shin Jiao nodded, yes, Grandpa will definitely be with me for a long time. There was another moment of silence. Xiao Yun asked carefully, where are your parents? He had a feeling that Shin Jiao and Shin Song had a very close relationship, one that surpassed that of parents and children. It's a bit like the relationship between him and his grandfather. Shin Jiao replied, my father died in an accident when I was young, and my mother has been abroad for a long time. I haven't seen her for more than 10 years. I was still young when my grandmother died, and my grandfather raised me. Xiao Yun's heart trembled. Suddenly, he felt that Shindong was also quite miserable. He lost his wife and son when he was still in his prime. And Shin Jiao is also quite pitiful. As a matter of courtesy, he also talked a little about himself. My parents divorced when I was 2 years old, and they both got married again and had their own children. I suddenly felt quite superfluous. When I was young, I grew up with my grandparents. Shin Jiao looked at him in surprise. He always looked so sunny and cheerful, and she had always thought that he must have grown up in a happy family. But even though I grew up with my grandparents, I never felt any difference. My grandparents loved me very much, and I was always very happy. Xiao Yun added with a smile. Shin Jiao's lips curled into a shallow smile. Me too. My grandfather also loved me very much. Growing up, I didn't feel anything bad either. From childhood to adulthood, my parents' meetings, and all activities that required parental participation, my grandfather never missed a single one. Well, so, Shindong must not be able to let you go. You are his greatest concern. He will definitely try his best to get well for you. Whether the illness gets worse or gets better sometimes has a lot to do with one's mood. If one is in a good mood, the illness will naturally get better. In the future, you and I will try our best to make him happy, and his illness will definitely get better. Xiaoyun said these words very naturally, perhaps because she felt sympathy for her. Chapter 10. He thought it was a contractual relationship. Shin Jiujio looked at him twice, suddenly smiled, then pursed her lips and lowered her head. Xiaoyun saw that she seemed to be a little shy, and his heart skipped a beat. It seemed that his head was singing again. He quickly pressed his hands on his head to suppress the singing. What's wrong with you? Shin Jiujio asked in surprise as she watched him press his hands on his head. If I tell you that someone is singing in my head, would you believe me? Xiaoyun asked with a smile as he took his hands away from his head. Shin Jiujio asked, what song? Xiaoyun, I'm just teasing you. Shin Jiujio. At this point, the two of them had eased up a little in their relationship. They were able to speak more easily. You asked me to be your boyfriend because of Chairman Shin's illness, and you don't want him to worry that you've been single for a long time, right? So this is kind of a contract, right? That is, we're just putting on a show for Chairman Shen? Xiaoyun confirmed her suspicions with her. He had heard Yen Yu talk about many romance novels, and there was this kind of contract boyfriend and girlfriend, contract marriage. Shin Jiujio nodded after a moment of silence. Since he thinks that way, let's leave it at that. If he really resists, she doesn't know what to do. Should she really imprison him? It's not impossible. Okay, then. Until you find someone you really like, I'll temporarily play this role. After you find your love, I'll quit. But as compensation, I don't need your money or gifts. If I do well at the end of the internship, please let me stay at Sentai Group. Since he knew that Shin Jiujio had approached him because of Shindong, it was understandable that she would send money and gifts. He would not be naive enough to think that Shin Jiujio had fallen in love with him. After all, the two had never had any interaction. Good. Shin Jiujio's heart also felt much lighter. Since he regarded this as a game, a contract, and she had the right to interpret and implement it anyway, it was very good. Then I don't want the things you gave me yesterday, I'll return them to you. Xiaoyun remembered the gifts and quickly took care of the matter. You can keep them. Since you're my boyfriend, you can use these things in the future on some occasions. Besides, it's not easy to return these purchases. Don't say any more. Shin Jiujio said firmly, and at this time she was the same Shinzong who was decisive and forceful. Xiaoyun then let it go. While they were talking, they arrived in front of Shin Jiujio's car. The car she was driving was not a luxury car, but an electric car powered by new energy. It seems that she quite supports the new energy industry. Xiaoyun sighed, the rich girl is quite down to earth today. What do you like to eat? Shin Jiujio asked, fastening her seatbelt. Fried rice noodles, fried flat rice noodles, fried noodles are fine, with Chinese sausage inside. Xiaoyun answered without thinking. Shin Jiujio. Then you buy me some. Shin Jiujio had wanted to take him to dinner, but she really didn't know where to buy any of these things. Xiaoyun only reacted now, and his face turned a little dark. This was the food he and Yen Yu often ate, and they had been eating it for more than 10 years. Fried rice noodles and fried noodles were popular in their hometown. Yen Yu's family was not well off since she was young, and Xiaoyun often invited her to dinner. Yen Yu was obedient and never ate anything too expensive. She would always order plain noodles, and Xiaoyun would ask the owner to add some sausage or meat. After eating this for more than 10 years, he couldn't tell whether he liked it or whether Yen Yu liked it, so he liked it. When the two of them used to eat together, they would always ask what was for dinner. Then they would reply in unison, fried rice noodles, fried flat noodles, or fried noodles would all be fine, but they had to have Chinese sausages in them. Shin Jiujio looked at his suddenly gloomy face and thought of something, so she continued, you can treat me to whatever you like. Xiaoyun shook his head, they're all street stalls, I suddenly don't feel like eating there anymore. Why? Shin Jiujio asked. Xiaoyun smiled, didn't you just get rich off a rich woman? Shin Jiujio looked at him for a moment, then suddenly started the car. She didn't say anything, but coldly added, I'll treat you today, and you can treat me to fried noodles with sausage in the future. Songbei was fast, and he submitted Xiaoyun's information in less than 2 hours. Shin Song flipped through the information. Name, Xiao Yun. Gender, male. Age, 21 and a half. Education, senior at Haida University, majoring in business administration. Family background, parents divorced, raised by his grandfather. A poor little thing unloved by his father and mother. Family assets, average, owns a flat in a third-tier city, bought by his grandfather, worth about 1.5 million yuan. Love background, had a childhood sweetheart, they grew up in the same neighborhood, but the other day she dumped him. Heartbroken. Personality, sunny and cheerful, single-minded. He is a silly, infatuated type, with 690 points in the college entrance exam, and chased after his love to hate. Learning ability, strong. Shin Song threw the information aside and rubbed his temples. So he is still an innocent and lovelorn student in the ivory tower. No wonder his eyes are full of clear stupidity. You're right. Song Bai agreed. Shin Song suddenly looked up at him. You think these two kids are putting on a show for me, don't you? It looks that way to me. Little Jior is also messing around, and she even found someone to put on a show to fool me. Shin Song felt a little headache. You have to understand Jior's filial piety. What do you hope for her most and worry about her most? You hope that she will have someone who knows how to care for her and worries that she will be lonely after you are gone. Song Bai said slowly. What do you think of that boy? Shin Song suddenly asked. Judging from his appearance, he seems to be a decent person. Jior has been by your side for many years, and she has a knack for judging people. Since she has found him, she should know what she is doing. Song Bai said. No, that boy is not attracted to Jior, but Jior is attracted to him. Shin Song felt his headache getting worse. How could his brilliant and capable granddaughter find such a silly little brother? Jior is so outstanding, sooner or later that boy will fall in love with her. Song Bai comforts him. You said that the boy looks silly and not very smart. Is Jior also having problems with her brain? In the past, she was introduced to so many elites, all of whom looked like movie stars, but she didn't even take a look at them. Song Bai said, maybe this boy is Jior's blessing, you never know. Shin Song rubbed his temples, fell silent for a long while, and then, after thinking about it, he called Shin Jiujiu. Xiao Yun and Shin Jiujiu were having dinner. They were eating the kind of food that most rich people like to eat, custom made by a private chef. The two of them were sitting in a not too large card room. Xiao Yun didn't think the food was particularly special. It was similar to the food they cooked at home, except that the dishes were very expensive, the food was nicely presented, and the taste was quite good. Shin Jiujiu really is a lady born and bred, and every move she makes is graceful. Even when she eats, she chews slowly and elegantly, which is pleasing to the eye. Xiao Yun had wanted to finish the meal like a whirlwind, but seeing her being so graceful, he unconsciously slowed down his eating. The two of them didn't say a word, and just ate slowly and quietly. There was a faint sound of music in the background, which was quite pleasant. Xiao Yun thought to himself, rich people really know how to enjoy life. He also had to work hard to become a person with a little money. Before he knew it, the meal was over. Shin Jiujiu went to the bathroom, and she left her phone on the table without taking it with her. Suddenly her phone rang, and the ringtone was a famous flute song, A Trip to Gusu. Xiao Yun looked at the phone interface and saw that the name was Lao Shun. Chapter 11 Xiao Yun, help my grandpa make some soup. He guessed it might be a call from Shin Song, but after a moment's hesitation, he didn't answer it for her. He just heard the melodious sound of the flute music gradually fade away. Before long, Shin Jiujiu came back. Xiao Yun told her that there had been a phone call. Shin Jiujiu saw the missed call and dialed back. Xiao Yun felt that she and Shin Dong might have something important to say, so he said he was going to the bathroom to give Shin Jiujiu some space. Xiao Yun went to the bathroom, and in order to give Shin Jiujiu time to make the call, he didn't go back immediately. He stood at the stairwell not far from the bathroom and fidgeted for a while. Feeling that it was about time, he turned around to go back. As soon as he turned his head, he saw an old acquaintance, Yen Yu. She was wearing a light yellow knee-length skirt, the quality of which was obviously much better than her previous clothes. Her makeup was also more delicate and bright, her hair was fluffy and tied at the top of her head, and she was carrying a Louis Vuitton handbag in her hand, which made her look even more radiant and flirtatious than before. She looked a bit like her, and a bit not. In fact, Xiao Yun still felt that she didn't suit this bright makeup, and that a little powder would better show her pure temperament. He thought absentedly that Yen Yu had finally lived the life she wanted. Yen Yu also saw him. She frowned slightly, and walked a few steps up to him, her tone dissatisfied. Xiaoyun, why did you come here? Are you following me? Given Xiaoyun's status, he could not afford to come to such an expensive restaurant where the average person would pay 2 or 3,000. The only thing she could think of was that Xiaoyun was not giving up and had followed her here. For a moment, she felt a little pleased with herself. She knew that Xiaoyun was deeply in love with her and that she held a very important place in his heart. She could always snap her fingers and he would return to her side. At the same time, she felt a little annoyed. It was not good for others to see Xiaoyun pestering her like this. She wanted to pursue an acting career and could not get entangled with Xiaoyun anymore. She did not want to get involved in any scandals with other men, otherwise the young master of the Zhou family would not be happy. Xiaoyun did not know Yenyu's psychological activities at this time, and explained in a calm voice, Yenyu, I am not stalking you. I recognized myself when you told me you were not my girlfriend. I will never bother you, don't worry. I came to this restaurant with a friend. Congratulations, you are living the life you want. Having known each other for more than 20 years and being together for more than 10 years, Xiaoyun felt that it was good to part ways, and there was no need to tear down all face. Even if I feel aggrieved, so what? It's all his wishful thinking, isn't it? No one else asked him for it. After he finished speaking, he turned his head and walked away. Yenyu stared blankly at his back, and suddenly her heart felt a little difficult. How could it be that he just left like that? He didn't even ask how she was doing now. He didn't ask if she was happy now. There was no longer the tenderness in his eyes when he looked at her. In the past, every time he saw her, his eyes full of starlight would only have her in them. How could he do this to him? At the moment, Yenyu forgot that she was the one who didn't want anyone else first. She didn't know what she was thinking, and she asked Xiaoyun's back, Xiaoyun, who did you come here with anyway? Xiaoyun's relationships were well known to her, and she didn't think he could come to this kind of restaurant with some rich person. I don't know if Xiaoyun didn't hear her or if he deliberately ignored her, but he just walked away without looking back. A sense of anger welled up in her heart, and Yenyu angrily thought, I want to live a life above others, Xiaoyun, I must show you that I'm doing well. When Xiaoyun turned to leave, he wasn't actually as calm as he appeared to be. He didn't feel good when he heard her ask who he was here with. After all, it was someone who had been liked unreservedly for more than 10 years, and seeing her again still caused a feeling of heartache. He knew that this was wrong, but emotional wounds needed time to heal. He really couldn't just cut the relationship off and pretend it had never happened. Xiaoyun returned to Shinjiuzhou's side a little distracted. Shinjiuzhou had already finished her phone call, and thinking about the person she had just seen and then seeing Xiaoyun's listless expression, she understood. Xiaoyun, my grandfather asked me if you know how to cook, and I said you are a good cook. Shinjiuzhou suddenly said. Xiaoyun was still in a daze and casually said, my cooking is okay. After he said that, he suddenly woke up and said in surprise, how do you know I can cook? Shinjiuzhou's red lips pursed slightly, and she thought to herself, of course I know. But her expression did not change. You really can? Yes, I can. I can't compare to the chefs in big hotels, but I can cook at home. Xiaoyun replied that his grandparents didn't cook well, so he had learned to cook a lot of dishes to get away from the bland meals. Of course, most of it was also for Yenyu. At that time, Yenyu's parents always fought and ran away from home together, and Yenyu often didn't have anything to eat. She also didn't have any pocket money, so he would let Yenyu come to his house to eat, and he would be in charge of the cooking. Then, can you make a soup for Grandpa and deliver it to the hospital tonight? Shinjiuzhou hesitated for a moment before speaking. No problem. Seeing as she had given him those expensive gifts, Xiaoyun felt bad refusing. Let's go, first go buy some ingredients and make some soup for Grandpa. Shinjiuzhou left first, followed by Xiaoyun. On the way back, they happened to pass the main gate of the university. Xiaoyun thought of something. Jojo, I'm going back to the dormitory for a bit, can you wait for me? Shinjiuzhou didn't ask any questions, and she parked the car at the school gate with ease. I heard that you are also from Haida, but I haven't seen you before. Xiaoyun said something to make conversation. Shinjiuzhou snorted, who else is in your eyes? Xiaoyun felt that her tone was not very good, so he didn't say anything. In short, after 2 days of contact, he had not yet figured out the pattern of Miss Shin's temper, which was sometimes good and sometimes bad. He unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car. Shinjiuzhou watched him striding towards the campus, and the corner of her lips curled up slightly. Xiaoyun returned to the dormitory, pried open the cupboard, found a burgundy box, and slipped it into his pocket. On the way downstairs, he ran into Cheng Chen and Qi Shangping. Xiao Yun, you're back. Let's have dinner together, I'll treat. Qi Shangping invited. Wow, you've earned some money. Xiao Yun asked with a smile. I got paid today for my part-time job, 800 yuan. Qi Shangping's slightly tanned face broke into a light smile. You can eat with Cheng Chen, I have something to do. Xiao Yun walked downstairs. Cheng Chen yawned, put his hand on Qi Shangping's shoulder, and said, Okay, let's eat together, we're the only two free people in the dormitory right now. That's right, Zhang Fenglin is going to take over the family business, and Nubabi has a girlfriend who is a sophomore at the art school next door. They are in the midst of a passionate relationship and spend all their free time together. Chen Dian went back to his rented apartment to lie down after his internship, and Xiao Yun was once again taken care of by a rich woman, so they were the only two people who were free. As the two walked upstairs, Cheng Chen suddenly turned back and asked, Xiao Yun, I just saw the school flower, Shinjojo, and her car at the door. Do you know why she's here? Xiao Yun, maybe she's come to see me. Forget it, there's nothing to hide. Cheng Chen must have found out something when he asked like that. Oh, Cheng Chen put a long intonation on it, I see. Qi Shangping was stunned for a moment, and also put a long intonation on it. Oh, I seem to understand too. When Xiao Yun ran downstairs, Qi Shangping was a little confused. Actually, I don't understand. Chapter 12, President Shin likes tacky big gold bangles. Cheng Chen laughed and said, I've discovered something. During my freshman year, I saw Xinde, the school beauty, silently gazing at Xiao Yun twice. At the time, I thought it was strange, but I didn't think much of it. After all, Xiao Yun is good looking. Later, Xinde graduated. Then Xiao Yun broke up with Yenyu, and then Xiao Yun joined Xiantai. And then, Xiao Yun was taken up by a rich woman. Today, Xinde stopped by the school gate again. Don't you think that's strange? Qi Shangping found it incredible. I don't find it strange, Cheng Chen, you can be a screenwriter, and you can associate it all together. If you don't believe it, just wait and see. Cheng Chen raised his face, looking determined. Cheng Chen, you don't actually need to work so hard, just rely on this face to find a rich lady. There are also many rich girls chasing you, otherwise it would be a waste of your face. Qi Shangping stared at Cheng Chen's face and said seriously. Cheng Chen sneered, haha. Xiao Yun arrived at the school gate and opened the car door. Shinjojo saw him fasten his seatbelt and start the car. Xiao Yun thought for a moment and said, My friend saw you just now. What, I can't be seen by people? Shinjojo's tone was a bit sharp. After she calmed down, she felt that she had been a bit unreasonable, and she was just a bit uncomfortable. Xiao Yun didn't understand why she was suddenly angry, so he explained, That's not what I meant. I told my friend that you came to see me. Shinjojo was stunned for a moment and looked at him. Was this a veiled admission that the two of them were in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship? I wanted to tell you that they might know about our relationship. The few of us in the dorm get along very well. I want to ask you, do we need to let them know about our relationship? Xiao Yun naturally assumed that their relationship was contractual and had to ask her opinion. If she was willing, he would naturally say so. If she wasn't, he would deny it. Whatever you say. Shinjojo's tone softened a lot. In this regard, she didn't want to burden Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun let out a sound, and then continued, The people who saw you just now were Cheng Chen and Qi Shangping. I also have a few other friends who get along like real brothers. For some reason, he was happy to introduce his friends to Shinjojo. It was probably because he had a deep affection for these roommates. Shinjojo gave a faint him in response, and then felt that her indifferent answer was an apology for Xiao Yun's seemingly open heart. She said, I know Cheng Chen. Xiao Yun, well, he is particularly dazzling, it's hard not to pay attention to him. Cheng Chen's beauty has been on the confession wall countless times. There are often girls from their class coming to see Cheng Chen. After saying this, he suddenly had an epiphany, and turned his head to look at Shinjojo. A beauty is a beauty, and her profile is also absolutely beautiful, with a clear and smooth outline, just like a delicate work of art, without any flaws. Xiao Yun was a little stunned. Boss Shin, do you like Cheng Chen? Xiao Yun asked tentatively. There are really a lot of people who like Cheng Chen, so it's normal if Shinjojo has a crush on him. Normally, with Shinjojo's cold personality, she would definitely have paid more attention to Cheng Chen if she knew him. Shinjojo's face changed, and her voice suddenly turned cold. Xiao Yun, are you a pig? What are you guessing for? Xiao Yun was shocked, feeling as if he had been scolded by his boss. Did he say the wrong thing? Shinjojo's voice was still cold, with a hint of anger. Xiaoyun, your eyes only focus on your little Qingmei every day. Do you ever look back or around? Sometimes you're practically blind. Xiaoyun. I didn't understand. But he didn't dare to ask. Even a fool could tell that Shinjojo was in a bad mood. Okay, she was always moody. But he refused to admit that he was blind, and that there was nothing wrong with liking Yenyu. Xiaoyun stopped talking, sat quietly, and tried not to make her angry again. Sigh, the relationship that had finally grown a little closer seemed to have returned to square one. Shinjojo glared at Xiaoyun's clear, seemingly stupid and ignorant eyes, and became even more angry. The air pressure remained low until the car passed a jewelry store, and Xiaoyun weakly asked, Jojo, can we stop at this jewelry store? Shinjojo, with a cold face, still stopped the car. She asked unhappily, what do you want? Xiaoyun took out a red box from his pocket and said, return this necklace. Shinjojo sneered, you bought it for your sweetheart, but didn't give it to her? Xiaoyun was a little embarrassed, sister, can you please not stab me in the heart? Shinjojo's cold face suddenly warmed a little, and she opened the car door, her voice softening a little, I'll go with you. Xiaoyun couldn't object either. The two entered the jewelry store, and the saleswoman immediately came over with a smile on her face when she saw Xiaoyun. When she saw Shinjojo following him, she smiled from ear to ear and said, handsome guy, buying jewelry for your girlfriend? Come, choose over here. Hey, has your girlfriend changed? Xiaoyun didn't really feel comfortable answering her, so he handed the saleswoman the red box, the yellow diamond necklace I bought here a few days ago, I don't need it anymore, so please refund it. The saleswoman looked embarrassed. Handsome guy, this is not easy to return. If you don't like it, just get another one. Look, your girlfriend is so pretty. As she spoke, she glanced at Shinjojo, only to realize that this girl was even more beautiful than the one who had accompanied the handsome guy last time. Not only was she beautiful, but her carefree temperament was also superb. She looked good no matter how you looked at her. She was standing so casually, but people couldn't take their eyes off her. It's great to be good looking, you can change girlfriends at any time, and each one is more beautiful than the last, so she can't find a boyfriend as good looking as you. Shinjojo didn't say anything, just quietly watched Xiaoyun and the saleswoman arguing. Xiaoyun heard what the saleswoman said, and felt bad about returning the item, so he turned to Shinjojo and said, so, Jojo, what kind of thing do you like? If the worst comes to the worst, I'll just get another one for Shinjojo, she's given him so many things. It's a matter of reciprocity. Shinjojo asked the saleswoman, how much is this yellow diamond necklace? The saleswoman looked at the invoice, 8,500. Shinjojo laughed, quite willing to spend, have you gone hungry for a few meals? Xiaoyun's face turned a little red, and she didn't say anything. Shinjojo walked around the counter a few times, and the counters on this side were all diamond rings and necklaces and whatnot. She turned to the gold counter on the other side and pointed at the golden bracelet, saying, let's just get a gold bracelet of equal value. The saleswoman's face changed slightly, beauty, your temperament doesn't go well with a gold bracelet. Gold is a bit tacky. You can look at the diamond bracelets and necklaces over here, which are more in line with your noble and elegant temperament. Diamonds are more profitable than gold, and the commission is much higher. The saleswoman didn't want to change it for her at all. Shinjojo stood still. I like tacky things, the more tacky the better. I really like these big gold bangles, sparkling with gold. Xiaoyun looked at her sideways in surprise when he heard her say this. Shinjojo met his gaze head-on, looking perfectly natural. The saleswoman's face didn't look good as she went to change the gold bracelet for her. Xiaoyun added another 100 yuan and exchanged it for a large 25-gram gold bracelet. The saleswoman handed the bracelet to Xiaoyun with a heavy heart. Xiaoyun took the golden jewelry box and walked over to Shinjojo, who held out her slender, jade-like hand to him. Xiaoyun. Shinjojo, put it on, you idiot. Oh. Xiaoyun quickly opened the box and brought the gold bracelet to her wrist. Her hands were slender and white, and her wrists were as white as snow. When Xiaoyun put the bracelet on her, his hand inevitably touched hers. He felt inexplicably flustered. When he had finished putting the bracelet on her, Xiaoyun hurriedly pulled his hand away as if he had been electrocuted. Shinjojo stared at the big gold bracelet for a while, then her lips curled up, and her wrist waved in front of his eyes a few times. It looks good. Does this gold bracelet blind your eyes and pierce your heart? Chapter 13, Something's Not Right About a Man and a Woman Alone. Xiaoyun was speechless. He felt that she really looked like a spoiled little girl like this, and there was no trace of the imposing CEO Shen. However, it feels very good to see President Shen wearing the gold bracelet. It seems that wherever she goes, the bracelet enhances her status. Let's go to the mall, Shin Jiujiu said, covering her precious gold bracelet with her sleeve. Since she is going to make soup for Shin Son, she needs to buy some ingredients. The two entered a supermarket. Shin Jiujiu pushed a shopping cart and said, "I'll push the cart while you shop." In the food section, Xiaoyun realized that Shin Jiujiu was practically a life idiot, as she didn't recognize many vegetables. "Xiaoyun, take 2 of the arrowroot corms you have there." "Shin Jiujiu, what's an arrowroot corm?" "Xiaoyun, take some spinach over there." Shin Jiujiu looked for a long time and brought over a handful of chicken feather vegetables between 2 fingers. "Xiaoyun, get some green onions." Shin Jiujiu pointed at the garlic shoots and asked, "Is this it?" "Xiaoyun, never mind, I'll do it. Missy is really delicate." "Missy Shin, how many vegetables do you know?" Shin Jiujiu said seriously, "I know that corn and cucumber." "Hey, what do you mean?" Xiaoyun laughed and said, "Let's go buy the fish." He simply put the things they needed in the shopping cart and never let Shin Jiujiu lift a finger to carry anything, so as to prevent the young lady from picking up random things. They bought 2 bags of ingredients and Shin Jiujiu paid for them. They then returned to Shin Jiujiu's home. From the outside, the Shin family home was not as luxurious as expected. The Shin family villa was a single-family 3-story building that looked a bit old, with a yard of about 300 to 400 square meters. They parked the car directly in the courtyard and Shin Jiujiu opened the gate. Xiaoyun carried the groceries into the house. Shin Jiujiu took out a pair of new men's slippers. "They'll have to do." Xiaoyun looked around while changing his shoes. It seems that the Shin family likes the Chinese style, and the furniture is all mahogany. It looks expensive just by touching it. Sure enough, it's a trench in the interior. "Doesn't your family have a nanny to take care of you?" Xiaoyun saw that the house was empty and asked curiously. With someone as illiterate as Shin Jiujiu, she was sure that she didn't cook. "Auntie Chen didn't come today because she had something to do," Shin Jiujiu answered without changing her expression. "Oh." Xiaoyun didn't ask any more questions. Shin Jiujiu told him where the kitchen was, and Xiaoyun busied himself in the kitchen. Between buying groceries and changing bracelets, it was time to cook dinner. He bought a lot of food. Since he was going to make soup for Shindong, he naturally made a lot of food to solve Shin Jiujiu's and his own dinner. "Do you have an apron at home?" Xiaoyun asked. "I forgot to buy an apron at the supermarket." Shin Jiujiu didn't know if she had an apron at home, so she rummaged through the cabinets next to her for a long time and finally found an unopened women's apron. Xiaoyun looked at the pink apron in Shin Jiujiu's hands and felt that it would not fit her. Shin Jiujiu said, "Why don't we make do with it? The clothes will get dirty anyway, so there's no point in changing them." Xiaoyun looked at her white shirt and felt that it should be fine. Putting the apron on her head and tying it loosely, Xiaoyun began washing the vegetables. "Do you need any help?" Shin Jiujiu asked, standing nearby. Xiaoyun turned to look at her. "What can you do?" Shin Jiujiu's face flushed with embarrassment, and her voice was very low. "I'm not very good at anything in the kitchen." Xiaoyun understood, and couldn't expect the young lady, who couldn't even tell the difference between vegetables, to go into the kitchen. However, seeing her suddenly blushing, Xiaoyun's heart skipped a beat. "Okay, go outside, I'll call you when I'm done." Shin Jiujiu went outside. The kitchen was quiet, and all you could hear was the sound of running water from the faucet. After walking up and down the stairs, Shin Jiujiu turned back to the kitchen. Standing in the doorway, she stared with her beautiful eyes at the handsome young man in the pink apron, who looked a little cute and a little funny. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and the little monster in her heart began to scream, "He's just a silly little bunny. Hurry, overwhelm him, commit a crime, and if he resists, just lock him up." Perhaps her gaze was too intense, or perhaps it was too focused, as Xiaoyun turned his head to look at her. Shin Jiujiu gave him a bright smile, and Xiaoyun quickly turned his head away. His heart was pounding, and with this lone man and woman, he felt a little off, and his heart was actually a little hot. Shin Jiujiu was really too beautiful, and her appearance was too showy. Xiaoyun was a little distracted. His hands were shaking as he washed the vegetables. Suddenly, a soft voice came from behind him, "Xiaoyun." Xiaoyun turned his head and locked eyes with Shin Jiujiu, who was standing next to him. His heart suddenly fluttered. "Ah!" Shin Jiujiu let out a cry and was about to fall to one side. "Be careful." Xiaoyun reached out quickly, grabbing her hand with one hand and putting an arm around her waist with the other. In a panic, he spun around halfway, holding her against the stone countertop of the kitchen cabinet next to the vegetable washing sink. It was just like an idol drama. Shin Jiujiu half reclined, staring at Xiaoyun in a daze. Xiaoyun, with one arm around her waist and the other hand propped on the countertop, was close enough to kiss her. It seemed that they could hear each other's breathing. Xiaoyun stared at her face from close up and soberly, his gaze focusing on her soft, rosy lips. Suddenly, he remembered that night, her white shoulders, her rosy, slightly cool lips, and the erection he had felt before she fell drunk to the ground, not knowing where his hand had touched. He couldn't help but bend his body down a little more, and his lips came close to hers. Shin Jiujiu clenched her fists and placed them on the side of his waist, closing her eyes. Xiaoyun's mouth was about to touch her lips and he was about to savor it when suddenly something tugged at his pants leg. It tugged and tugged with all its might. The beautiful emotions were gone and the ambiguity was gone. Xiaoyun came to his senses and quickly got up, pulling Shin Jiujiu up with a red face. "I'm sorry." The thing was still tugging at his pant leg. He looked down and saw a snow-white Samoyed pawing at his pant leg. The white dog looked at him defiantly and flicked Shin Jiujiu with its tail to show its displeasure. Xiaoyun realized that this puppy, which should only be 5 or 6 months old, should be the image of Shin Jiujiu's WeChat profile picture. Shin Jiujiu's face turned red, and she bent down to pick up the puppy, saying, "Xiao Xiao, why did you come here?" She said, picked up the puppy and ran. "Xiaoyun, Xiao Xiao, is this puppy called Xiao Xiao?" Then he felt a little depressed. What a blind thing, if it weren't for this guy, he might have really kissed her. It's strange, he really wanted to kiss her just now, he couldn't control himself. Could it be that he really got aroused at the sight of her? Shin Jiujiu took the little white dog back to her room, threw it onto the bed, and angrily said, "Xiao Xiao, you little rascal, I finally managed to pretend to fall and try to overpower your father, and I almost succeeded, but what are you messing with me for?" Chapter 14, Being asked to live together by parents just after meeting? The little white dog happily wagged its tail and barked at her, "Woof, woof." Shin Jiujiu saw that the little thing still didn't know what it had done wrong, so she jumped onto the bed, grabbed its little hind legs and gave its bottom a couple of slaps. The little dog saw that Shin Jiujiu was angry, so it hung its head, rubbed against her and gave a weak woof. It meant that it was going to rain and that its mother was going to get married, so just go ahead. Shin Jiujiu lifted the dog's 2 front legs, looked him in the eye, and asked, "I feel like your father is going to kiss me. He must be enchanted by my beauty, right, Xiao Xiao? If you're right, you can have a meat bone." "Xiao Xiao, woof, woof. You're right, you can have a bone tonight." Shin Jiujiu let him down and patted his head in reward. Xiaoyun cooked rice and prepared 4 dishes and 2 soups. They were just ordinary home-cooked meals, but the colors matched well. Then he sent Shin Jiujiu a V message, "Dinner." Shin Jiujiu took Xiao Xiao in her arms and walked downstairs. She brought the insulated lunchbox to see what meal to bring to Shindong. Xiaoyun asked with a normal expression when he saw her come into the kitchen. Shin Jiujiu looked at the red dadiel soup and said, "Bring this, Grandpa likes it." "What about the vegetables?" "He can't eat greasy food right now, so soup is best." "Let's eat first." "Okay." Xiaoyun brought Xiaoxiao's plate and served it a plate of ribs. The bones were cooked until they were tender, and no seasoning was added. "Be good and eat, Xiao Xiao." Xiaoyun petted the puppy's head. Then he and Shin Jiujiu sat down at the table and began to eat quietly, and all the beautiful awkwardness in the kitchen just now disappeared without a trace. Xiaoyun stared at Shin Jiujiu, wondering if the food he cooked would suit her taste. After all, the little missy had been pampered since she was young, and she might not be able to get used to his home cooking. Shin Jiujiu didn't say anything, but she ate all the food Xiaoyun cooked. "It's delicious." Shin Jiujiu finally gave her 2 cents worth. Xiao Xiao also nodded his head, saying that his father's cooking was delicious. Xiaoyun felt a sense of satisfaction. In the past, when Yanyu was invited to his home for dinner, Yanyu often said that his cooking was not as good as the food in restaurants. Yanyu liked food with a strong taste, while what he usually cooked was relatively light. This made him lose confidence in cooking, but fortunately, his grandparents praised his cooking as delicious. Shin Jiujiu took out a light gray lunchbox, poured the eel soup into it, and used another light lunchbox to serve some rice. "Let's go to the hospital," Shin Jiujiu said to Xiaoyun Dao, carrying the lunchbox. In the hospital room, Shin Song was squinting and dozing off when he heard Shin Jiujiu's voice. "Grandpa." He opened his eyes and sure enough, his beloved granddaughter had brought the silly boy with her. At a glance, he saw the tacky, big gold bracelet on his granddaughter's hand. Wow, little Jior is willing to wear jewelry, this gold is so dazzling that it almost blinds my eyes. Shin Song laughed. Shin Jior's mouth corners rose slightly, someone gave it to me. I knew it, Xiao Xiao gave it to you, didn't he? Yes. Oh, I bought you so much gold, silver, jade, gemstones and diamonds, but you never wear any of it. Shin Song looks displeased. Shin Jiowei doesn't say a word, and pulls the small table on the hospital bed towards her. Xiao Yun made you some soup, try it, I've already tried it, it's delicious. Shin Song turns his face away, he's not eating, he's angry. Shin Jiujiu, I'll look for it tomorrow and wear it on the other arm and around the neck. Eat? Shin Song then turned his face back to the right. Xiao Yun handed over the spoon and chopsticks politely. He felt that the founder of Tsuntai Group was like a child, and was still jealous. However, the interaction between the grandfather and granddaughter made him feel very warm. Shin Song tasted the soup and narrowed his eyes at Xiao Yun. Did you really make it? Xiao Yun smiled and said, yes, I only know how to cook some home-style dishes. I'm not sure if they're to your liking, Mr. Shin. Shin Song said, it's not bad. His granddaughter said it was delicious, so he can't say it's not good, even though the taste was really not bad. I don't know if Shin Song really thinks the soup is not bad, or if he's just trying to save face for Shin Jiujiu, but he finished the bowl of soup. Shin Jiujiu looked at him and saw that he had finished the bowl of soup. Her eyes suddenly turned a little red. She turned her face away. Kid, you can take care of people, right? Shin Song had finished eating and asked Xiao Yun. It's okay, not perfect. Xiao Yun answered truthfully. He felt that he could take care of people, but it wasn't perfect. Jiujiu's life was a mess. She could never take care of herself, especially when I was sick and in the hospital. You should move in with her and remind her to eat on time. Shin Song looks at Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun. He quickly looks at Shin Jiujiu. Living together, that's scary. Shin Jiujiu, Grandpa, that's not a good idea. Shin Song blares, what's not good about it? There are so many houses in the family, just give him one to live in and save you from being scared. Shin Jiujiu looks at Xiao Yun, so, is that it? Xiao Yun, it's not convenient. Shin Song, what's not convenient about it? You're a boy, why are you more fussy than a girl? Xiao Yun. In fact, these days, boys also have to protect themselves, right? Shin Song seems to have read his mind, don't be afraid, Jiujiu will protect you. But don't bully Jiujiu, she's quite timid sometimes. Xiao Yun felt as if he had no say in the matter. He and Shin Jiujiu were taking this whole thing a bit too far. They were even talking about moving in together. Shin Song didn't care about Xiao Yun's thoughts and continued, Xiao Yun, you have to take good care of Jiujiu in the future and make sure she eats well. She doesn't eat very regularly, she eats when she remembers and goes hungry when she doesn't. Keep an eye on her. Xiao Yun looked at Shin Song and suddenly felt the deep love this old man had for his own child. He suddenly thought of his own grandfather. He always nagged him every day to eat properly no matter what, and not to abuse his body because he was young. His nose got a little bit sour, and he nodded, solemnly promising, okay, I'll keep an eye on her. He thought that Shin Dong's irregular eating habits must have triggered his stomach cancer. Little Jiu, go see if Dr. Zhang is here. I still don't feel very well. Shin Song said, feeling his stomach. Shin Jiu quickly went out to find the doctor. Shin Song then whispered to Xiao Yun, Jiujiu is a stubborn child who believes in her own reasoning. Sometimes she goes crazy for no reason, just like a child. If she loses her temper, just calm her down. She's very easy to please. Xiao Yun nodded quickly, thinking to herself that a cold and aloof beauty like Shin Jiujiu shouldn't need to be coaxed. Chapter 15, Delete all my photos. Dr. Zhang came over quickly, examined her, and said there was nothing major. Shin Jiujiu let out a sigh of relief. Okay, you've eaten and seen the doctor, you two can go now. After the two of them left, Songbai said, Chairman Shin, you're not afraid of living together, that kid bullies Jior. Shin Song laughed and said, I'm afraid that Jior will bully that child. That child is too honest. I don't know how Jior tricked him into getting on her boat. Look, he even gave her a big gold bracelet. Judging from his financial situation, he should have saved up for a long time for that. He is quite devoted to Jior. That night, very late, Xiao Yun returned to the dormitory and told a few people that he was moving out. Shin Jior asked him to move in as soon as possible. When he heard that he was going to live with a rich woman, everyone, without exception, came to ask for gossip. Nubabi opened his mouth wide. What speed is this? This is seamless. No, how did you hook up with Miss Shun? Zhang Fenglin couldn't believe it either. Have you spoken to Miss Shun? I don't understand, how did you move in together after just a few days? Cheng Chen, the outcome of everything is traceable. Qi Shengping, this flower doesn't bloom, that flower does. Chen Dian, it's her destiny. Yes, what's going on? Xiao Yun said, contract. It's good that you know, just don't let it get to the ears of Shindong. We're not the kind of people who love to gossip, don't worry. We won't bump into Shindong either. Niu Baobao took a stand. The other few people also said that they didn't have the time to gossip, it would be jealousy. After a while of gossiping, naturally everyone hoped that Xiao Yun would take this opportunity to turn over a new leaf. If he became successful, his old friends would also benefit. Perhaps it was because he had slept too late. Xiao Yun went to bed as soon as he got there, threw his phone on the table, and set it to silent. The next day, everyone went about their business as usual. After breakfast, Niu Baobei continued to hang out with his girlfriend from the school next door and went out on a date. Zhang Fenglin went home to manage his family's business. Chen Dian continued to do nothing after his internship. Qi Shengping and Shang Chen continued to work part-time to earn living expenses and tuition fees. And Xiao Yun needed to continue to cooperate with Xin Zhoujiu to act in front of Xin Song. Xiao Yun actually didn't have much to move, just a few clothes, daily necessities, etc. Xin Zhoujiu sent a driver in a Mercedes-Benz GLS 450 to pick him up. He was waiting for him not far from the dormitory building. As Xiao Yun was carrying his suitcase downstairs, he suddenly heard someone call his name, Xiao Yun. He looked up and saw Yan Yu. She was standing by the flower beds at the bottom of the dormitory building, wearing a beige cardigan and a white skirt. Her dark hair was scattered over her shoulders. She must have got up too early and hadn't put on any makeup. In the early autumn morning, she looked as fresh and natural as a delicate lily. Xiao Yun suddenly froze, and then stood still. Seeing her always made his heart ache a little, and the past would always come flooding back. Yan Yu walked over to him and looked at him for a while before she spoke. I sent you so many messages yesterday, didn't you see them? Her tone was tinged with some resentment. Xiao Yun didn't check his phone, but just looked at her indifferently. My phone was on silent yesterday, so I didn't hear it. Is there something wrong? Yan Yu pursed her lips. You used to always reply to my messages in time, no matter how late it was. How could you not have seen it? She used to like to flirt with Xiao Yun, in the same way a girlfriend would. Naturally, Xiao Yun would treat her like the most intimate and beloved person. And Xiao Yun really liked her style. Just imagine, which guy doesn't like the sight of his favorite girl flirting and acting cute with him? Every time she pouts and acts cute, Xiao Yun really wants to give him his best things, as well as his pure heart. However, now Xiao Yun, although it is still hard for him to see her, is much calmer. When he asks himself, the happiness they had together in the past cannot be fake. It's just that some people will eventually drift apart. What is the matter with you? Xiao Yun asked again. Yan Yu felt the coldness in his tone and said the point a little unhappily. You have a lot of my photos on your phone, some of which I don't have. You send them to me and delete all my photos. He doesn't like the idea of my photos being on another guy's phone. Xiao Yun felt his heart ache a little. He readily agreed, okay, I'll delete them. Yan Yu's face suddenly paled a little. Xiao Yun asked again, I also have photos of you when you were little, do you want me to delete those too? Yan Yu froze, her eyes suddenly closed, then opened again, and she said, delete them, but you can keep 2 as a souvenir. Okay. Xiao Yun didn't wait for her to finish speaking before he agreed again. Yan Yu. Seeing that she was standing still, Xiao Yun asked patiently, do you have anything else to do? Yan Yu turned her body sideways with a pale face. Xiao Yun pulled the suitcase and walked to the front of the Mercedes-Benz. The driver got out and opened the door for him, and put his suitcase in the trunk. Yan Yu stared with wide eyes and shouted, Xiao Yun. But Xiao Yun ignored her, or perhaps didn't hear her, and the Mercedes-Benz drove away. Yan Yu suddenly felt a slight stab of pain in her heart. She stood there, motionless. Yan Yu, what are you doing here? Yan Yu turned her head and saw that Qi Shengping and Chang Chen had also come downstairs. It was Qi Shengping who asked her a question. Yan Yu was in the same department as them but in a different class, but because of Xiao Yun, she knew everyone in 508 and they used to get along quite well. Therefore, she asked, where did Xiao Yun go? Shi Shangping glanced at Cheng Chen, who said, Xiao Yun moved out. Where did he move to? Yen Yu asked anxiously. Cheng Chen shrugged, then you'll have to ask Xiao Yun yourself, we don't know either, and we won't ask. Yen Yu. Cheng Chen said, you two have broken up, so don't ask for news of him. You should have heard this before, a qualified ex-boyfriend should be like dead, not bothering, not entangling. Cheng Chen is not only irritable, but also sometimes very poisonous. Over the past few years, he has witnessed Xiao Yun's crazy devotion to relationships, but this is the outcome, so naturally he is not too happy. Yen Yu was so offended that she couldn't say a word. She turned her head and walked away. She could still hear the annoying, poisonous beauty behind her saying, Ping, you said Yun is so appreciated by the boss, he's naturally smart and capable, and now he's being chauffeured around in a luxury car, he's definitely going to soar to the top in the future, and he can even take us along for the ride. Shi Shangping agreed, Yun is a very kind and sentimental person, he'll definitely be able to take care of us. Not to mention his family and loved ones, needless to say, he'll definitely take care of them 100% without reservation. Yen Yu listened to the innuendos the two men were dropping behind her, and felt nothing but anger, hatred, and embarrassment. She suddenly took a few long strides. She thought bitterly, I must stand on the highest place, so that everyone who looks down on me will look up to me. Chapter 16, Unbreakable Bonds. It was about 9:30 a.m. when Xiao Yun moved his things to Shinjiuzhou's villa. After handing him the suitcase, his driver said, Mr. Xiao, you go on in, I'm not coming in. Thanks. Xiao Yun thanked him and carried the suitcase up the steps to the front door. He entered the code, which Shinjiuzhou had told him yesterday. As he pushed open the door and was about to change his shoes in the entrance hall, he heard a noise. He looked up and saw Shinjiuzhou. Shinjiuzhou had just woken up, her eyes still half closed as she walked downstairs. She was wearing a black silk camisole that came just below her knees, and her long, slightly curled hair fell loosely over her shoulders. Her jade-like shoulders were partially hidden by her hair, making them seem to appear and disappear. She had not put on any makeup, but her eyebrows and eyes were clearly defined. Her calves were long and white, and she was wearing a pair of fluffy pink puppy slippers. It was a contradictory combination of enchanting and cute, shocking the eyes. Xiao Yun felt his throat roll, and then he felt a song ringing in his head. Really, it's killing me. He quickly tilted his head to the side and slowly changed his slippers. You're here pretty early. Shinjiuzhou lazily said hello, took a glass from the table, poured some water, sat down at the table, and started drinking. When she sat down, Xiao Yun had changed her shoes and asked, have you had breakfast yet? Shinjiuzhou casually tousled her hair, looking infinitely charming. No. Xiao Yun resisted the urge to look at her and glanced in the direction of the kitchen, but saw nothing. Didn't the nanny come to cook for you? She has a nanny who cooks for her exclusively. When she's at home, it's usually that nanny who cooks for her. Her grandson was born, and she had to take care of the baby, so she didn't have time to come. Shinjiuzhou's expression began to fade again. Xiao Yun felt that she was only a cute girl in front of Shin Song. No one else could provoke her emotions. What do you want to eat? Since Xiao Yun had promised Shin Song to take care of her and keep an eye on her eating, the cooking fell to him. Shinjiuzhou casually said, I don't care what you cook, I'll eat whatever you make. Xiao Yun nodded. It seemed that she really wasn't picky. She had eaten everything he had cooked last night. Shinjiuzhou suddenly stood up and stood next to Xiao Yun, a few inches away from him. Xiao Yun. A refreshing, faint fragrance came from her, and Xiao Yun's mind began to waver. Xiao Yun was 1.83 meters tall, and Shinjiuzhou should be between 1.66 and 1.68 meters. This difference of more than 10 centimeters made Xiao Yun look down, and he could see her impressive cleavage. And those pretty collar bones. Xiao Yun suddenly remembered the scene from that night and yesterday when they almost kissed. He quickly took a step back, his face a little red. He stammered, Jiuzhou, can you change your clothes? Shinjiuzhou looked down at what she was wearing, let out a little "oh," and walked away. As he walked away, he explained, I forgot you were coming today. Usually, I'm the only one at home, so I dress casually. Xiao Yun had nothing to say, so he turned and walked towards the kitchen. He thought, in the future, if I have to live under the same roof as her, who could stand it if she kept walking around like this every day? Fortunately, she only forgot that he was coming today, and that's why she was dressed like that. At Shinjiuzhou's feet, the Samoyed ran over silently. The little dog rubbed against her happily. Shin Jiao picked it up and carried it upstairs, whispering to it, "Xiao Xiao, your father just blushed. He doesn't seem to like me dressed like this, so I've wasted my efforts. I'm not ugly, so why doesn't he like me? If he's attracted to me, he won't be able to resist hugging me, and yesterday, I saw that he really wanted to kiss me. Seeing his little blushing face, I feel like committing a crime." Xiao Xiao lifted his paw and patted her arm to encourage her. While Shin Jiao was changing clothes, the puppy slipped out. Xiao Yun was busy preparing breakfast in the kitchen. He cracked a few eggs and prepared to make some omelets, and boiled some milk, which he had bought yesterday. The Shin kitchen was fully equipped with pots and utensils. He felt something gently kicking his leg. He glanced down and met a pair of dark eyes. The Samoyed from yesterday was looking at him with a smile. That cute smile was really festive. Xiao Yun felt that the puppy's smile looked a bit familiar, but he couldn't think of anyone it looked like for the moment. "It's small," Xiao Yun called out to it with a smile. The puppy looked at him with a smile, extended a paw to pat him affectionately, and then barked twice. Xiao Yun thought it was just welcoming him, so he said, "Do you want to eat? I'll ask Jiao what to feed you later." The dog ran away with a smile on its tongue. Xiao Yun put the omelette pancakes on a plate, found a glass, poured a cup of boiled milk, and took it to the table. Then he sent a message to Shin Jiao, "Come down and eat." After exiting the chat interface with Shin Jiao, he saw several unread messages from Yan Yu. He finally clicked on it and read it. "Windy Rain, are you there? Windy Rain, are you asleep? Windy Rain, why aren't you talking? Windy Rain? Windy Rain, are you angry? Windy Rain, I have my own pursuits, you probably won't understand. Windy Rain, I hate a life of embarrassment, you should understand me after all these years. Windy Rain, as long as there's a chance, I must go up, even if I die. Rain in the wind, if I can climb to the top, I can also give you a hand. We are both so unfortunate. Rain in the wind, never mind, you must still be angry with me. I'll find you tomorrow." Xiao Yun suddenly felt a sense of sad desolation in his heart. After thinking for a moment, he sent a message, "I'll organize your photos, send them to you, and then delete them. Take care." Yan Yu has always been ambitious. Her ambition probably started in high school. She wanted to go to film school or drama school to become a big star, make a lot of money, and escape the poverty she lived in. However, although Yan Yu loved singing and dancing, the Yan family had no money to train her in any of these skills. Xiao Yun was also just a student, and his parents didn't care about him, so naturally he didn't have the money to support Yan Yu becoming a big star. Yan Yu felt that her beauty alone should make her a star, otherwise it would be a waste of her beauty. She had said that her figure and looks were no worse than those of the stars, so why couldn't she become a star? During the summer and winter vacations, she would go to film and television cities to work as an extra, hoping to stand out from the crowd. However, there were so many beautiful girls, and how could a young girl with no background stand out? If she wants to stand out, she knows what she has to do. Xiao Yun has told her more than once that there is nothing wrong with living an ordinary life, and that he will work hard to make her life good. Yan Yu always says that he is short-sighted, that all he thinks about is love and romance, and that he has no ambitions. What ambitions could he have? He just wants to live an ordinary life, spend his free time with her, smile as they cook together, and do his best to let the people he loves live a good life. He can't stop her from chasing her dreams, so he just let her go. Now, she has finally embarked on that seemingly glorious path. The relationship between them is like a broken lotus root with its fibers still attached. A cold voice came from behind him, and Shin Jiao came downstairs and stood next to him. Chapter 17, The Young Lady is Angry. Xiao Yun's thoughts drifted away for a moment, and he didn't even notice her approach. He quickly put away his phone and looked at her. Shin Jiao had changed into a long, elegant dress with simple flowers, and she was dressed properly, with her hair tied in a fluffy bun. Her attire was very approachable, although of course you had to ignore her cold expression. "You eat." Xiao Yun put a stool for her. The young lady is in a bad mood again, Xiao Yun thought to himself. "Xiao Yun, you are now my boyfriend." Shin Jiao sat down, picked up a piece of egg pancake with her chopsticks, and took a big bite, she said. Xiao Yun didn't say anything, this time it might be the best choice not to say anything. "What I said was true." Shin Jiao continued, her voice colder. Xiao Yun didn't quite understand the specific meaning of her words, but looking at her current state, it seemed that she was very angry. He vaguely understood where he had offended her, but not exactly. He said, Jojo, I promised Chairman Shen that I would take care of you, and I will. Shin Jojo suddenly looked at him and asked, how long do you plan to take care of me? Xiaoyun paused for a moment and asked, how long does Chairman Shen have? Shin Jojo suddenly said angrily, my grandfather will live to be 100 years old. I'm not eating anymore. After she finished speaking, her eyes suddenly turned a little red, and she threw down her chopsticks and left. Xiaoyun looked at her back and realized that he had said the wrong thing. He had just stabbed Shin Jojo in the heart. He remembered what Shin Song had told him, Shin Jojo gets angry, so you have to appease her. He picked up the milk and pancakes on the table and walked upstairs. There were several rooms upstairs with closed doors, and he didn't know which one she lived in. He had no choice but to shout as he walked, Jojo, which room are you in? If you hear me, give a little squeak, I'll bring you some food. You can be angry, but you can't go without eating. Suddenly, the door next to him opened. Shin Jojo angrily took the pancakes and milk, and pointed with her foot to the room diagonally across the hall. You live in this room, go and clean up. With that, the door slammed shut. Xiaoyun, who was still trying to explain. Sure enough, people who look good don't have good tempers. Xiaoyun went downstairs to get his suitcase and pushed open the door opposite Shin Jojo's bedroom. The room faced north and was quite large, about 20 square meters. It was fully furnished with a bed. The bedding looked brand new, and the curtains and bed linen were a deep blue. The bedroom had a separate bathroom and a balcony. Although it was a north-facing bedroom, it was spacious and bright. Behind the house is a small garden with all kinds of flowers blooming, and the scent of cinnamon can be smelled. He couldn't quite put his feelings into words. Yan Yu had always dreamed of living in a big villa with a garden, and now he had actually moved in first. He hung his clothes in the closet, including all the gifts Shin Jojo had given him, and put them away. After finishing his breakfast, which was almost noon, Shin Jojo stood in front of his room with a cold face and said, I'm going to go see Grandpa. Xiaoyun said, I'll go with you. Okay. Shin Jojo went downstairs first. Xiaoyun followed and asked, should I take lunch to Shindong? If you're going to cook, then do it. Xiaoyun looked in the fridge and saw that there was nothing in it that could be made into soup. Shin Jojo suddenly stopped him again, forget it, don't bother, he can buy it from the side and deliver it in the evening. Xiaoyun looked at the time and realized that it was getting a bit late to deliver the food. The two of them went to see Shin Song again. He had been in the hospital for 2 weeks. He had a recurrence of stomach cancer, but the operation was successful and he was now able to get out of bed and move around. He was walking in the corridor with a walking stick in his hand. When he saw the two of them coming, Shin Song asked with a smile, young man, have you moved in yet? Xiaoyun quickly went up to him and helped him. He said, we moved in this morning. Shin Song continued, so has my granddaughter had breakfast and slept until noon before getting up? Xiaoyun glanced at Shin Jojo, who walked over to the other side of Shin Song, took his arm and said with a smile, I had breakfast, made by Xiaoyun. I got up really early today. Shin Song glanced at his granddaughter and said, the first part is believable, but the second part needs to be verified. Shin Jojo, just pretend it's believable, okay? Shin Song laughed heartily, very happy. Xiaoyun also laughed, suddenly feeling very moved. After chatting with Shin Song for a while, Shin Song had found out almost everything about Xiaoyun. Shin Song thought, this is really a silly boy, not guarding his heart against others. Song Bai bought lunch for Shin Song, and Shin Jojo and Xiaoyun ate lunch in the hospital cafeteria. The two then went back, bought groceries, and cooked dinner. Xiaoyun consulted the doctor and looked it up online, and made a black bean and walnut chicken soup for Shin Song. She saved half for Shin Jojo and poured the other half into a thermos to take to Shin Song. After seeing Shin Song and returning home, Shin Jojo poured 2 cups of tea, one for Xiaoyun and one for herself. After finishing the tea, she went straight back to her room. After drinking some water, Xiaoyun also went back to his room. He was thinking about going to work at Xiantai tomorrow, and he didn't want to inconvenience Shin Jojo by taking her car. Fortunately, the villa community where the Shin family's villa was located was established early, and it was considered a relatively remote place at the time. Now it's not considered remote, and the surrounding area is relatively prosperous. It's not far from Xiantai either, and it's only an estimated 40 minutes by electric bicycle. Xiaoyun sent a V message to Cheng Chen, Shen, the person you know who sells second-hand electric bicycles, help me look at one. It was a while before Cheng Chen sent a message back. Dian Qi Yi Yao Guangming, okay. Dian Qi Yi Yao Guangming, you live in a big villa, riding a second-hand electric bicycle, the painting style is not quite right. Xiaoyun didn't reply to him again, and didn't know how to reply. After taking a shower, he lay on the bed. He fished out his phone and flipped through the photos. His phone had 256 gigabytes of storage, and the photo album was almost full of Yan Yu's photos and videos. From high school to college, he had also replaced his phone 2 or 3 times, and every time he did, he had to import all the photos to the new phone. The earliest photo of Yan Yu saved on his phone was from his sophomore year of high school. He flipped through the photos one by one, all of which he had taken with his heart. Each photo represented his innocent years. Gradually, he grew drowsy and fell asleep without knowing when. In the next room, Shin Jiujio was holding the freshly washed Xiao Xiao and Guan Ya as she chatted with them. The two of them engaged in a random conversation. Guan Ya finally sent a message, "I'll listen to your battle report tomorrow. I'm going to sleep now." Shin Jiujio turns off her phone and pats Xiao Xiao, "Go see if your father is asleep." Xiao Xiao jumps off the bed, wags his tail and runs out, followed by Shin Jiujio. Outside Xiaoyun's room, Xiao Xiao stretches out his paws and scratches at the door for a while, then turns to Shin Jiujio and lifts his paws in the air, as if to say that there's no movement. Shin Jiujio quietly opens the door, and the room is still lit. Xiaoyun was already fast asleep, his hand still holding the phone, with a bit of moisture in the corner of his eye. Shin Jiujio quietly took the phone from his hand, reached out to dry the moisture from the corner of his eye, and covered him with the quilt. She put the phone on the bedside table. When she put the phone on the bedside table, her hand paused for a moment, and she bit her lip lightly before taking the phone back, turning on the screen, picking up Xiaoyun's fingerprints to unlock it, and trying it out to open the phone. Chapter 18, A Sweet Big Jelly. As soon as she opened it, there was a picture of a girl. The girl was extremely well photographed, and the angle, framing, and lighting were all perfect. Even though the girl only had an 8 out of 10 in terms of beauty, she was photographed to look like a 10. You could tell from the photos that the photographer was full of love. Yes, love. Shin Jiujio could feel the love in the photos. She looked through a few of them and watched a video. All the photos and videos were simply a model of aesthetics. Shin Jiujio stopped looking at the photos, as the more she looked, the sadder she felt. She turned off the screen of her phone and stared at Xiaoyun's face. Xiaoyun was very good looking, with well-proportioned features and clear lines. He was the type of handsome guy with a strong face. The top half of his face is too intense, but his slightly thick lips have a cute innocence that neutralizes the intensity and makes him look a little silly. How should I put it? It's just that people can't bear to hurt him. Her hand touched Xiaoyun's face and she said, "Little brother, now that you're in my hands, just surrender peacefully, you won't be able to escape." Xiaoyun did not move, and Shin Jiujio's hands began to rub his face recklessly. His face was quite tender. Finally, she bent down and kissed Xiaoyun on the mouth. Xiaoyun moved a little as he was being molested. Shin Jiujio was startled and quickly fled. Seeing that he had calmed down again, Shin Jiujio plucked up her courage and kissed him again. Suddenly, her waist sank, and one hand embraced her waist. The other hand pressed against the back of her head. Their lips were locked together. Shin Jiujio froze, not knowing what to do. She thought Xiaoyun had woken up, and with her eyes wide open, she waited to be caught. Her mind raced with ideas of how to explain the situation. But then she thought, why don't I just accuse him of doing this to me first? But then she saw that Xiaoyun's eyes were still tightly closed. And her head was being held in place, unable to move. The two were thus face to face, nose to nose. But Xiaoyun did not make a move, remaining still. Shin Jiujio tilted her head slightly, trying to get out of his control. This late-night posture was too ambiguous. Suddenly, her lips hurt as Xiaoyun bit down on them, quite hard. She could not open her mouth even if she screamed in pain. It felt as if there was blood spilling out. Fortunately, Xiaoyun released his teeth after biting her once, and gently crushed them a few times on her lips. It felt like feathers lightly tickling the tip of her heart. Shin Jiujio felt her whole body heat up, and she quickly broke free of him and fled, as if escaping. Xiao Xiao had been watching in the room the whole time, and when he saw the two kissing, he wagged his tail and prepared to cover his face and go out, leaving the space for this cheap mother and father. Who knew that she would then take a deep, painful breath and run out? Not understanding what had happened, Xiao Xiao jumped onto the bed and gave Xiaoyun a hard paw on the face. Seeing that he still hadn't woken up, the little dog had to go find his Jiujio mother. Shin Jiujio ran to the bathroom and looked in the mirror, noticing that there was a tooth mark on each of her upper and lower lips. What a little wolf dog, biting people. Shin Jiujio couldn't decide whether to laugh or cry. What was she? a thief who got bitten instead. She took out her phone and took a selfie, focusing on her lips in particular. She wanted to keep the evidence so that she could get back at Xiaoyun later. She found a first aid kit and put some medicine on her lips. She thought to herself, I have a meeting tomorrow, and my lips are going to be swollen. Should I cancel the meeting? The alarm went off at 7 a.m., and Xiaoyun opened his eyes, a little dazed. He didn't know where he was. He had had a strange dream during the night, in which he saw a big, bright jelly. He took the jelly in his arms and took a bite, and it was so sweet. It was so sweet that it went straight to his heart. He didn't want to eat it all at once, just like when he was a child and ate lollipops, because he thought that if he finished them, it would be gone forever. So he slowly licked the jelly and savored the sweetness. Then, there was nothing else. He couldn't remember what happened afterwards. He was lost in thought for a while, and quickly freshened up. He got up to make breakfast, which was also very simple and could be prepared in 10 minutes. He fried eggs, added ham, and added peanuts, walnuts, and soy milk. He soaked the soybeans overnight. 10 minutes later, he served breakfast and called Shinjiao. Come down and eat. Shinjiao mumbled an indistinct 10 minutes later, Shinjiao finally came down. She was dressed in a professional outfit. Today she was wearing a light gray suit, which was capable without being showy. Her hair was neatly combed, in a formal bun at the back of her head, revealing her beautiful, attractive face without reservation. The unyielding, cold-hearted Shinzone was back. Xiaoyun felt that the Shinjiao who had seemed approachable the previous 2 days was gone, and he inexplicably felt a little uncomfortable. To be honest, he didn't really like this cold and unapproachable Shinjiao. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but take a second look at her, and then he felt that she seemed a little strange today. Her lips seemed a little different, with very thick lipstick. Her makeup also seemed a little heavy today. Even with heavy makeup, she was still strikingly beautiful. A true beauty is one who looks good with light or heavy makeup, and Shinjiao was just such a beauty. Shinjiao sat down to eat breakfast with a blank face. Her mouth hurt a little, which affected her eating, and Shinjiao tried hard to control herself so that she didn't grimace while eating. Xiaoyun was sitting opposite her, and finally understood what was wrong with her. It turned out that her lips were swollen. What's wrong with your mouth? Xiaoyun asked, concerned. I was a bit confused at night, and I accidentally hit the bathroom door on the way in. Shinjiao felt her face heating up when she thought about how she had been bitten yesterday after stealing from her relatives. Fortunately, she had applied enough powder today to hide her blush. Xiaoyun didn't suspect anything and said, be more careful next time, and wait until you're sober before getting out of bed. Okay. Shinjiao replied with her usual good-natured response. After breakfast, Xiaoyun said, President Shin, I'll need a ride from you today. Shinjiao nodded. She drove the same Mercedes-Benz she had driven yesterday. When they were approaching the intersection where the Xiantai group was located, Xiaoyun told her to stop the car. Why? Shinjiao asked in surprise. It's not good for you to be seen with me. It's not good for others to see us. I'll just run across the street, I'll still make it in time, Xiaoyun explained. Shinjiao laughed, you've read too many novels about overbearing CEOs who forcefully dote on their young wives. Xiaoyun was embarrassed, I don't read them much. Yenyu loves to read them, and he sometimes reads them too. Shinjiao ignored him and drove directly to the underground garage, then took the elevator reserved for the president. She didn't need anyone. Xiaoyun. It was another busy day, and the heads of each office had gone to the president's office for a meeting. Xiantai Group had a weekly 1-hour meeting every Monday, but Xiaoyun wasn't sure what was being discussed. When the leaders returned, Xiaoyun heard a piece of gossip on her way to the water dispenser. Is General Manager Shin seeing someone? Her mouth looks like it's been bitten by a man. No way, she's so cold and aloof, who would dare to bite her? I bet it was a man who bit her. That's right, my husband bites me when he's really in love with me. One time I was so embarrassed I couldn't go out, but it was during the holidays. Really? Several female employees were whispering about it. Chapter 19, in the future, stay away from Miss Shun. Any place with women is a place for gossip. Xiaoyun quickly returned with an empty cup. It was embarrassing for a man to be here listening to people gossip. He thought about Shinjiao's red and slightly swollen lips, which he had not had the courage to look at closely. He wondered, if her mouth was bitten by a man, then did Shinjiao have a boyfriend? If she really had a boyfriend, then what was the point of her asking him to act as her boyfriend? Why not just ask her boyfriend directly? He thought about it for a while and figured it out. Shinjojo must have a boyfriend she likes, but Shindong doesn't approve. Shinjojo is filial and can't bear to go against Shindong's wishes, so she asked him to act as her boyfriend. After all, his personality is very pleasing to the elderly. Since he was young, he has had a magical affinity with the elderly and is liked by them. It seems that Chairman Shin really likes him. Chairman Shin doesn't have many years left, and after he's gone, Shinjojo and her boyfriend will definitely continue their relationship. Last night, Shinjojo must have been on a date with her boyfriend, and they got so caught up in their feelings for each other that she got bitten. The more Xiaoyun thought about it, the more he felt that this was the most likely scenario. Of course, no matter how hard he tried, he would never have guessed that Shinjojo's bite was his work. That day, he said that when Shinjojo found someone she really liked, he would quit, and Shinjojo didn't object. Now he really feels sorry for Shinjojo, the unlucky lover. Oops, he needs to be more careful in the future and stay away from Shinjojo a little. He almost kissed Shinjojo in the kitchen that day, what a sin. Around noon, Xiaoyun kept Shindong's words in mind and sent Shinjojo a V message, "Have you eaten yet?" Shinjojo happened to be done with her work and saw his message. She replied with a line, "No, you go buy it outside." "Xiaoyun, what do you want to eat?" "Shinjojo, you buy it." "Xiaoyun, okay." The next moment, 1,000 yuan was transferred. Shinjojo, smiley JPG. What was sent was a small emoticon of a smiling face with a small doll's hand stuffed in its mouth. Xiaoyun couldn't help but smile when he saw this smiley face. He flipped up the death smile that Shinjojo had originally sent, and thought, Shinjojo is a bit unpredictable. He didn't hold back this time and took the 1,000 yuan. He might have to buy her meals a lot in the future. Shinjojo looked at the emoticon she had sent on the interface of her phone and was lost in thought. That day, Guan Ya had sent her a long string of emoticons, telling her not to be so lifeless, to be a bit younger, otherwise, she wouldn't be able to hang out with the young people, and the younger ones would abandon her. Xiaoyun went out to buy lunch. The Xiantai group had a large cafeteria, and the food was actually quite good. Shinjojo asked him to go out and buy lunch. Naturally, she didn't want to eat the cafeteria food. So he found a restaurant nearby that looked more upscale, ordered a set meal, and paid more than 300 yuan. After buying it, he bought a 15 yuan lunchbox for himself. He carried the 2 meals to Shinjojo's office. Shinjojo was staring at the computer. "Mr. Shen." Xiaoyun put the meal he had ordered for her on the table. He took a closer look at her. Her lips were still a little swollen, and if you looked closely, her bottom lip was a little chapped and scabbed over. He couldn't help but ask out loud, "Does your mouth still hurt?" Shinjojo froze for a moment, and her face began to flush again. "It's fine." She pushed her laptop back and took the lunchbox to her side. Seeing that Xiaoyun was still carrying a lunch in his hands, she said, "You can eat here." Xiaoyun's heart skipped a beat. This isn't good. Although it was lunchtime, the general manager was always busy. If someone came over and saw him with Shinjojo, it would definitely cause gossip. He wasn't afraid, but if Shinjojo's boyfriend found out, it would affect their relationship. Shinjojo glared at him, "What's so bad about it? Just eat." Xiaoyun didn't argue with her. Whatever, it didn't affect him anyway. At most, people would say that he was trying to climb the social ladder. It didn't matter. He pulled a chair over and sat down opposite her desk, and started eating. Shinjojo also opened the set meal in front of her, glanced at it, frowned slightly, and then looked at Xiaoyun's lunchbox, her eyes suddenly lighting up. The small, broken cubes of braised pork all looked delicious. She reached out and pulled Xiaoyun's lunchbox in front of her, and offered her own lunch to Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun was stunned and hastily said, "This is my lunch." Shinjojo had already picked up the disposable chopsticks and started eating, mumbling in her mouth, "Delicious." Seeing Xiaoyun staring at her blankly, Shinjojo looked up and pursed her lips, "Your lunch is delicious, but I don't like the one you bought for me, I'm tired of it." "You eat it." Xiaoyun said, "Ms. Shin, this box of food is only 15 yuan, but yours is over 300 yuan, with seafood soup, tuna sushi, foie gras hand rolls, and creme brulee." Shinjojo looked up at him and said, "But I don't like it." "Xiaoyun, isn't this kind of rich little missy like to eat Western food, sushi, sashimi, coffee, and other petty bourgeois foods?" Yen Yu said just that. She said that there was a rich girl in her class who liked to eat like that. "I really don't like it." Shinjojo said again. Sure enough, her mouth was full of braised pork and rice, looking full of the earthly smoke and fire, like a fairy had descended to earth. So what do you like to eat? Xiao Yun asked. Shinjojo thought about it before saying, I don't know, it should be the kind with an earthly smoke and fire. Xiao Yun was surprised. You studied at Haida for 4 years, and the canteen food is all earthy and down to earth. Shinjojo's tone seemed to carry a hint of embarrassment. I didn't really eat much at school. Xiao Yun didn't say anything. She must have been brought up as a precious little princess, and didn't eat much food from street stalls. No wonder she likes the home-cooked food he makes. If you really don't want to eat it, I'll eat it. Xiao Yun asked. After getting a positive response, Xiao Yun ate the more expensive meal. To be honest, his family's financial situation was average, and he didn't dare to casually eat meals at this price point. Although his father was still quite wealthy, he had already forgotten about his son. His mother was a somewhat indifferent person who didn't care much about him either. Usually, she gave his grandfather a little living allowance. Grandpa often helped students from poor families, which was a significant expense. Together with Grandma, he bought him a new house with the full payment, which drained their savings. They also borrowed some money, but now they don't have much money either. Therefore, his living conditions in recent years have been very average. Although Grandpa has more than enough to support him through school, he still has to work part-time in his spare time to earn some money and reduce the burden on Grandpa. Shinjojo finished eating the lunchbox, except for a little bit of vegetables. She took out her phone and pressed a few buttons. Xiao Yun heard the phone ding, so he opened it and saw an unread V message. It was from Shinjojo. He clicked to open it, and it was another transfer, 20,000 yuan. It was accompanied by a few words, for groceries. Xiao Yun didn't bother to type back, and just asked, how long is this for groceries? Chapter 20, Shinjojo, you have to find a way to seduce him. A week, right? Is that enough? Shinjojo said uncertainly. Shinsong arranges everything in the family, so she doesn't really know. Anyway, she just buys her own things, and she doesn't really care about life. Xiao Yun. This young lady is really something. She gets 20,000 yuan a week for groceries. Okay, he remembers a celebrity saying at a festival that their family's monthly food budget alone is hundreds of thousands of yuan. Compared to that, Miss Shin is quite frugal. Shinjojo sees that he's not talking, so she clicks her fingers twice. Ding! Another payment comes into Xiao Yun's phone. This time it's another 20,000 yuan. Shinjojo says, 20,000 yuan probably isn't enough. I don't know how much it should be. If it's not enough, let me know. Xiao Yun strokes his forehead. Little sister, I can't cook sea cucumbers, abalones, shark's fin, or bird's nests. With 40,000 yuan a week for living expenses, I guess I'll have to eat this kind of thing. Ah, just the food you cooked the other day will do. Shinjojo is shocked. Who asked him to cook this? She doesn't even like it that much. Xiao Yun says, we've bought groceries twice together, and based on this standard, you should have a good idea of how much money you need for living expenses each month. Shinjojo suddenly became impatient. Stop it, just keep it. You have to spend it anyway. Why do you make her look like a life idiot who knows nothing? She's so embarrassed, okay? Xiao Yun glared at her. Isn't this giving him a hard time? He didn't know if he should charge the grocery money or not. Shinjojo simply took his phone away from him and told him to keep the money. She threatened, if you don't collect the money, I'll just transfer it to your bank card. Xiao Yun was helpless. The young lady was throwing a tantrum again. He threw the empty takeaway lunchbox into the rubbish bin next to Shinjojo. He bent down to take the rubbish bag away. Shinjojo sat there, her white, delicate hands stopping him. No need, the cleaning lady will come and clean up. Xiao Yun was bending over, and when he tilted his head slightly, he saw Shinjojo's red lips, as rosy and radiant as a rose, although the bruise on them somewhat marred the beauty. He suddenly spoke, President Shin, there is someone you really like, isn't there? Shinjojo's heart suddenly skipped a beat. When Xiao Yun asked this question, he looked at her with very focused eyes that were so deep and affectionate that they could make anyone's heart flutter. A roommate once said to her, Jojo, I found a handsome guy. Do you know that there's a freshman in the first year who's really handsome and named Xiao Yun? Those eyes really looked deeply into a dog's. I accidentally locked eyes with him for a second, and boy, I got a shock. But this little brother seems to be handsome but unaware of it. When everyone looks at him, his eyes are so blank, as if he doesn't know why everyone is looking at him. Do you think he really doesn't know, or is he pretending not to know? At the time, she answered, he really doesn't know. Her roommate asked, how do you know he doesn't know? She said, I just know. She just didn't realize that Xiao Yun, with such a high score in the college entrance exam, would come to hate. Later, she understood. Unfortunately, the flower falls with no intention, and the water flows without emotion, and it was she who was fulfilled. Shin Jiao was thinking of 1,000 things, and when she heard Xiao Yun's question, she couldn't help but nod. Xiao Yun thought, sure enough, he guessed correctly. Therefore, he said, don't worry, if necessary, I will slowly talk to Chairman Shin and ask him not to stop you. In fact, in the vast sea of people, it is rare for two unrelated people to meet and fall in love, so how can they be troubled by the world? It turns out that even the daughter of a wealthy family cannot freely like someone. He had already mentally filled in the details of a great drama of the joys and sorrows of Shin Jiao and her boyfriend. Shin Jiao. What's the point? Xiaoyun continued, in the future, you just go ahead and date your boyfriend boldly, I'll cover for you, and Shindong won't find out. But sneaking around like this isn't normal. After saying the last sentence, he paused, and he didn't have a good solution either. Shin Jiao finally understood a little of what Xiaoyun meant. He thought that she had a boyfriend and her family objected. Now he must be imagining how she and this imaginary boyfriend were getting on. Therefore, she was angry, very angry, and she said coldly, I don't have any other boyfriends. Xiaoyun just thought she was embarrassed, stared at her mouth for a while, just smiled, and didn't say anything else. Shin Jiao was angry, and she remembered the subtle expressions everyone had seen on her face today. She couldn't tell the truth at this time, so how could she explain that she ran to Xiaoyun's room in the middle of the night and he bit her? I told you, my mouth was accidentally knocked open in the night. Shin Jiao explained angrily. Xiaoyun felt more and more that she was trying to cover up the truth, and nodded, I understand, I won't say anything. He tried to knock on the door quietly and felt that even if he was very drunk, he could only hit his forehead, face, chin, and it would be difficult to hit his mouth and make it look like a bite mark. Shin Jiao really wanted to say that you understand nothing, but she couldn't say it, so she angrily said, shut up and get out. Xiaoyun quickly went out the door. Shin Jiao touched her lips, which were a little sore, and felt both angry and amused. She really wondered what Xiaoyun had thought of her when he bit her, a big watermelon to be held and nibbled on? Another busy afternoon passed in a flash, and it was time to go home. Guan Ya came as promised, and as soon as she saw Shin Jiao's mouth, she exclaimed, no way. You've only been with him for 2 days, and you're already nibbling on each other. Shin Jiao clarified, no. It's a pure misunderstanding. Guan Ya held her back and took a closer look. With things already like this, what's there to misunderstand? You guys are quite fast. Shin Jiao didn't want her to misunderstand like this, so she explained the reason, saying that Xiaoyun misunderstood that she had a boyfriend. Of course, she didn't say that she had stolen a kiss from Xiaoyun, only that she had gone into his room to see if he was sleeping comfortably, and she certainly didn't say that she had actually given Xiaoyun a cup of calming tea, the kind that makes you sleep like a log at night. Guan Ya suddenly sat down in Shin Jiao's boss chair, slapping her thighs and laughing wildly. Ah ha. Shin Jiao was a little embarrassed. Stop laughing, or I'll kick you out. Guan Ya stopped laughing and said, I feel that your brother is a bit insensitive. He doesn't seem to have any reaction to you, even though you are a stunning beauty. You need to learn how to seduce him. Shin Jiao hung her head in disappointment. I've already seduced him twice, but it didn't work. Guan Ya's eyes lit up. Quick, tell me everything. Shin Jiao needed her advice as a military strategist, so she told her everything. Guan Ya rested her chin in her hand and suddenly said, why don't you go to his room naked? With your impressive figure, you don't have to worry about him not taking the bait. Shin Jiao's face turned red. She said, and pushed her out the door. Guan Ya was pushed away, but she didn't forget to give advice. Jiao, you have to think of something. If it doesn't work, just forget it. Maybe he really doesn't like your beautiful appearance, so just find someone else. Chapter 21, deleted the part about Yan Yu's loyalty. Shin Jiao was even more angry, pushed her out the door, and locked the door behind her. Just go. Fine, I'll go. I'll go to the hospital and see the old man. Guan Ya's voice faded away. Shin Jiao lowered her head and pondered, her eyes sinking. It's impossible to find a new boyfriend. There's nothing she can do if someone doesn't like her. Once it's in her hands, it's not going anywhere. She'll keep it locked up. The phone beeped. A message from Xiao Yun, are you busy? I'm going back to buy groceries first. What do you want to eat? Shin Jiujiu's lips curled up, inexplicably feeling a sense of old married couple. She replied, I'll be back in a while. Whatever, I'll eat whatever you cook. Xiao Yun, okay. Shin Jiujiu thought about it and replied, take a taxi, I'll reimburse you. She didn't wait for a reply from Xiao Yun. Shin Jiujiu continued to go back to her desk. Shen Song was sick and had asked her to take over the group's affairs. She was under a lot of pressure and had a lot to read and think about, so she couldn't go home on time. Xiao Yun got off work at 6 o'clock. He found a car to ride in, went to the supermarket next door to buy groceries, and bought a large capacity 128G USB flash drive. With his cooking style, it would be difficult to spend 40,000 yuan a week. He called an online car service to take him home, and started cutting and stir-frying. It was getting late, and he didn't plan to deliver any food to Shinkong. The doctor said that he could be discharged in a few days. With Song Bai taking care of him, he didn't have to worry about food. He had money to cook a small meal for himself. He made 4 dishes and a soup, all of which were not very large, so as not to waste. When the meal was almost ready, he called Shin Jiujiu to ask where she was. Shin Jiujiu didn't answer, and Xiao Yun heard a noise outside the villa. It was Shin Jiujiu returning. Then, the two had a quiet meal together. After eating, they drank tea and then went upstairs to do their own things. Shin Jiujiu went to her room and emphasized to Xiao Yun, I don't have any other boyfriends. After saying this, she slammed the door, and it was obvious that she was still angry. Xiao Yun. A little puzzled, he really didn't have a boyfriend, so the injury on her mouth was really from a fall. But how did it end up in that shape? Forget it, he didn't care, just act his part well. Back in his room, he turned on the computer. In his phone and computer, there were a large number of photos of Yan Yu. Xiao Yun copied all these photos onto a USB flash drive, intending to send them directly to his own cloud space for Yan Yu to download. But then he thought that if he did that, she would worry about him keeping her photos. It would be cleaner to just give her all of them. He looked at each photo again, carefully, of Yan Yu happy, angry, expressionless. He knew the time and place of each photo. Looking at these photos, there is still a kind of lingering pain in his heart. He slowly saves one and deletes one, deleting his former youth and his feelings for her. Unconsciously, he is overcome with drowsiness and falls asleep on the table. Shin Jiujiu gently pushed open Xiao Yun's door in the middle of the night and saw him asleep on the table. On the computer desktop was another photo of that girl, beautifully taken. It seems that Xiao Yun has a talent for photography. I'll have to ask him to take some nice photos of her in the future. There was a USB stick plugged into his computer, and she wondered what he was doing. Shin Jiujiu poked him on the face unhappily, people don't want you anymore, and you're still crying every day while hugging their photos. You're really hopeless. She dragged Xiao Yun to the bed and covered him up. She left his computer, phone, and USB stick alone. Xiao Yun was naturally still awakened by the alarm clock. He opened his eyes and glanced around, and found that he was actually lying in bed. He wondered how he had ended up in bed when it seemed that he had fallen asleep at his desk yesterday. He quickly went to check the computer and found that it was still in the same state as yesterday. He patted his head, realizing that he hadn't finished saving, and there was no time left. He would save it again when he returned in the evening. He shut down the computer and put the USB flash drive away. He prepared breakfast and called Shin Jiujiu to eat. Shin Jiujiu's first words when she came down were, Xiao Xiao grabbed me last night and dragged me to your room. I saw you lying on the table asleep, so I dragged you to bed. Xiao Yun let out a little gasp and said thank you. Then he glanced at the white dog at Shin Jiujiu's feet. The puppy stuck out its tongue and winked at him. Xiao Yun said to it, Xiao Xiao, I have to thank you. The puppy hurriedly nodded. Shin Jiujiu said, Xiao Xiao is very smart, and mostly understands what people say. The puppy nodded again. Xiao Yun felt that this half-grown puppy was really smart. After breakfast, they fed the puppy. Leaving the puppy at home with dog food and water, the two went to the company together. The days passed peacefully. Xiao Yun and Shin Jiujiu were rarely seen at the company during the day, and they would just have dinner together and feed the puppy in the evenings, getting to know each other better. A few days passed in a flash, and it was the weekend again. Cheng Chen finally got back to Xiao Yun and asked him to take a look at a used electric cart. Xiao Yun was at the Shin family villa at the time, planning to go pick up Shin Song from the hospital with Shin Jiujiu. He sent a message back, okay, I'll call you this afternoon. When the two arrived at the hospital, Songbai was packing his bags, while Shin Song was standing cheerfully at the bedside, directing the others. He didn't look at all like a patient who had just recovered from a serious illness. Oh, here comes my dear baby. Shin Song smiled at the two young people. Xiao Yun knew that my dear baby naturally referred to Shin Jiujiu. Granddaughter, has this boy bullied you? Shin Song asked Shin Jiujiu with a smile. Shin Jiujiu's expression was slightly embarrassed. No, he's quite nice. Shin Song then looked at Xiao Yun. Boy, has my granddaughter bullied you? Xiao Yun didn't expect Shin Song to ask him like this, and he froze for a moment before quickly replying, no, Jiujiu is very nice. Shin Song laughed twice, and at this time Songbai also finished packing. Shin Song's voice was loud, let's go home. Songbai drove, Shin Song sat in the passenger seat, and Xiao Yun and Shin Jiujiu sat in the back seat. The car drove away from the hospital and onto the main road. Shin Jiujiu looked at the street and suddenly exclaimed in surprise, Grandpa, where are you going back to? Of course it's back to the suburbs, it's quiet there. Shin Song laughed. You're not going to live with me, are you? If we live together, I can take care of you. Shin Jiujiu said anxiously. Shin Song rolled his eyes, little brat, who's going to take care of who? Shin Jiujiu. Songbai said, Miss Jior, don't worry, I'll take good care of Shin Dong. I've already arranged for a nanny and a nutritionist. Shin Dong will be well taken care of. Shin Song, right, I don't want to live with you. You have a boyfriend now, so how can Grandpa be the third wheel, the really bright kind? Xiao Yun hurriedly said, Mr. Shin, you really don't need to be separated from Jiujiu. She and I, well, it actually doesn't really affect us. Shin Song glared at him, silly boy. Chapter 22 Jiujiu, let me tell you a good joke. In the end, Shin Song returned to the suburban villa. The air in the suburbs was indeed much better, fresh and beautiful. Several people were already standing at the entrance of the villa, waiting for him to return enthusiastically. The nutritionist had prepared a light meal for Shin Song, and the nanny had prepared another table for Xiao Yun and Shin Jiujiu. At the table, Shin Jiujiu and Xiao Yun tried to dissuade Shin Song from living with her, but he refused. After leaving the suburbs, Shin Jiujiu always looked a little lost. Xiao Yun could quite understand how she felt at that moment. Shin Song didn't have many years left, and they would really see each other less and less. Xiao Yun asked the attending doctor about Shin Song's physical condition. The attending doctor said vaguely that if he is well nursed, he may have 3 to 5 years left. If not, he may have half a year to a year. The patient's family should be mentally prepared. Seeing Shin Song, Xiao Yun would think of his own grandparents, who are getting older. He also thinks that as long as Shin Jiujiu does not dissolve the relationship between the two, he is willing to be filial to the elderly with Shin Jiujiu. Let this lonely old man spend his last time as happily as possible. Thinking about this, Xiao Yun tried every means to make her happy. Jiujiu, let me tell you a joke. Do you want to hear it? Shin Jiujiu looked a little downcast and said, go ahead. Xiao Yun began to tell the joke. There was this guy called Dui. One day, he saw a beautiful woman in the park and went over to chat her up. Hey, beautiful, your black stockings are really nice, where did you buy them? I want to buy a pair for my wife. The beauty said, I advise you not to buy them. Dai asked in surprise, why? The beauty said, if you wear these stockings, those unscrupulous and ill-intentioned dogs will hit on your wife just like you did. Is that funny, Jiujiu? Ha ha ha. Xiao Yun used to find this joke very funny when he heard it, and after he finished telling it, he laughed first. Shin Jiujiu looked expressionlessly at the black stockings she was wearing, pulled them lightly with her hand to show Xiao Yun, and twitched the corner of her mouth. Dai, the joke is really funny. But don't tell it next time. Really, Xiao Shuedi has a really low sense of humor. What's so funny? Can't you see that she's wearing black stockings and she's very pretty? Xiao Yun then realized that Shin Jiujiu was also wearing black stockings underneath her half-length skirt. Xiao Yun. This is embarrassing. Fortunately, on the way, Shin Jiujiu didn't say anything else. After dropping Xiao Yun off at the entrance to the second-hand electric bicycle shop where he was meeting Cheng Chen, Shin Jiujiu went home first. Cheng Chen looked at him for a moment, patted him on the shoulder, and laughed. You kid, you're doing pretty well now, with car pickups and drop-offs. Is there a need to buy an electric bicycle? You definitely need to buy one, Xiao Yun said. Although he goes to work with Shin Jiu every day, he always takes a taxi home after work, which is a significant expense for him. He and Shinjiu are just acting, and now they are considered to be exchanging resources. Shinjiu uses him to please Shinsong and reassure Shinsong, while he uses this transaction to stay in Xintai. They each have their own agenda, and he can't spend too much of other people's money. His grandfather often told him that a person should be able to live up to his conscience and not be greedy. Therefore, since childhood, he has never liked taking advantage of others and sometimes would rather suffer a small loss. Changchen took him in and greeted the boss, who then showed him several battery-powered vehicles that were 70–80% new. Xiaoyun compared them and chose a brand-name vehicle that was 80% new, which came with a new battery that could run 100 kilometers. While the battery was being replaced, Chengchen's phone rang. Chengchen answered, "Ah Ping." I don't know what Qi Shengping said, but Chengchen's face changed. "Wait for me, don't think about it, we can solve any problem, I'll be right there." "What's wrong?" Xiaoyun asked anxiously. Chengchen hung up the phone, his face not looking good. He said, "Ah Ping's vampire dad is asking for money again, more than 10,000 yuan, under the pretext of treating his grandmother's illness. Ah Ping hasn't graduated yet, where would he get the money to send home?" Just then, the battery for the electric scooter was also replaced, and Xiaoyun paid 1,200 yuan. "Let's go over there together." The two of them rode the electric scooter frantically towards the place where Qi Shengping was. On the top floor of the restaurant where Qi Shengping worked, Qi Shengping was huddled in a corner of the roof, his eyes a little vacant. "Ah Ping." Xiaoyun and Changchen hurried over. Qi Shengping didn't even look up when he heard the two of them call his name, his voice a little mechanical. "What's the point of living?" Chengchen's temper flared. "Ah Ping, your parents are asking you for money, so you need to say no boldly. 5,000 today, 10,000 tomorrow, what do they take you for, a cash machine? A university student who hasn't even graduated yet, where are you going to get this kind of money? Besides, is the money really for your grandmother's treatment? To put it bluntly, your grandmother has been paralyzed for 10 years, and the doctors all said there's no cure. Now do you think there's a cure? If you really want to treat her, you need to do it within your means." Qi Shengping hugged his knees and said, "Yes, I always thought that once I went to university, they could stop doing everything and enjoy my good fortune, and that I would be the one to support the family. But they don't know that nowadays, being a university student is nothing, and it's hard to find a job after graduation. Now, apart from working as hard as I can and applying for student loans, what else can I do? I don't have enough time to study for a scholarship, and I can't get one anyway." Xiaoyun spoke up. "Ah Ping, how much money did your father actually ask for?" Qi Shengping's family lives in a remote mountainous area and is very poor. His father is the head of the family and his mother is a transparent person with no say. He has one younger sister and two younger brothers. He is the eldest child in the family. Back then, his parents refused to let him go to school and wanted him to go out and work to support the family. So he collected scrap metal while secretly attending high school, and finally got into Haida University. In short, it was a difficult road to study. After entering university, Qi Shengping applied for student loans and grants for impoverished students. He usually took on odd jobs and sent money home from time to time. His father was so unreasonable that he didn't pay his tuition fees. Knowing that he could earn money by working part-time, he often asked his son for money. 12,000, saying that it is for my grandmother's medical treatment. If I don't give it to him, he will never let me go home. But I know that this money will never be used to treat my grandmother. I said to him, you might as well force me to death, I don't care, but he said, if you want to die, just die, don't be so sentimental. He raised me, and I have to repay his kindness. How can he say that he has done me any kindness? Xi Jinping's eyes turned red, and when he thought of his father's vicious words on the phone, his heart felt like it was being cut with a knife. He always thought that he was the adopted child of the family, but he was actually born to them, and there was no escape. Cheng Chen angrily said, if you never want to go home, then don't. Some people aren't worthy of being parents. What's the big deal? Ping, just cut off ties with your family. If things continue like this, one day your family will bleed you dry. Xiaoyan thought for a moment and said, Ping, Cheng Chen's words make sense. You really have to refuse your father. Give your father 3,000 yuan and tell him clearly that the money is for your grandmother's medicine and treatment. You don't have any money now, you've borrowed everything you can, and you still owe the school tens of thousands of yuan in tuition. Even after you graduate, you have to pay back the tuition first before you earn any money. I'll lend you 3,000 yuan first. If you don't give it to him, his father really might come running from the mountains to ask for it, and it would cause him to lose his internship in the end. His father really did come once last year, scolding Qi Shangping for being unfilial, and it made Qi Shangping unable to hold his head up at school. Chapter 23, The Young Lady's Attempt at Cooking Fails. Xiao Yunxin thought to herself, when Qi Shangping graduates and rents a place to live, he should be able to avoid his father for a while. Over the past 3 years, Qi Shangping has been scolded by his father many times. Sometimes they would see Qi Shangping hiding in a corner with red eyes. "Yuan, you lend him 2,000, I'll give him 1,000. Chang Chen said, and handed Qi Shangping 1,000 yuan. "Ah Ping, take it and get it over with. He is also a student worker, and he doesn't have much." Xiao Yun didn't say much, and handed Qi Shangping 2,000 yuan. He took it from the food money that Xin Jiu gave him, and will have to make it up in the future. "Thank you." Qi Shangping choked as he took the money. "I will pay you back." Over the years, he has received a lot of help from his roommates. "It's fine, you can pay it back if you have the money, or not if you don't." Chang Chen said, "Ah Ping, you really have to rebel against your father. You should be filial, but you can't be too ignorant. Don't let your father brainwash you with the 24 acts of filial piety. Do you have to cut flesh and bones to repay the favor of giving birth to you if you don't have the money?" Qi Shangping nodded with red eyes and stood up. "Do you still want to keep working?" Xiao Yun asked, looking at him with a pale face. He added, "Why don't you take some time off first and get some rest?" Qi Shangping shook his head. "No need to take time off, I've lost my job." "What? What happened?" Chang Chen asked in surprise. "It was supposed to be a part-time job, but the boss let his relatives take over, so he fired me. I argued a little, but the boss told me to get lost." Qi Shangping whispered, "But the wages have been settled." Xiao Yun and Chang Chen looked at each other, not knowing what to say. His father wanted money, and he lost his part-time job. No wonder he was in such a bad mood today. Xiao Yun and Chang Chen comforted Qi Shangping for a while, and Xiao Yun returned to the Shin family villa. As soon as he entered the living room and walked towards the kitchen, he heard a bang from the kitchen, followed by the sound of broken bowls. Then came Shin Jiujiu's scream. Xiao Yun's heart sank, and he hurriedly ran towards the kitchen. Just as he reached the kitchen door, he collided with the panicked Shin Jiujiu. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" Xiao Yun asked, holding her up. Shin Jiujiu replied in a flustered voice, the pot exploded." Xiao Yun quickly scanned her twice, and seeing that she was unharmed, he hurriedly rushed into the kitchen. On the stove, the fire was raging, and the pot on the gas stove, covered tightly, was rattling. There were several pieces of broken porcelain bowl on the floor, and the floor was covered in egg liquid. The air was filled with a burnt smell. Xiao Yun immediately turned off the gas stove, and the rattling in the pot gradually died down. He lifted the lid and saw several large black lumps of burnt eggs in the pan. He didn't even recognize the black eggs as eggs. Shin Jiujiu tiptoed over and asked carefully, "Did the pan blow up?" Xiao Yun stepped aside to let her see. Shin Jiujiu looked at the black lumps in the pan and looked very embarrassed. This is her first time cooking and she's already made such a mess, making her look like a complete idiot. And he saw it too. What a disaster. She always thought she was very clever, and after watching Xiao Yun cook, she thought it looked easy and thought she could do it too. Seeing her embarrassed, Xiao Yun laughed to ease the tension. "I thought you were experimenting with a bomb, but fortunately, you were just experimenting with eggs." Shin Jiujiu saw that everything was intact, and her uncomfortable expression returned to normal. Hearing him say so, her face became cold again, and she raised her head arrogantly. "I was going to cook dinner for you myself, but unfortunately the kitchen has a grudge against me, and the eggs don't listen." "Then you do it." After she finished speaking, she covered her face and, unnoticed by Xiao Yun, left the kitchen in a dejected state. Xiao Yun looked at the mess, the fallen oil bottle, the spilled egg, the broken plates, the spatulas, spoons and knives lying all over the place. He shook his head helplessly. Did Miss Shen have a fight with the kitchen? However, when he heard that she wanted to cook dinner for him, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Miss Shen, who didn't care about the world, wanted to cook for him. He just didn't know if she was telling the truth or not. Even if it was a lie, he felt happy. In all the years he had known Yanyu, she had never cooked a meal for him, let alone said she would. Although her cooking was not bad. Xiao Xiao came running over at some point and tugged at his pant leg with her paw. Xiao Yun looked down and saw the cute little dog smiling up at him, so innocent. Xiao Yun stroked its head, and the more he felt that the little dog's demeanor was very familiar, he should have seen it somewhere before. Xiao Xiao has become very familiar with Xiao Yun over time. It rubbed against the hem of Xiaoyun's pants a few times and ran away. Xiaoyun tidied up the kitchen and began to make dinner. An hour later, dinner was ready. Xiaoyun shouted directly downstairs, "Jojo, come down and eat." After a short while, Jojo came downstairs. She had changed into a pale pink knee-length dress and was wearing matching pink furry slippers. She looked like a cute little girl and was much more approachable. Xiaoyun really liked seeing her in her loungewear. It made her seem more approachable. When they sat down to eat, Xiaoyun said, "In the future, I can ride my electric scooter to work, so I won't need to ride with you anymore." Jojo ate in silence, not lifting her head, and mumbled, "Suit yourself. But there are cars in the garage, you can just take one." Jojo swallowed the food in her mouth and said the same thing again. "No thanks." Xiaoyun politely declined her offer. There were indeed several cars in the garage, including luxury cars and electric cars. Jojo ignored him. After spending some time together, Xiaoyun felt that Jojo didn't say much, and she was usually very cold. Sometimes he had to find a topic of conversation before the two of them could have a few words. Occasionally, she would show a hint of playfulness. "Jojo, why do you think some parents don't love their children?" Xiaoyun thought of Qi Shengping's story and asked. He didn't really expect Jojo to have an answer, and he was just making small talk, otherwise it would be too quiet between the two of them. Sure enough, Jojo looked up at him, her eyes full of questions. "My friend Qi Shengping is still a student who owes tuition fees. His father never pays his tuition or living expenses, and often asks for money, scolding him if he doesn't give it. It's almost driving him to death, and I can't understand why there are families like this." Xiaoyun was very angry in his heart. Jojo didn't speak for a while. "You two are very close?" "Well, we are all very close in the dormitory, and I think we can be good friends and brothers for the rest of our lives." Xiaoyun said sincerely, he really meant it. Jojo smiled indifferently. "A lifetime of good brothers, is that possible? What a simple little junior. But I hope his dream comes true." Qi Shengping had worked part-time at that restaurant for 2 years and had always been conscientious, but because the owner wanted to have his relatives work part-time, he fired him, not caring at all that he was living off that part-time job. The owner was really going too far. Xiaoyun couldn't help but feel sad and indignant when he thought about Qi Shengping's ordeal. Jojo said indifferently, "It's quite normal. With the same abilities, why wouldn't you use someone you know better and are closer to?" Chapter 24, Arguing and Trespassing. Xiaoyun looked at her blankly. So she was as cold as she seemed? Did the world of the rich really not care about the lives of the lower classes? Are you people in power all indifferent to the lives of the people below you? Jojo sneered, "If you're capable, do it. If not, get lost. Even if you're capable, you may not get everything you want. Nepotism, closeness, distance. The world is just that cruel." Xiaoyun was a little uncomfortable at her laughter, and his tone turned cold. "People should be equal. Isn't this kind of cruelty all created by people like you? Equality? The law of the jungle is the law of survival in this world. It's useless for you to complain. Instead of complaining, you should improve yourself and make yourself irreplaceable." Jojo's tone also turned cold. Xiaoyun was furious, and his words were also full of barbs. "Yes, you have a huge family business to inherit, and even if you are only able to go to a shitty major at Haida, you will still have no worries about food and clothing, so naturally you don't need to worry about your future in employment. Naturally, you can say these self-motivating words with a lofty air, you just had a good birth." Jojo's face changed, and the words that you are only able to go to Haida and have a good birth irritated her. She suddenly stood up and sneered, "It's useless to be angry about your incompetence. This is the reality, you have to face it. I just happened to be born into a good family, and even if I only went to Haida University, I'm still better than you, who scored so high on the exam but ended up in this school and this major like an idiot." After she finished speaking, she stormed off. Xiaoyun looked at the barely touched food and felt a wave of annoyance well up inside him. He wanted to flip the table. Yes, he gave up a top university to come to Haida in order to chase Yinyu, and now he has been abandoned and has become a joke. And when he thought of Jojo's words about incompetent fury, wouldn't flipping the table just prove his incompetent fury even more? He had to resist the urge to flip the table. He finished eating by himself and took the leftovers to the kitchen. As for Jojo, she could eat it or starve to death. Her words were really unpleasant. He was just about to have a heart-to-heart with her, but she responded with such an unkind remark. She really is a cold-hearted beauty. After tidying up, he returned to his room with a heavy heart. He took out his phone and found Yan Yu's chat box. The interface was still stuck on the message he sent a few days ago. I've saved all your photos to a USB drive, I've finished deleting them here, where should I send it to you? Yan Yu never replied to him. He called her twice, but she didn't answer. Xiao Yun had contacted her best friend, but her friend didn't know where she was either. He had to send another message, send me a message if you see this, and I'll send it to you. Naturally, there was no response. He pondered for a moment, then entered Douyin to watch the videos Yan Yu had posted. She often posted videos of herself singing or lip-syncing, and now had more than 200,000 followers. She is naturally pretty, and the videos enhanced with beauty filters make her even more stunning. Xiao Yun watched one of her recent videos, which was recorded 2 weeks ago and features her singing in her original voice. The song is called Unrequited Love. He has to admit that Yan Yu sings very well. At that time, he was always the first to follow Yan Yu's social media accounts. When he helped her record this song, he told Yan Yu unhappily, "We are not unrequited lovers." Yan Yu smiled and didn't say anything, and only when he was tired of asking did she say, yes, we are destined for each other. We grew up together, silly. Xiao Yun laughed bitterly in his heart, but of course he was a fool, she didn't even consider him her lover. He browsed Yan Yu's Weibo again and discovered that she had posted a status. Yan Yu, auditioning, so exciting. Xiao Yun understood. He was busy filming, so it was no wonder that she hadn't been able to get back to him. He hung the USB drive on his keychain, so that if she gave him an address one day, he could send it to her at any time. Shinjiao returned to her room and waited for a long time, but Xiao Yun never came to call her for dinner. The longer she thought about it, the angrier she became. She simply threw herself angrily onto the bed and decided not to eat. She would not eat until she was served dinner. Seeing how Xiao Yun used to be so attentive to Yan Yu, asking after her every day, and only having eyes for her, but now he doesn't care if she eats or not. Fine, I won't eat. I'll just starve to death. She got a little bored lying there, and Xiao Yun didn't come over. Shinjiao was annoyed. It was all fine and dandy, but why did she and Xiao Yun have to fight? It was really inexplicable. She sent a message to Guan Ya. Shinjiao, I had a fight with him. Guan Ya? Guan Ya, ha 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 ha, why? Shinjiao told her the reason and sent the message angrily. Guan Ya, scratching my head picture. Guan Ya, I'm telling you, young lady, you've let someone down. Someone was telling you their innermost thoughts, and look at your reply. No wonder they're angry. Shinjiao, I was telling the truth. I just wanted to tell him that the world is not as good as he thinks it is. He is too naive, isn't he? He will suffer in the future, and he even got mad at me. Guan Ya, Shin, he is someone you like, not your subordinate. You can't just stand there and listen to your scolding. Even if you want to tell the truth, you have to be gentle and soft-spoken. You scared the younger guy away like this, and you will cry. Shinjiao, I was wrong? Guan Ya, yes, you were wrong. Shinjiao, so what should I do? Guan Ya, apologize. Shinjiao, I'm embarrassed. Guan Ya, is it more important to save someone's life or save Shin's face? Shinjiao, both are important. Guan Ya, goodbye. Seeing that Guan Ya was not going to talk to her anymore, Shinjiao threw her phone aside and began to reflect. She reflected for a long time, but she was too embarrassed to apologize. Forget it, I'll do it tomorrow. She had to think of the right words that would save face for her and make Xiao Yun feel better. She looked at the clock, it was already midnight. She had to take a shower. She took her change of clothes and went to the bathroom. Pointing at the half-closed door, she said to Xiao Xiao, who was lying on the bed, I'm going to take a shower, you go back to your room and go to sleep. Xiao Zizi jumped off the bed, but instead of going, he lay on the floor. His mother had been very unhappy just now, and he had to show some concern for her. Shinjiao ignored him and walked towards the bathroom. Xiao Guzi felt that he had been waiting for a long time, but Shinjiao still hadn't come out. He quickly got up and rushed out the door. Xiao Yun was about to fall asleep when he heard something tapping on the door. He was startled and quickly got up to open the door. Xiao Xiao was biting his pant leg. It's so small. Xiao Yun exclaimed in surprise. What time is it and what's the meaning of this? Xiao Xiao bit his pant leg and tugged him out. Xiao Yun had to follow it out, and it dragged him into Shinjiao's bedroom. This was the first time he had entered Shinjiao's room. The room was very large, dominated by warm colors, and every object was exquisite and gorgeous, just like a princess's room. It was just strange that Shin Jiao was not in the room. Xiao Xiao bit his pant leg and tugged him all the way to the bathroom. It meant for him to go in. Xiao Yun looked at the closed door and was startled. Could it be that Shin Jiao had not eaten dinner and fainted in the bathroom? He quickly called out, Jiao. Jiao, are you okay? There was no answer. Xiao Yun couldn't care less anymore. If someone really fainted, it would be his responsibility. He directly pushed open the door. The bathroom was filled with steam. Jiao. Xiao Yun called out in a panic. When he took in the situation, Xiao Yun was so stunned that he didn't know what to do. Shin Jiao, she was naked, finished, good, nothing, missing, on the floor, taking a shower. Chapter 25, Be weak when you need to be weak. Her hair was covered in foam. Xiao Yun's eyes were filled with white. The two of them stared at each other, their eyes locked, and Shin Jiao's hand washing her hair stopped. There was silence for 10 seconds. Xiao Yun covered his nose and panicked, backing out, closing the door behind him. Before leaving, he said, I didn't see anything. Shin Jiao. Her face was so red it looked like it was going to bleed. What? You didn't see anything? You're so transparent. He clearly looked at her for 10 seconds, and he even got a nosebleed. Ah, she's so ashamed. Why did he suddenly come to her room? What did he want in her room? He even watched her shower. This can't just be let go. Ah, Xiao Yun, I'm not finished with you. Shin Jiao roared. Xiao Yun ran out in a panic, knocking over a chair. Seeing him run off in a panic, Xiao Xiao seemed to realize that it had made a beautiful mistake, and it also shook its tail and ran away with him. Xiao Yun quickly pulled out a tissue to wipe his nose, and the tissue was covered in blood. The weather is so dry that it's easy to get nosebleeds, so you have to drink more water. Xiao Yun wiped his nose while thinking, and he definitely would not admit why he had a nosebleed. But the scene he had just seen would not go away from his mind, it was too shocking. Those curves were just so graceful. The pant leg was being pulled by the paw. Xiao Yun looked down and saw Xiao Xiao hanging his head listlessly. It's all your fault. They say dogs are very intelligent, and you really are. You've made a big mistake. Xiao Yun bent down and patted his head. The puppy's head hung even lower. Forget it, I can't blame you. I'll explain to your mother later, we didn't do it on purpose. Xiao Yun stood in front of the mirror with the dejected puppy, preparing to wash his hands, when he suddenly noticed in the mirror. He was looking dejected with his head hanging down, and so was the puppy. Xiao Yun frowned, wondering why the two looked so similar. He suddenly understood why he had always felt that the puppy looked familiar. It turned out that the puppy looked like him. What a handsome and intelligent Samoyed. Xiao Yun's depressed mood suddenly cleared up, and he smiled as he rubbed the dog's head. My son, you really look like my own son. After saying that, he suddenly remembered that Shin Jiao often regarded itself as his mother. He felt indescribable in his heart. Well, it's not bad to have parents, not to be a stray dog. After falling asleep, Xiao Yun had a ridiculous dream. In the dream, he couldn't see clearly who the person was, only that he had a hot body. After waking up, Xiao Yun awkwardly took a shower and washed his clothes before hurrying downstairs to make breakfast. In the kitchen, there were still yesterday's leftovers. Xiao Yun felt a pang of guilt. Shin Jiao really didn't eat last night, and she was quite temperamental. Forget it, a good man doesn't argue with a woman, I'll coax her in a bit. He made a few more dishes and after preparing breakfast, Xiao Yun still sent a message to Shin Jiao, have breakfast. After placing the breakfast on the table, he waited for a while before Shin Jiao slowly came down the stairs. She was wearing a white dress today, with her hair half tied and half loose, lightly made up, and with a light expression, like the cold and unattainable moonlight. The two looked at each other, and then looked away at the same time. Xiao Yun felt guilty, and when she thought about the time she had accidentally entered the bathroom, her face flushed slightly. She turned her head away, embarrassed, and didn't dare to say a word. Shin Jiao's anger had long since subsided, and after thinking about it, she understood. Xiao Yun was not the kind of person to just wander into someone's bedroom, and she must have thought something had happened to her. Last night, she seemed to hear him shouting faintly, but because the shower was running, she couldn't hear him clearly and thought it was an illusion. After taking a shower last night, Guan Ya sent another message saying that she has a cold personality and although she is the CEO, she should not be too womanly, especially in front of the person she likes. She should be submissive and weak. She told her to always remember that women who are cute are the luckiest. She is not very good at being cute with men, but she can learn. Therefore, Shinjojo said that. Yesterday. Xiaoyun spoke at the same time. The two were taken aback. Shinjojo shut up and signaled him to speak first. Xiaoyun finished speaking in one breath. Last night was a misunderstanding. I thought something had happened to you. Xiao quickly ran over to Shinjojo's feet on all fours to testify that it was a mistake. Shinjojo's ears were a little hot, but her face remained unchanged. I know. Xiaoyun quickly changed the subject. Well, come and eat. Shinjojo held onto the stairs and held out her right hand to him. The gold bracelet on her right wrist sparkled with gold, and she wore several bracelets and bangles on her left wrist, some made of jade, some with diamonds, some with precious stones, and some with agarwood beads, a truly colorful array. No nouveau riche could wear as much as she could. Xiaoyun. I'm going to faint. Shinjojo said weakly, covering her head with her other hand. Being weak and helpless is probably what it's like. Xiaoyun thought that she hadn't eaten last night and was now really hungry and fainting, so he quickly went over to support her, and then quickly ate. You might be hungry. Shinjojo rolled her eyes helplessly. I don't want to eat, I'd rather starve to death, anyway, no one cares. That's enough being spoiled, right? Xiaoyun was full of black lines. You should still eat something. Although her appearance was a bit different from the past, she was still kind of cute. Shinjojo's eyes lit up when she saw the many breakfast items on the table: pancakes, fried buns, eggs, steamed buns, lean pork congee, fruit platter, etc. They were all her favorites, and she was starving. Suddenly, she became arrogant. You're treating me, not myself. She said, walked straight to the table, and started eating without any manners. There was no trace of weakness or fragility left. She hadn't eaten last night because she was so angry, and she was starving. She stopped pretending for the time being. Xiaoyun quite liked her cute appearance now, so he sat opposite her and ate. Yesterday, he accidentally watched her take a shower, so even though she said some unpleasant things yesterday, they were even now. Shinjojo finished eating and looked at Xiaoyun, who was still eating. She suddenly said, Die. Die? Xiaoyun nearly choked on a mouthful of congee and looked up at her. Shinjojo said softly, I'm sorry for what I said to you yesterday. Xiaoyun swallowed the porridge and, after a short pause, quickly replied, It's fine. What you said wasn't wrong. I was also wrong yesterday. I shouldn't have said that about you. Shinjojo, I was more wrong. Xiaoyun, oh no, it was my fault. Shinjojo, it was my fault. Xiaoyun, no, it was mine. Shinjojo suddenly burst out laughing. Xiaoyun also realized that the two of them were competing to admit their mistakes, which was quite funny, and he couldn't help but laugh. In this way, their respective grievances, embarrassment, and shame all disappeared, and their relationship took a step forward. Shinjojo then changed the subject. I'm going to visit Grandpa in a while, you're coming with me? Okay. Xiaoyun couldn't refuse either. Shinsong couldn't help but stay here, and naturally, Shinjojo had to visit him on weekends when she was free. 2 hours later, they arrived at the suburban villa. As soon as she saw Shinsong, Shinjojo waved her wrist in front of his eyes. Grandpa, look, isn't it nice? Shinsong looked at the colorful bracelet on her wrist and his eyes narrowed with a smile. It's nice, my granddaughter is always nice no matter what. Xiaoyun held Xiao Dog in one hand and handed the nanny a gift in the other. Although he didn't have much money, he couldn't go empty-handed. He politely said hello, Mr. Shin. Shinsong looked at him for a moment and laughed. Don't keep calling me Mr. Shin, it makes it sound so formal. Just call me Grandpa like Jojo. Xiaoyun hesitated a little. Well, that's not really a good idea. Why is it not a good idea? Shinsong glared at him. What, are you going to abandon my granddaughter? Chapter 26 Jojo, are you jealous? Xiaoyun waved his hands repeatedly. No, Jojo is in charge. That's right, it was originally an act in front of him. The dominant power in this relationship belongs to Shinjojo, and she can end it whenever she wants. Shinsong glared at Shinjojo. Jojo, do you want to abandon your little boyfriend? Shinjojo's mouth twitched. No, am I that kind of person? Shinsong glanced at the two of them. Xiaoyun quickly stood next to Shinjojo, who naturally put her arm around Xiaoyun's. The handsome man and beautiful woman, plus a cute, snow-white dog, the three of them looked strangely attractive. Shin Song was satisfied. That's more like it. I'm telling you two, get along well, no one can abandon each other. Xiao Yun glanced at Shin Jiu, who was also staring at him. Xiao Yun said, no abandonment. Shin Jiu, no giving up. Shin Song turned his head and walked away. You two are giving me the dialogue to listen to. During dinner, Shin Song suddenly asked Xiao Yun, you said your grandfather is a history professor? Yes, Xiao Yun replied, a professor at our normal college. When your grandfather is free, can we meet? Shin Song said slowly. Xiao Yun was taken aback, this is too fast, we're going to meet the parents of both sides. He was a little panicked, his relationship with Shin Jiu was fake, how could he meet her parents? If Grandpa knew that he had lied to someone seriously ill, he would have smoked him. Grandpa could not stand these calculating and empty things. Moreover, Grandpa still didn't know that he and Yan Yu had broken up. Luckily, Shin Jiu stopped him. Grandpa, just wait a little longer. Don't scare Xiao Yun, we've only known each other for a few days. Shin Song sighed after a long time, okay, we'll wait a little longer. Finally, the meal was finished without any mishaps. Xiao Yun and Shin Jiu accompanied Shin Song for a while longer, but then they were driven away. You two go, I'm tired and need to rest, the old man said. After the two young people had left, Shin Song turned to Song Bai beside him and said, have you noticed that Jojo has become a lot more lively and her personality is not as dull as before? She used to be too indifferent to people and things. Song Bai said, yes, ever since the Xiao Yun child appeared, Miss Jojo's personality has become a lot more cheerful. A trace of sadness appeared on Shin Song's face. This child has been a bit of a loner since she was young and doesn't have many friends. I won't be able to keep her company for much longer. I can rest assured that she has someone who understands her, but I don't know if this kid can become her true support. Song Bai pondered for a while and whispered, why don't we let your wife go back to China? After all, she is Joer's biological mother, and after so many years, she should. Shin Song interrupted him coldly, no, I can't let her hurt Jojo again. It's best if they don't see each other again for the rest of their lives. Song Bai stopped talking, his expression a little sad. That night, after tidying up, Xiao Yun lay in bed, watching various videos and thinking about the future. His phone beeped twice. He clicked it, and it was a transfer from Shin Jiu, 10,000 yuan. Shin Jiu, since your classmate is in a difficult situation, you can transfer this money to him to help him get through it. Xiao Yun was stunned, but after thinking about it, he accepted it. He replied, thank you, I thank you on Shi Shengping's behalf. Shin Jiu, smiley face picture. Shin Jiu, there are definitely parents in this world who don't love their children, and there are always unlucky children who meet such parents. If so, stay away. In this world, there are people whose hearts you can't warm with fire, whether it's family, love, or friendship. Xiao Yun was stunned for a long time. She was answering her question from yesterday. But was she also subtly criticizing him? Okay, he admits that he is very sensitive right now. Xiao Yun replied, I understand, thank you for the teachings of the boss. Shin Jiu, DUI. Xiao Yun stared at the words DUI for a long time, and suddenly, his ears felt a little warm. He remembered the joke about DUI that he had told Shin Jiu. Could it be that the words DUI have now become his nickname? He wondered what expression Shin Jiu would have when she sent these two words. After pondering for a while, he still couldn't figure it out, so he transferred the 10,000 yuan directly to Qi Shengping's Alipay account, and he didn't think Qi Shengping would accept it. Then he sent Qi Shengping a message, a ping, I transferred 10,000 yuan to your Alipay account, funded by Shin Jiu. You can keep the money for renting an apartment and finding a job in the future, and don't give it to your family anymore. Qi Shengping quickly called, naturally putting him off. Xiao Yun told him not to think too much, to take care of his immediate life, and comforted him a bit, to the effect that he should not lose confidence in the future. A few days later, Xiao Yun received news from Yan Yu. Her WeChat name had been changed from Rain in the Wind to Dream Chaser. Dream Chaser, sorry, I've been busy these past few days. I'll be free the day after tomorrow. Meet me at his wife's restaurant at 6:30 p.m. I'll be waiting. Xiao Yun replied, you're busy, there's no need to meet. Just give me your address and I'll send it to you. Yan Yu didn't respond. Xiao Yun was at his wit's end. He really didn't know what Yan Yu was thinking. Friday was the day after tomorrow Yan Yu had mentioned. Xiao Yun thought he'd better go and see Yan Yu, return her things and never see her again. He happened to be delivering some documents to Shin Jiu, so he told her. I'll be back late tonight, so I'll cook when I get back. He thought about giving Yan Yu the USB drive, and then went back, not taking long. What's up? Shin Jiao asked while going through the documents. Going to see Yan Yu. Xiao Yun said casually. Shin Jiao's hand stopped going through the documents, and she looked up at him with a hostile gaze. You're still chasing after her. Shin Jiao's tone suddenly turned cold. Xiao Yun was taken aback and could not help but explain, I saved her photo on a USB drive and gave it back to her, and we have had no relationship since then. Shin Jiao's gaze softened, and she snorted, her tone softening as well. She changes her face really quickly, Xiao Yun thought to himself. Staring at Shin Jiao's fair, beautiful and flamboyant face, Xiao Yun's heart stirred, and he asked, with a devilish twist of fate, Jiao, are you jealous? Shin Jiao's heart jumped, her ears gradually turning red. She opened her eyes wide, not letting her inner emotions show. Who's jealous? What are you jealous of? Just go, don't delay me from reading my documents. After saying this, Shin Jiao quickly lowered her head and quietly tugged a lock of hair to cover half of her face, which was a little flushed. If she admitted it, would he be scared? She was now torn between fear and loss. Oh. Then I'll go. Xiao Yun knew that the cold and aloof general manager Shin would never be jealous of him, and that he was just being paranoid. After he had left, Shin Jiao looked up, her face flushed. She covered her face and muttered to herself, what a fool. He really is irresistible. Chapter 27, He is always the one waiting. It took Xiao Yun half an hour to get to the Hiseo restaurant next to Haida on an electric bicycle. The north gate of Haida is a food street with all kinds of restaurants and barbecue shops. Haida students get tired of eating in the canteen and often come out to eat something different. The Hiseo restaurant is a place Xiao Yun and Yan Yu often visit. The Hiseo couple are from Xiao Yun and Yan Yu's hometown, Yuanshu, so they naturally get along very well. When Xiao Yun arrived, it was still before 6:30, and there were still many students eating, so there were no empty seats. His wife was busy, and when she saw Xiao Yun, she only had time to say hello. Xiao Yun glanced around and saw that Yan Yu had not yet arrived. His wife, I'm waiting for someone, she hasn't arrived yet, I'll come back later. His wife laughed and said, you're waiting for Yan, right? Xiao Yun nodded. He laughed while cooking, you two have a great relationship, I've never seen a better relationship than the two of you. Xiao Yun smiled and stepped back. If he told Sister He that the two of them had broken up, she wouldn't believe it. After wandering outside for a while, the number of people on the street continued to decrease. The students at the University of Haida were still working hard, and most of them had already gone to their classrooms for evening study at this point. Xiao Yun looked at the time, it was 7 o'clock. He returned to Sister He's restaurant once again. There were only a few people eating inside, and Yan Yu still hadn't arrived. He saw that his wife had finished her work and was sitting at the table taking a rest. When she saw Xiao Yun enter, she said, Xiao Yun hasn't arrived yet. Xiao Yun sat down at the table next to her and said, I'll wait for her for a while. His wife chatted with him as usual, you and Xiao Yun will graduate in a couple of months or 3, have you found a job yet? What are your plans? Are you going home or staying in Haichang? Xiao Yun also chatted with her in a nonchalant manner. In the end, Sister He said, I've watched you two since freshman year, and you're so sweet together, it really makes people envious. You were childhood sweethearts, innocent and naive, just like you two. You two should be good in the future. These two beautiful children have often come to her restaurant to eat since freshman year. They are old friends. She has watched these two immature children gradually grow up, and feels a sense of gratification in watching her own children grow up and mature. She watched every move they made. Xiao Yun said, I've broken up with Yan Yu. Before, I couldn't even say it out loud, just thinking about it made my heart ache, but now I can say it calmly. He said, good, very good. What did you say, you broke up? Xiao Yun nodded. His wife didn't say anything for a long time, and finally she laughed and said, no way. Young lovers always fight. You can't be serious about breaking up over a fight. If you two can break up, there's no love in the world. I was even talking to your husband about going to your wedding in the future. Xiao Yun said seriously, his wife, we really broke up. In this foreign land, Sister He and her husband have been quite good to her and Yan Yu. Every time they come to dinner, knowing that he can eat, Sister He will ask her husband to give them both extra portions, and when there are few guests, she will chat with him cordially. Over the past 4 years, Xiao Yun has also regarded them as half of his family. Therefore, he is willing to tell her the truth. Sister, he asked, why? We are going different ways, we can't walk together. Sister, he looked at Xiaoyun's serious face and sighed heavily. This child, he always speaks and acts with such seriousness. If he says this, it must be true. Why don't you sit here for a while and wait for Yin to arrive? He said, stood up, and didn't know what else to say. She felt that Xiaoyun must be having a hard time and didn't really want to talk, so she tactfully left. Perhaps, he came to wait for Yin to say his final goodbyes. Alas, such a good couple, why did they break up? Mrs. He's heart is filled with regret and sadness. Xiaoyun sits there, looking at the familiar restaurant. This is the place he and Yen Yu visited most often. When they first arrived at Haida University, Yen Yu couldn't get used to the food in the canteen. The food in the south is sweeter. The two of them tried the food in every restaurant on this street, and finally they found the fried noodles and fried rice at Mrs. He's restaurant. Yen Yu especially liked the fried rice cake with Chinese sausage. He had been eating it for nearly 4 years, and his tastes had changed. It seemed that, since childhood, he had always accommodated her tastes. For a long time, he had forgotten what he liked to eat. In short, whatever Yen Yu liked to eat, he liked to eat. Time passed by minute by minute. Xiaoyun looked at his phone, it was already past 8 o'clock, and he was the only customer left in the store. Yen Yu still hadn't arrived. Xiaoyun suddenly remembered that in the past, when he met up with Yen Yu, she was always late, and it was always him who had to wait. Sometimes it was half an hour, sometimes 2 hours. But when the two of them waited for someone together, she would always arrive early and never make anyone wait. He liked her, so he tolerated her eternal lateness. But now, he was impatient. He got up and was ready to leave, without waiting. He took the USB flash drive from his key ring and planned to hand it to Mrs. He, so that she could give it to her, whether she wanted it or not. Just as he got the USB flash drive in his hand, he heard someone call his name at the door, Xiaoyun. It was Yen Yu, she had finally arrived. Xiaoyun glanced at her indifferently. She had dressed more maturely now, with her long hair tied up. She was wearing a beige silk dress, and judging by the fabric, it was made of high-quality material. She now had the potential to become a celebrity. Yen Yu looked at Xiaoyun's indifferent expression and suddenly felt a stab of pain in her heart. She came over and explained, Xiaoyun, I had a sudden dinner appointment today, and then I suddenly remembered that I had an appointment with you. Xiaoyun gave a cold nod. He sneered inwardly, thinking that she had suddenly remembered that she had an appointment with him. She was the one who had suggested the date in the first place, but she had conveniently forgotten about it. She had even thought of him, and had found the time to come over, and he had to thank her for it. Over the years, he had not been ignored, but in Yen Yu's eyes, no one had ever been more important than him. Perhaps it was true what they say, the favored ones are always arrogant. He had always refused to admit it, and had always been dreaming wishfully. Yen Yu saw his wife standing on the side and quickly ordered food. His wife, 1 order of fried rice cakes with Chinese sausage, extra spicy. 1 order of fried noodles with ham, fried rice cakes spicy, fried noodles less spicy. Okay, you two sit. His wife quickly said with a smile. Just as I said, the young couple are just arguing, how could they break up? No need. Xiaoyun replied coldly to Yen Yu. His wife quickly pulled Xiaoyun down and said, Xiaoyun, you're already here, let's have dinner together. I'll treat you both today. Look, Xiaoyun still remembers that you can only eat less spicy food. You two chat. Xiaoyun had no choice but to sit down, and Yen Yu sat down opposite him. She was beautiful, with delicate and elegant makeup today, very different from her student days. Her temperament had improved a lot, and she looked like an elegant rich girl. Maybe she practiced her manners during the audition. Xiaoyun pushed the black USB drive towards her, saying, all your photos are here. The photos of when you were little are on the computer at home, I'll copy them for you when I go back. Don't worry, I deleted your photos cleanly, they can't be recovered. I won't cause you any trouble in the future. Yen Yu stared at the USB flash drive on the table in front of her, listening to his cold and indifferent words, and a pang of discomfort passed through her heart. It was her who asked him to delete the photos, and now that he had really deleted them all, she felt miserable instead. Chapter 28. This time, it was her watching his back. It's okay, you can keep a few as a memento. Yen Yu said with mixed feelings. Xiaoyun didn't say anything, stood up, and said, no need, goodbye. No, there's no need to see each other again. Yes, everything is over, even the photos have been deleted. There is really no need to meet again. If we do, I won't know what to say. Yan Yu suddenly felt a little panicked when she heard him say there was no need to meet again. She reached out and grabbed the hem of Xiao Yun's clothes. "Xiao Yun, the fried noodles have already been ordered. Let's eat before we go." Xiao Yun looked down at her and laughed softly. "Yan Yu, actually I don't like fried noodles." "Ah, don't you have the same taste as me?" Yan Yu froze, her mouth slightly open. Xiao Yun said softly, "I don't like most of the things you like to eat. After all these years, I've forgotten what I originally liked." His voice was very soft, and Yan Yu's heart trembled fiercely, and her hand that was holding his clothes let go. Xiao Yun turned to his wife and said, "His wife, I'm leaving." "Ah, your brother, he has already left." "Sister," he hurriedly walked out of the kitchen. Xiao Yun took out his phone and transferred 30 yuan to Sister He, 15 yuan for 2 meals. After the transfer, he said to Sister He, "Thank you, and Brother He, for taking care of me over the past few years." After he finished speaking, he turned around and left. "Xiao Yun." Yan Yu called out to him, but Xiao Yun walked away without even looking back. His sister-in-law heard the phone beep and saw Xiao Yun's transfer message. Then, looking at Yan Yu, whose face didn't look too good, she finally sighed. "This is really breaking up." Yan Yu looked at Xiao Yun's back as he pushed the electric cart away and disappeared. Her eyes suddenly became watery. She remembered that in the past, the two of them had met countless times, and it was always Xiao Yun waiting for him. Countless times they had parted, and every time Xiao Yun had watched her back as he left first. But ever since she had said that the two of them were nothing, the two had only met a handful of times, and every time she had watched his back. "Xiao Yan, what's wrong with you two? Things used to be so good, didn't they?" He saw Yan Yu's moist eyes and asked carefully. Just then, He Gu brought out the noodles and rice cakes, placed them on the table, and quietly retreated. Yan Yu sniffled and smiled at his wife. "It's fine, there was never anything between us, we were never boyfriend and girlfriend." His wife couldn't understand. If they weren't boyfriend and girlfriend, what was all the sweetness and closeness in the past? Was it an act? Judging from Xiao Yun's words, he had considered Yan Yu his girlfriend, but obviously Yan Yu had never considered him her boyfriend. She didn't say anything either. Yan Yu ate the rice cake and thought about what Xiao Yun had just said. He said he didn't like fried noodles, and that over the years he had forgotten what he liked. Tears fell without warning and dripped into the bowl. She couldn't figure out why she felt so sad. It was obvious that she had abandoned him, so why was she so sad now? Her favorite rice cake didn't taste good anymore. Maybe it was because she had high standards now, had seen a lot, and her tastes had changed. People always have to look forward and aim high. She was right. She would become someone important and stand at the top. After finishing the tasteless rice cake, Yan Yu asked his wife to pack up the fried noodles and then started scanning the QR code to pay. Xiao Yun had already paid. His wife stopped her. Yan Yu was stunned and muttered, "He still has me in his heart. He's still in love with me." He didn't understand the relationship between the two, so he didn't say anything and just packed the food for her in silence. Yan Yu carried the takeaway box and walked out, forgetting to say goodbye to his wife. "What's going on with these two?" he asked, coming out of the kitchen. His wife shook her head, unable to understand. Yan has a proud heart hidden behind her sweet smile, and she's not a good match for Xiao. His wife said. "You understand?" He Nyang glared at her. "Your husband and I have traveled all over the country for many years, and we have met all kinds of people. We are good at judging people." He Nyang laughed. Someone was coming to eat, so he turned around and went back into the kitchen. Xiao Yun rode his electric bicycle back home, walking very slowly. He recalled too much that he didn't want to remember, but the past always drilled into his mind, and the memories made his head ache a little. The most he thought about were the bits and pieces of Yan Yu. Yan Yu was the most colorful person in his life, and she had been involved in so many events in his life that it would really take some time to completely forget her in the past. If people didn't have emotions, would they not feel pain? Xiao Yun returned to the Shen family villa in a depressed mood. He pushed the electric bicycle into the garage to charge it, and slowly returned to the living room. The living room was empty, but the lights were on. Hearing a noise, Shen Jiujiu emerged from the kitchen wearing an apron. Seeing that he had returned so late, Shen Jiujiu's face showed obvious displeasure. She wanted to say something unkind, but seeing Xiao Yun's somewhat dispirited face, she finally said nothing. She raised the corners of her mouth and asked, "You're finally back?" Xiao Yun looked at her blankly, and only then noticed that she was wearing an apron. He asked, "Have you eaten?" Look at the time, Shinjiojio said, pointing to the wall clock in the living room. Xiaoyun looked over his shoulder and saw that the quartz clock on the decorative shelf showed 9:30, which was quite late. Have you eaten then? Xiaoyun asked, not really in the mood. Have you eaten? Shinjiojio asked in return. No. Well, that's good, I finished cooking. Shinjior answered. Xiaoyun was astonished, you can cook? Shinjior raised her eyebrows, dummy, come into the kitchen with me and serve the food. I've been studying for a long time, and I've made several pots of food, and finally made 2 dishes. Xiaoyun was curious about what kind of food she had made, so he went to the kitchen with her. Shinjior lifted the covers of the 2 plates, looking at him with a face that said, I'm awesome. Xiaoyun. Should he praise her or not? On the plate were burnt potato sticks, shredded potatoes, and a black, burnt scrambled egg. Opening the pot of rice, he saw that it had been undercooked because too little water had been added. Looking in the trash can, he saw that it was full of scraps. He sighed. Shinjiojio pursed her lips. Seeing that he was not saying anything but just sighing, she was deeply hurt. It's actually not bad. It doesn't look very appetizing, though. Xiaoyun said, not really meaning it. Then try it. Shinjiojio was flattered and quickly handed him the chopsticks. This was a loving dinner she had prepared with so much effort. Looking at her expectant face, Xiaoyun picked up the chopsticks and asked her, have you tried it? No. Shinjiojio shook her head. She had succeeded in cooking for the first time, and she wanted him to try it first. Xiaoyun politely yielded, I think you should try it first. Shinjiojio pushed his hand away, smiling, you first, men have priority. You first. What happened to your hand? Xiaoyun suddenly noticed that there was blood flowing from her middle finger. He quickly took her hand and glanced at it. There was a crack, as if cut by a knife. Chapter 29, she wanted Xiaoyun to really like her. Shinjiojio quickly retracted her hand, it's nothing, it's nothing. It's a small cut. Do you have a band-aid? Xiaoyun asked. No. Shinjiojio didn't really care about the small cut, let's eat, try it. Still unable to avoid the fate of trying it first, Xiaoyun used his chopsticks to pick up a piece of potato and a slice of egg. Well, although the presentation is not impressive, it's really delicious, Jojo, you're amazing. His eyebrows rose, and he slowly chewed, looking like he was enjoying it. Really? Shinjiojio was delighted, quickly took the chopsticks in his hand and took a big bite of the potato dish and put it in her mouth. Xiaoyun looked at her in a daze. She used the chopsticks he had eaten with, not disgusted by his saliva. The next moment, Shinjiojio's face became very interesting. Her facial features were scrunched into a ball, her eyebrows and eyes squinting. The beautiful woman had turned into a funny, ugly monster. Puff. Shinjiojio spat out all the food in her mouth into the trash can, her tongue sticking out, and she fanned the air with her hand by her mouth. Ah, it's so bitter and salty. Ha, ha, ha. Xiaoyun couldn't hold back his laughter. The depression in his heart was swept away, and his mood lightened. Shinjiojio then realized that she had been tricked by Xiaoyun, and she was so angry that she let out a wail and pounced on Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun, you tricked me, I'm not finished with you. However, the kitchen floor was a mess from her mess, and she slipped, this time for real, not on purpose. Seeing that she was about to fall backwards, Xiaoyun quickly took a step forward and embraced her, and she fell solidly into his arms. Both of them fell silent. Xiaoyun looked down at her, and Shinjiojio looked up at him. Her eyes were really pretty, her lips were red, and her face was a little red too. Xiaoyun felt the song start to play in his head again, as beautiful as a fish in the water, as charming as a fallen wild goose, as beautiful as the moon, as graceful as a shy flower. He licked his lips, wanting to kiss her. At this moment, it had nothing to do with love. It was probably just that Shinjiojio was too beautiful, and the song in his head was accompanied by this scene, so he wanted to kiss her. Shinjiojio saw his Adam's apple roll a little, and she secretly rejoiced in her heart. He should be captivated by her, and he should kiss her. She shyly lowered her eyelashes. Her arm quietly embraced his waist. Shinjiojio had always buried her feelings for him deep down, but now that he was standing in front of her, she knew for sure that she liked him and wanted to kiss and hug him. Xiaoyun stared at her lips and suddenly remembered who had bitten her mouth, leaving those teeth marks. He still didn't know whether she had a boyfriend or not, and those teeth marks didn't look like they were caused by a collision. Then he thought about the fact that he and Shinjiojio were still pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend, and suddenly his heart felt clear. He awkwardly pushed Shinjiojio away. Sorry. Xiao Yun felt pretty crappy. He had been thinking about Yenyu the whole way, and now he wanted to kiss Shinjiojio again. He wasn't sure what he wanted to do anymore. Shinjiojio felt a chill in her heart. Hey, another failure. That's right, this is a clueless idiot. Last time, he even got a nosebleed when he saw her taking a shower, but when he looked at her later, his eyes were still clear, and he didn't have any desire at all. He doesn't like her at all, which is really frustrating. Should she just go ahead and push this little brother over? But she's also a little worried that scaring off this idiot will be a real problem. She wants Xiao Yun to like her willingly. He can only prove that he likes her by taking the initiative to kiss her and fall for her. Sigh, it's so hard. As her mind was racing with 1,000 thoughts, her injured hand was taken by a big hand. Your hand is broken, let me disinfect it. Xiao Yun didn't give her a chance to argue, pulled her into the living room, then rummaged through the medicine cabinet and found a bottle of iodine, using a cotton swab to disinfect her wound. Shinjiojio felt her heart flutter as he squeezed her finger and watched her as he cleaned her wound. Are you this warm to all girls? Shinjiojio suddenly asked. He was really gentle. Everyone is jealous of the tenderness he shows to Zio Yingniai. Pish, I'm not a central air conditioner, why should I be warm to other girls? Xiao Yun found her question very strange. Next, he said something else that made Shinjiojio so angry that she wanted to hit him. I have to take care of you, I promised Mr. Shin. Okay, there's no band-aid, but it'll be fine like this. Don't touch any water for now. Shinjiojio's face lengthened. Xiao Yun put the medicine in the medicine chest, didn't see Shinjiojio's face, stood up and said, It's getting late, I'll make some noodles. Your cooking is really hard to eat. Don't do it again. Shinjiojio sat there without moving, dejected. I don't seem to have the talent to cook. School didn't feel this difficult. I obviously did it very seriously, and I obviously saw you doing it all the time, but I still failed. Originally, she planned to cook a meal for Xiao Yun as a surprise, out of gratitude for taking care of her. Xiao Yun sensed her low mood and was touched to see her trying so hard to learn how to cook. He laughed and said, Oh, Miss Shin, are your delicate fingers meant to dip in the sauce? No, they are meant to point out the way forward, inspire words, and expand territory. He waved his hand, and it brushed against Shinjiojio's face, lightly touching her cheek. It was cool and smooth. Shinjiojio was amused by him, and her depressed mood relaxed. She didn't care whether Xiao Yun had meant to touch her face or not. In short, this little incident made both of their not-so-wonderful moods a lot more wonderful. Xiao Yun carefully taught Shinjiojio to make the simplest green onion noodles, so that if there was an accident one day, Shinjiojio would at least know how to make noodles and would not go hungry. The two of them happily ate a big bowl of noodles. Before going to bed that night, Xiao Yun received a call from his grandfather, He Shiwen. Grandpa said he was coming to Haishur for a small meeting and wanted to stop by to see him. Xiao Yun was very happy and made an appointment to meet someday. Grandpa, when you come to Haishur, I'll show you around. He Shiwang laughed over the phone. I know Haishur well, I went to university there. The grandfather and grandson chatted for a while before hanging up. Xiao Yun had wanted to tell Shinjiojio about his grandfather's visit to Haishur, but then thought that there was no need to tell her. If his grandfather knew that the two of them had conned another old man, he would definitely be angry and ignore him. He didn't care about your reasons, but it's just not right to fool people so blatantly. At the end of March, the weather gradually got warmer. The 508 Brothers group became lively. The group was set up by Nubabi during his freshman year, and it required people to use their real names and not any screen names. Chapter 30, The baby is going to be kicked out. He said he didn't know what not to forget, to be bright, coquettish for 10,000 years, who the big S really is, he can't match it. Zhang Fenglin, brother, let's go out for a drink tomorrow at noon. Nubabi, okay, can I bring my girlfriend? Zhang Fenglin, yes. You're just a present-day bag, what's the point of showing off, only you have a girlfriend. Chang Chen, oh, I'm going. Chen Dian, what do you mean, Chen? Chang Chen, guess. Xi Shangping, okay, where? Xiao Yun, the boss wants to work overtime, so I'll be a little late. Zhang Fenglin, the big school beauty left you? Xiao Yun, no, my boss, the big fat guy, told me to work overtime to write a plan. I'm just a pawn, obeying orders and having no choice. Nubabi, it's okay, I'll wait for you. I won't drink without you. The group was noisy for a while before it quieted down. The next day, Xiaoyun went to Tsintai group to finish the draft the leader wanted, and then rode an electric bicycle to the place where a few people had met. Shin Jiao and Guan Ya went next door to a concert. I heard there is a star that Guan Ya likes, so Shin Jiao was dragged along to go stargazing. When they arrived at the designated restaurant, it was an ordinary roadside eatery, commonly known as a fly restaurant. Everyone was there except for Niu Baobao and his girlfriend, who hadn't arrived yet. Xiaoyun exclaimed in surprise, "Third young master, the standard has dropped today." In the few years at university, every time Zhang Fenglin invited them to dinner, it wasn't a fancy hotel, but at least it was a bit upmarket. Zhang Fenglin said impatiently, "You should have asked Xiaodian, he is so stingy. He insisted on coming here." Chen Dian smiled and touched his smooth chin. "For the same money, why not eat better? I have eaten in this restaurant before, the food is superb. I can tell that you have good taste, and I guarantee that you will be satisfied today. You go and order the food." Zhang Fenglin instructed him. Chen Dian happily went to order the food. Xiaoyun then saw that there were 2 bottles of red wine on the table. He took one and exclaimed, "Holy shit, Lafite Rothschild 1982. This is the kind of wine that CEOs drink. Can I drink this? Today we're all CEOs," said Zhang Fenglin, speaking like a young master. He leaned back, forgetting that this was not a hotel and that they were sitting on small round stools with no backs. Seeing that he was about to fall, Xiaoyun, who was sitting next to him, quickly reached out and supported him, preventing him from falling. But the shock caused Zhang Fenglin to instinctively lift his foot and kick the table. The table tilted, and the bowls and chopsticks on it clattered to the ground. Cheng Chen quickly grabbed 2 bottles of Lafite that were about to fall over, yelling, "My Lafite! Oh no, I've hurt my back." Zhang Fenglin held his back, looked at the broken pieces on the floor, and shouted, "Boss, I'm sorry, you can count the broken bowls." The boss came over and took a look, but didn't say anything, and told someone to clean up. At this point, a few young people at another table burst out laughing. "Ha, the CEO in a shabby alley. Lafite Rothschild from 1982, it kills me, people who come to a restaurant like this drink Lafite. It's obviously a fake. Do you know how much a bottle of Lafite Rothschild from 1982 costs?" The most handsome young man among them laughed even louder. Zhang Fenglin glanced at this table of people, but didn't say anything. He was too lazy to argue with people who had nothing to do with him. But Cheng Chen's fiery temper could not stand this. He retorted, "Kid, stop laughing. Don't let poverty limit your imagination. He was rich once too." The most handsome-looking person at the table snorted, "Poor guy, coming to a restaurant like this, drinking fake Lafite to impress people, it's really laughable, ha." "Exactly, everyone thinks that you're here to experience life like our young master you." The other teenager laughed. Cheng Chen ran over, carrying 2 bottles of red wine, and opened his phone to access the official website. He poked the bottles in front of Yu Gongzi's face and said, "I'll tell you, our young master is really here to experience life. Look closely at the screen printing pattern, the seal on the bottle, and the code number on the chew bottle. Look carefully, I'll enter it." After quickly entering the information, Cheng Chen poked it at him and said, "Genuine product. Open your eyes wide and see for yourself. You're smart enough to understand, right?" The young man Yu was told that his intelligence was not good, and he blushed. He wanted to argue for a while, but ultimately, he shut up, but he was obviously very angry. Cheng Chen poked his phone at the eyes of those young men again and again, saying, look clearly, don't look ignorant." Those few people looked at the phone poked in front of their eyes. Although they were indignant, they didn't say anything when they saw that the young man Yu didn't say anything. Cheng Chen returned with a drink in his arms and laughed out loud, "Ha ha, that was really funny." Xiaoyun, on the other hand, looked at the young man several times. "Why are you always looking at him? Do you know him?" Cheng Chen, who was sitting next to him, asked curiously. "It looks like he knows him, but I'm not sure." Xiaoyun frowned and said, "With that kind of personality, it's best if he's not someone you know, because he'll embarrass you." Cheng Chen laughed. Niu Baby walked over with his girlfriend. "I'm late," Nubabi said as he came up. Chen Dian had already ordered, so he said, "It's fine, you didn't have to greet our guest. This must be your wife." This was the first time the 508 dormitory brothers had seen Nubabi's girlfriend. They heard that she was a sophomore from the school next door, 20 years old, petite and delicate looking, with a pretty face and delicate makeup, and could be considered a beauty. Standing next to the tall and strong Nubabi, she really looked like a little bird clinging to a tall tree. Nyobo was very happy to introduce her. Her name is Yu Qiao. Yu Qiao nodded to everyone lightly, glanced at the restaurant environment, and frowned slightly. Nyobo continued happily introducing his girlfriend to his friends. Yu Qiao's eyes lit up a few times when she saw Xiao Yun and Cheng Chen. Nyobo pointed to Zhang Fenglin last. This is our third young master Zhang Fenglin, who is wealthy. Xiao Yun could clearly feel Yu Qiao's gaze change. How should I put it? It was like a hungry wolf suddenly encountering a plump prey. That gaze was only momentary, though. Cheng Chen tugged at Xiao Yun's sleeve, and the two of them exchanged a glance and shook their heads slightly, as if they had understood each other's thoughts. The food arrived. It really did taste good, and drinking Lafite in a disposable cup had a unique flavor. Everyone was very satisfied. Xiao Yun felt that Yu Qiao kept looking at Zhang Fenglin, whether intentionally or not. However, Zhang Fenglin didn't react at all. Niu Baobao sat next to Yu Qiao and attentively helped her with the food. The meal was a great success. After the meal, Zhang Fenglin asked Chen Dian to take his phone and go pay the bill. Chen Dian was famous for being stingy, and he ordered exactly the right amount of food, never too much or too little. He is a person who knows how to live frugally and is very good at budgeting. The 7 people ate 427 yuan, and the owner charged 7 yuan less, but Chen Dian managed to get that 20 yuan off as well. The owner was angry and laughing at the same time. You are the kind of person who knows how to bargain after eating just a few times. If we come here more often, you will make it back, Chen Dian said as he scanned the QR code to pay. After eating, the group walked out of the restaurant. Another table of young people also finished eating and left. The one called Yu Gongzi snorted at Cheng Chen, and led a few people into the BMW and drove away. Niu Baby took his girlfriend and left first, saying that he had to go somewhere to play in the afternoon. That girl has her eye on you, San Xiao. Cheng Chen nudged Zhang Fenglin and whispered. Cut it out. Zhang Fenglin snorted, I've seen a lot of girls like this, and Baby is going to get kicked. Chapter 31 No bluffing. You still know about courtesy, righteousness, integrity, and shame. Then you. Xiao Yun was a little worried. Am I the kind of person who messes around? Zhang Fenglin sneered. Although I'm not a good person, I can tell the difference. Let's go. Shi Shangping came over to thank Xiao Yun in person. The two of them hadn't met since he transferred money to him last time. Xiao Yun, thank you. Don't worry, I will definitely pay you back the money you lent me. Xiao Yun waved his hand. That was Shin Jiujiu who financed you, so you don't need to pay it back. You don't need to keep thinking about it. During this period of time, apart from your internship, you should prepare your graduation thesis well, and wait until you graduate. He is just an ordinary student now, and he can't help his friends too much. I just hope everyone can have a good life. The remaining few people said hello and dispersed. On the way home, Xiao Yun suddenly remembered who that young man was. He could be his half-brother, Xiao Yu. He hadn't seen his younger brother for more than 10 years. He never thought he would run into him in such a big city, but he wasn't sure if the person was really Xiao Yu. Shin Jiujiu returned from the next city. She found it too noisy and went shopping with Guan Ya, then returned. Guan Ya was too busy chasing after stars to care whether she stayed or left. Thinking that she would see Xiao Yun in a while, she felt a little inexplicably excited. She missed him a lot even though they hadn't seen each other for most of the day. In fact, Guan Ya was just pointing her nose and saying that if she went back, she would see her junior high school boyfriend. After all, her best friend is not as important as a man. Shin Jiujiu felt that she was partly right. She silently admitted this part of it in her heart. Ahead was a commercial district. The road was relatively narrow, with many vehicles and people, and the cars were driving and stopping. On the roadside, an old man with gray hair was walking quickly when suddenly he bent over and collapsed. Passers-by looked at him for a moment, but no one stopped. A few people looked at him for a while, as if they wanted to help, but they hesitated and walked away. Shin Jiujiu's car window was open, and she could hear the old man say in pain, "Help me, give me a hand, help me up, I'm not asking for anything in return." However, no one came forward. Shin Jiujiu's heart suddenly felt a stab of pain when she saw the old man. Whose fault is it that the passers-by are so cold? It's not that people are cold, it's that some people are so heartless. Everyone is scared by those extreme cases. No one dares to take a chance, and no one wants to be blamed for saving someone's life and end up paying with their money or going to jail. That judge really deserves to be cursed forever. She pulled over, put on her mask, and got out of the car. She walked over. When the old man saw her coming, he pleaded, "Little girl, help me up, I won't sue you." Shinjiojio thought to herself, "If you dare to sue me, I will find a way to get you." She reached out and gently and slowly helped the old man up. "Are you feeling unwell?" Shinjiojio felt that the old man had kind eyes, so her tone became gentle. "Little girl, can you hand me a tablet of the medicine in my bag?" The old man said, covering his chest. Shinjiojio opened the briefcase that had fallen to the ground next to him. Inside were some manuscripts, and Shinjiojio found a small medicine bottle. "Is this it?" "Yes." Shinjiojio handed him a tablet. The old man's hands were still a little stiff, so he whispered, "Could you put the medicine in my mouth?" "Thanks." The tablet was placed in the old man's mouth, and after he swallowed it, he felt much better after a while. "I'll take you to the hospital for a checkup," Shinjiojio said. "No need, thank you, young lady. Then I'll call my family and have them take you there. I'm here on business." "It's fine, I feel much better." The old man tried to stand up on his own, but with some difficulty. Shinjiojio gave him a hand. "It's best to go and get checked out anyway," Shinjiojio insisted, reassuringly. The old man hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Okay, thank you, young lady. Don't worry, I won't try to scam you. I have medical insurance and a pension." Shinjiojio suddenly found the old man quite cute. She laughed and said, "So if you didn't have medical insurance and had no money, you were going to rip me off?" The old man froze for a moment and also laughed. He said, "Even if I did, I still know what is right and wrong." Shinjiojio took the old man to the hospital and had him checked out. The old man was quite skilled at using his mobile phone to pay. The old man was fine, but he was old and had a mild myocardial infarction. He just needed to take his medicine regularly and pay more attention to his health. But it was a close call today. If Shinjiojio hadn't helped him up and given him his medicine, the consequences would have been hard to predict. Seeing that he was fine, Shinjiojio said goodbye to him. She had learned his name from his ID card, Hishiwan. Hishiwan asked her what her name was, but Shinjiojio didn't say. She just said, "It was nothing, just a small favor." On the way home, Shinjiojio was very happy. She didn't know what she was happy about. Since she was young, her grandfather had protected her very well, and she didn't seem to have had many opportunities to do good deeds on her own. Unexpectedly, she had done a good deed today. She called Shin-song, "Grandpa, I helped an old man today, about your age. I'm quite happy about it." Shin-song was surprised when he heard the situation. "Really? My big girl is helping people? I'm not afraid that people will scam you." "Shinjiojio, I calculated my assets before helping people and felt that I could scam them." "Ha ha ha." Shin-song laughed heartily. He was even happier that his granddaughter was becoming more and more lively. In the evening, he brought your little boyfriend to see Grandpa. Grandpa misses you both. "Okay." Xiaoyun called Hishiwan. "Grandpa, you should be here soon. I'll go pick you up. I'll be there tomorrow," Hishiwan said as he sat on the bed in the hotel. Although he had a narrow escape, he still felt a little uncomfortable and needed to rest for a day. He couldn't tell Xiaoyun that he wasn't feeling well, or else he would worry again. Anyway, there wasn't anything seriously wrong. He had originally planned to come a day early just to spend an extra day with him, but he hadn't expected to have a physical problem. "I thought you were coming today. Why didn't you tell me you were changing the time?" Xiaoyun was a little dissatisfied. "Why should I tell you? I have my own plans. Do you need to know everything, and don't you let me know everything either?" Hishiwang retorted. Xiaoyun was speechless and could only ask, "Okay, then tell me your train schedule? I'll call you tomorrow when it's almost time." "Okay. By the way, Yan Yu's mother came 2 days ago. You should know by now that she and Yan Yu's father really can't get along anymore and want to come to work in Haikao." Xiaoyun was silent for a moment. "Oh, I don't know yet." "You don't know?" "That's right, you're both doing internships, and Xiaoyu probably didn't have time to tell you." Hishiwan hung up after a few casual words. When he put down the phone, he felt a sense of melancholy. Yan's parents had been arguing for their whole lives, and in the end they just couldn't get along. Yan's father often told him, "Xiaoyun, you need to hurry up and grow up and marry my girl back home. She's such a nuisance, I can't stand it anymore." Yan's mother also often said, "Xiaoyun, my little Yu depends on you. You must treat her well and not be like her father. Yan Yu often said angrily, I'm going to leave home far away in the future. Yan's father loved to drink, was unmotivated, a bit of a good-for-nothing, and Yan Yu secretly pitied him. Yan's mother looked down on him for not earning money and for fighting and arguing every day. The Yan family was always in chaos, and it was only a matter of time before they broke up. The Shin family villa had a dedicated cleaner who came every day to clean, and there was also a domestic helper who did the laundry. Xiaoyun didn't have much to do either, as long as she could solve Shin Jiujiu's eating problem every day. Shin Jiujiu especially liked the food he cooked, and she would eat whatever he made, never being picky. Of course, apart from food, her other demands were more refined. Looking at the time, it was almost time to cook dinner. Xiaoyun was thinking about what to eat that night when she saw Shin Jiujiu come back. Chapter 32, She Has to Be Branded. You didn't say you were going to a concert and staying the night? Xiaoyun asked, surprised, when she walked in. What, do you hope I don't come back so you can invite other girls to spend the night? Shin Jiujiu gave him a look, her tone flirtatiously teasing. Xiaoyun was shaken by her flirtatious glare, and laughed, This is your home, how could I be so casual? This is your home now. Shin Jiujiu gave him a look, her tone a little strange, but her expression on her face was one of pleasure. Xiaoyun thought that she had been to the city today and was just so happy, it seemed that she needed to go out and about more. Okay, it's also my home. Seeing that she was in a good mood, Xiaoyun naturally wouldn't say anything to upset her. Sometimes this young lady just doesn't know how to upset her. He needs to be careful. Shin Jiujiu casually put her bag on the rack by the door and looked at Xiaoyun with a smile on her face. Xiaoyun felt that she was a little strange today. It seemed that she was a little too happy. What made her so happy? Just as he was thinking, Shin Jiujiu suddenly threw herself into his arms, put her arms around his waist, and rested her head on his shoulder. Xiaoyun. Shin Jiujiu was so nervous when she threw herself into his arms. When she returned, Guan Ya said to her, Your little brother might have feelings for you, but he's just too shy to admit it. You need to take the initiative all the time, for example, hugging him, kissing him, and teasing him a little without him noticing. She said, I don't know how to do that without him noticing. Teach me. Guan Ya scratches his head, how would I know? This is all theory. You can only test the theory in practice. You can try it yourself, and if you do it wrong, you can correct the theory. Shin Jiujiu, a 24-year-old single woman, has never read a romance novel or watched an idol drama, so she has no idea how to flirt with a man. She has been following Guan Ya's advice and trying things out little by little, always being careful. Today, when she saw Xiaoyun standing in front of her, so handsome and radiant, like a little sun, she took the initiative to close her eyes and throw herself into his arms to tease him a little. Xiaoyun could only feel a faint fragrance enter his nose. He didn't know whether to push her or not. His heart was racing, and it was unrealistic not to move when a beautiful woman was in his arms. He held her waist with both hands and asked softly, What's wrong? Shin Jiujiu blurted out, Xiaoyun, I'm so happy today. Xiaoyun raised an eyebrow and said, What's so happy about it? Tell me. I helped an old man. Shin Jiujiu thought of this incident and hurriedly told him about it. How did you help? I helped an old man cross the street. Shin Jiujiu blurted out. As for taking the old man to the hospital, she didn't take it seriously. The point is that she was just happy, and this was an excuse to be happy. Xiaoyun couldn't help but laugh. Her point of happiness was so low that helping an old man made her so happy. It seems that she really lived a lonely life in the past. His eyebrows rose even higher as he laughed. After helping an old person cross the road, did the old person not yell at you, I didn't make it across the road? Shin Jiujiu. Confused, she looked up at him, confused. Xiaoyun saw the confusion in her eyes and smiled, reaching up to pinch her cheek. Learning from Lei Feng is a good example. Jiujiu, you're great. Shin Jiujiu felt that he was simply coaxing a child, and her face gradually turned red. She was ashamed, as she was older than he was. Why did she feel like such a childish person? However, being coaxed like this by him, her heart was also filled with sweetness. She was embarrassed to stay in his arms any longer, so she left his embrace with a blush on her face. When his arms were empty, Xiaoyun actually felt a sense of emptiness. Shin Jiujiu whispered, Let's go see Grandpa. Okay. After a few encounters, Xiaoyun also liked Shin Song, the wise old man, and was happy to accompany Shin Jiujiu to see him. After a few more days, Grandpa will return to the group, and I will be a lot less stressed. Shin Jiao spoke with a cheerful tone. Don't let Grandpa get too tired, then. Xiaoyun said, remembering what the doctor had said about needing to rest more. Well, Grandpa is just seeing how I manage. Shin Jiao laughed lightly, saying that he was too kind. Xiaoyun smiled and didn't say anything. It was not appropriate for an intern to interfere in the affairs of the group. There were many old people who had started the business with Shin Song, and there were too many personal connections. Shin Song was not good at strict management. After Grandpa returns to the group, I'm sure a bunch of people will tell me off. Shin Jiao frowned. Grandpa must have already taught you what to do, so don't worry. Xiaoyun thought that since Shin Song had asked Shin Jiao to manage the group, he would naturally teach her what to do. She had graduated 2 years ago and interned for a year, so these 3 years had been enough for her to gain experience. Shin Jiao looked at Xiaoyun and gave a small smile. Let's go. You don't need to buy anything else. If you buy anything else, Grandpa will be angry. A student who hasn't graduated and insists on not spending her money, how can he afford to buy anything else? That's fine. Xiaoyun didn't insist either. Visiting Shin Song was always a pleasant experience, as Shin Song would always teach Xiaoyun something, whether intentionally or not. In short, Xiaoyun had gained a lot, and his heart was full of admiration for Shin Song. He had wanted to tell Shin Song that his grandfather would be coming to Haicheng the next day, but in the end, he decided not to. The next day, Xiaoyun told Shin Jiao that his grandfather was coming to Haicheng for a symposium and that he wanted to meet him. Shin Jiao was about to ask if she could go with him when Xiaoyun's phone rang. Xiaoyun, I'm at the hotel. Come to the Yushan Hotel at noon. Yan Yu's mother is here too. She wants to meet you, and Yan Yu will be there too. We'll talk about you two then. Shiwen was straightforward. Xiaoyun was stunned. Grandpa, you're here already, why didn't you tell me in advance that Yan Yu and I won't say any more, I ran into an acquaintance, so don't be late. Shiwen had already hung up the phone. Xiaoyun was helpless. She had wanted to explain that she and Yan Yu were no longer together, so that Grandpa would be prepared mentally, but now she wouldn't even get the chance to explain. It seemed that Yan Yu might not have told Yan's mother about their breakup either. Shin Jiao stared at him. Xiaoyun explained, Jiao, I may have to accompany Grandpa at noon and in the evening. He will leave directly after the symposium the day after tomorrow. You want to see Xiao Mai? Shin Jiao looked displeased, and she heard the indistinct voices of the conversation on the phone. It's not really to see her, it's her mother. My family and Yan Yu's have lived in the same big yard since we were young, door to door. When Auntie Yan came to Haicheng, Grandpa thought that the two of us were still together, and there were some things that needed to be made clear to them. Xiaoyun felt a little embarrassed. What was all this about? Fine, go ahead. Don't drag your feet. If you've broken off ties, be decisive. Shin Jiao's face looked a little better. She wanted to say more, but didn't want to offend Xiaoyun. After all, the feelings between childhood sweethearts involved the adults of both families, and it was necessary to make things clear. Well, I will make it clear. Xiaoyun nodded. He didn't want to be attached either, and dragging his feet was not his character. Change into the clothes I gave you before. Shin Jiao said, and he went to see Qingmei's mother. She was always uncomfortable in her heart. He had to let her mark him. Chapter 33, Unable to resist the temptation of a beauty. Xiaoyun, no need. Shin Jiao, if you're not going to wear it, don't go. After saying this, she felt that it was wrong. Her words were too cold and hard, and they carried an order. Before Xiaoyun could change his face, she quickly walked over to him, grabbed his arm and shook it gently. Her tone was gentle and coquettish. Wear it, wear it. You haven't worn any of the clothes I bought for you, and I don't know if they look good or not. You wear them for me. Look, I wear the gold bracelet you gave me every day. Xiaoyun took a gentle breath, his heart swayed by her, who could stand a beautiful, overly affectionate, soft-spoken beauty cooing to him. Who wouldn't be confused? It's a little understandable why emperors in history would go to war with their vassals for the sake of a beautiful woman's smile, or lose their temper over a pretty face. Fine, I'll wear it. Xiaoyun admitted that he was a Philistine and couldn't resist the temptation of a beautiful woman. Not to mention wearing it, he could even take it off. Then Xiaoyun changed into a suit that Shin Jiao had bought for him. He didn't care much about brands. As someone had said, if you don't know brands, don't try to show off your wealth in front of me. That was exactly the kind of person he was now. He was wearing a beige knitted short-sleeved shirt, camel-colored slacks, black leather shoes, and a watch on his wrist. Shin Jojo used a hairdryer to blow dry his hair into a big, back-combed style. It looked mature and steady. Looking at the super handsome guy in the mirror, whose aura has suddenly increased several notches, Xiaoyun exclaims, "Jojo, I suddenly feel so handsome." Shin Jojo stares at him blankly. Xiaoyun narcissistically shakes his hair and blinks a few times, smiling at her and saying, "You're not swooning from my handsome appearance, are you?" Shin Jojo nods seriously, Xiaoyun, that's ridiculous. Of course he didn't take it seriously. He actually felt that he looked okay, but just okay. Anyway, since he was young, he had never received a love letter from another girl. Bearded babies had received several love letters. What he didn't know was that his deep feelings for Yan Yu had deterred all the girls who were interested in him. They all knew that confessing their feelings would only be a source of humiliation. This was also the reason why Shinjojo didn't make a move on him. Shinjojo saw Xiaoyun to the door, and when she saw him pushing the electric bicycle, she hurriedly said, "You drive. Just ride this bike." Xiaoyun felt that with his current wealth, he could only ride a broken battery bike. "The wind will mess up your hair, and it will be a waste of my effort." Shinjojo pulled him into the garage without further ado and pushed him next to the Porsche. She knew that Xiaoyun could drive, and he had already gotten his driver's license during college. "You drive the Porsche. You look good in this outfit, you deserve to drive the Porsche." Xiaoyun demurred, "No, I can't drive it properly." Shinjojo repeated her old trick, come on, you look great in this car, let me see." "Xiaoyun. This is killing me, how has this young lady suddenly changed her style, acting cute and adorable, he can't take it anymore." "His willpower isn't that strong, okay? Fine, I'll drive. But this car is too conspicuous, let's get a normal one." Xiaoyun surrendered. "Okay, let's drive this electric car." Shinjojo also stopped arguing with him, and handed him the key like a magician. It was the same electric car she had driven before. Xiaoyun opened the door and was about to get in when Shinjojo suddenly said, "Xiaoyun, there's something in your hair." "Don't move, I'll get it for you." Xiaoyun stopped moving. Shinjojo ran her hand through his hair, and when he wasn't looking, she leaned in and gave him a light kiss on the cheek, quickly pulling away as if she had accidentally brushed against him. Without changing her expression, she said, "Okay, it's gone. Be careful on the road." After she finished speaking, she turned around and walked away. Her back looked like she was running away. Xiaoyun was stunned, and touched the spot she had kissed him, feeling a little hot and flustered. Thinking about Shinjojo's sudden change, his heart suddenly jumped, and he felt that this young lady might like him a little. Driving on the road, Xiaoyun suddenly laughed, laughing at himself. "What are you thinking about, Xiaoyun? Your two identities are worlds apart." He remembered that during college, a few people in the dorm suddenly started talking about a topic. In today's society, is it feasible for an ordinary person to marry into a wealthy family or marry a wealthy person? A few young and inexperienced guys, full of dreams for the future, argued that love could conquer all. In the end, Zhang Fenglin, who had been quiet the whole time, shattered the illusion, "The rich are not stupid." With just those words, everyone understood and stopped arguing. Yes, the rich are not stupid. After realizing this, Xiaoyun suppressed the surge in his heart. Shinsong seemed to like him quite a bit, and seemed happy to spend time with him, but who knew what he was really thinking? Or had he seen through Shinjojo and his tricks and was just turning a blind eye to his antics? Perhaps he had other, unknown plans. He might as well just go with the flow and not think about it too much. When they arrived at the Yushan Hotel, Xiaoyun was looking around to see where his grandfather was. Then he saw a middle-aged woman stand up and call out to him, "Xiaoyun, over here." It was Yan's mother. She was dressed plainly, and her once beautiful face had been marked by the vicissitudes of life. Beside her sat Yanyu, dressed in gorgeous clothes, and she was indeed becoming more and more beautiful. Grandpa was sitting on the other side, smiling as he watched him approach. "Grandpa!" Xiaoyun called out excitedly. "Well, sit down." Xiaoyun greeted Yan's mother and Yanyu again, "Auntie, Xiaoyu. Xiaoyun looks really smart in this outfit, even more handsome." Yan's mother looked at Xiaoyun, just like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law, and the more she looked, the more she liked him. She couldn't read any big names either, but she felt that Xiaoyun was different today than usual. Yanyu stared at Xiaoyun in a daze. She knew that Xiaoyun had always been handsome. Since childhood, countless girls have liked Xiaoyun, but she has stopped them all. She never imagined that Xiao Yun would come to the appointment today dressed in a big name brand. He had carefully dressed up today, and even his usual casual hair had been styled. She also never imagined that Xiao Yun could look so handsome in this outfit. The little celebrities she has met these days are not good enough to look at. However, his Armani suit and Rolex watch must have cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Where did he get the money to buy all these clothes and watches? Xiao Yun, your clothes. Yan Yu asked suspiciously. What's wrong, is this outfit not normal? He smiled and asked, not wanting to seem cold in front of the two elders. Yan Yu's heart skipped a beat. He had come to see her and her mother today in such a fancy outfit, so he must still have feelings for her. In the past, whenever the two of them had a slightly important appointment, he would always take great care to clean himself up and look smart and handsome. He must not want to be separated from her, and wants to continue to keep her. He knows that by coming to see her today, to see her mother, he wants to show off a little in front of her and her mother. She doesn't believe that Xiao Yun can just let go. She knows only too well how he has liked her over the past 10 years. Chapter 34, Don't come crying to your mother in the future. She was sure she had borrowed this dress from Zhang Fenglin. Zhang Fenglin was about the same size as her, although not as handsome. She hadn't told her mother that he and Xiao Yun had broken up. And she had no intention of doing so. The fact that someone had been thinking about her had greatly satisfied her vanity. Now, she felt conflicted. When he was around, she was annoyed. But if she gave up on him, she would feel guilty and her heart would feel empty. So she also laughed and said, "That's good, you look very nice in that." The waiter came over with the menu. He Shiwen was treating them to dinner today, so he asked them to order first. While they were waiting for the food, he Shiwen asked, "Xiao Yun and Xiao Yu, you two are about to graduate, what are your plans?" In his heart, he already considered Yin Yu as family. The two families lived close to each other, and he had watched Yin Yu grow up. Back then, Xiao Yun scored 690 points in the college entrance exam, 2 points short of the cutoff for Qingbei University. He carefully guided Xiao Yun to apply to a good science college, but little did he expect that this brat would secretly change his major to apply to Hade, just to be with Yin Yu. He was so angry that he almost died where he stood. As it was, there was nothing he could do. Xiao Yun refused to repeat the year and was determined to be with Yin Yu, so he had to let the silly boy have his way. Now that the two of them are about to graduate, and the wedding house in their hometown has been bought, it remains to be seen how these two children will develop after graduation. Yin Yu spoke first, "Grandpa, I plan to develop my career in Haicheng." "I'm also developing my career in Haicheng," Xiao Yun replied. He Shiwen understood, after all, Haicheng was much more prosperous than their hometown, but he still tried to persuade them. "You two are doing okay at school, although your majors are not good. But if you find some connections, you can still enter a company in your hometown. Do you want to go back to work there?" "I'm not going back." Yen Yu immediately rejected. She still wants to chase her dreams. If she enters a company in her hometown, she will get less than 10,000 yuan a month at most. She doesn't want to live such a frugal life. "I'm not going back either." Xiao Yan replied that he still wanted to realize his ideals in Xiantai. $1 million annual salary in the future was not impossible. He Shiwen stopped persuading. "Then, after you two graduate, let's get married." He was thinking that the silly grandson had given so much to Yen Yu, and even if they didn't get married after graduation, they should get engaged as a form of protection. Before Yen Yu could say anything, Xiaoyan said, "No need, the two of us already." Yen Yu immediately interrupted him and said, "We have already agreed that we will focus on our careers and not consider anything else for the time being. We are still young and have a long way to go." She didn't know why, but she didn't want Xiaoyun to say that the two of them had already broken up. Xiaoyun looked at her in surprise, thinking that she didn't want her grandfather to take the news of their separation so hard at once, so he changed his words and said, "Yes, we will still focus on our careers." Later, he would explain the truth to Grandpa. Yan's mother, who had not spoken up, looked at Yen Yu with some anger. "Xiaoyu, this must have been your idea. How is getting engaged first a bad thing? Xiaoyun treats you so well. Which other guy in the world treats you as well as he does? When you're sick, he stays by your side. When you're sad, he comforts you. You go to his house all the time, and let him cook for you. He never complains. You don't do well in school, and he gives you extra lessons. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't even be able to get into university, let alone Shanghai University." Yen Yu bit her lip and didn't say a word. He Shiwen couldn't bear to hear what his stupid grandson had done, and he wanted to cover his ears and not listen. Xiaoyun's heart calmed down a little. Xiao Yun is so handsome, and he treats you so well. You are the only one in his heart and eyes. If you don't get married first, and one day Xiao Yun gets chased away by someone else, don't come crying to your mother. Yan's mother said with a scolding tone. Anyway, Xiao Yun's father doesn't care about him, but his grandfather is quite well off, and his biological mother is also quite well off. They are much better off than the Yan family. Xiao Yun still has a new house in his hometown that he paid for in full, so he doesn't have to worry about the house. His grandparents also have a small apartment in the school district under their names, which is also worth a lot of money. It will definitely all be Xiao Yun's in the future. She's the one with the problem in the brain for not agreeing. Yan Yu kept silent, and Yan's mother was so angry that she poked her with her finger, knocking Yan Yu's head to the side. Xiao Yun spoke up to stop her. Auntie, Xiao Yu has her own thoughts, so don't push her. Yan's mother then smiled apologetically and said, Xiao Yun, Xiao Yu is stubborn, so please bear with her. You've spoiled her. Xiao Yun smiled and said nothing. After the meal was served, the few of them ate in harmony. After all, they had been neighbors for 20 years and knew each other very well. Yan's mother said, if Xiao Yu doesn't go back to her hometown, I'll just work here. We'll go back in a couple of years and get married. Yan Yu didn't say anything, presumably because she knew the outcome. Shiwan also didn't persuade her anymore. Xiao Yun, your parents are getting divorced, and Xiao Yu's father and I are getting divorced too. You two must be good to each other in the future. Yan's mother sighed. No, as long as the two children are truly together, they will never be separated. My Xiao Yun is a practical person and will never let Xiao Yu suffer. Shiwan spoke up. Auntie, Grandpa, let's eat. Xiao Yun didn't want to hear the two elders talk about the important matters of their two young lives anymore and hoped to end the meal as soon as possible. Yan Yu glanced at Xiao Yun from time to time, and Xiao Yun occasionally smiled at her. It was as if nothing had happened. He just didn't want the two elders to feel awkward for the two of them during dinner. But Yan Yu's heart confirmed that Xiao Yun still loved her, and her heart was filled with joy. Finally, the meal was over. Yan Yu's mother returned to the house that Yan Yu rented for her, and Xiao Yun returned to the hotel with his grandfather. In the hotel, Shiwang asked perceptively, Xiao Yun, are you and Yu having a fight? Xiao Yun's behavior today had been a little distracted, and he didn't seem to be treating Yan Yu as well as he had before. Xiao Yun told the truth, Grandpa, I broke up with her. Shiwang was stunned for a while before he asked, why? Looking at his grandfather's suddenly ugly face, Xiao Yun couldn't bear to see him like this and helped him sit down in a chair. He knew that his grandfather must be feeling very bad. He had given up a good university to follow Yan Yu here, but this was the result, and his efforts had gone unrewarded. Grandpa, don't be sad. In fact, the two of us weren't a good match. It's a good thing that we're not splitting up too late, and the breakup was also our considered decision. Xiao Yun said tactfully. It's that girl who doesn't want you anymore, huh? I knew it. If we're breaking up, you're the one who got dumped. Shiwan said unceremoniously. Xiao Yun was speechless, feeling like a clown. So, what was the reason? Shiwan asked. She wanted to be a celebrity, and she felt that going out with me would affect her career. You know, idols hate to be seen in a relationship. So, breaking up was the best thing. At this point, Xiao Yun didn't want to say that Yan Yu was looking for a rich third generation as a backer in order to get ahead. Anyway, Yan Yu did give him happiness and was once the support of his soul. Even if they broke up, he didn't want to speak ill of Yan Yu. It was best for both parties to save face. Shiwan sighed and said, if I had known you two had broken up, I would have asked for the contact information of the girl who helped me yesterday, so that you two could get to know each other. That girl was very nice, even though she was wearing a mask, she was still very pretty. Chapter 35, If you have a grievance, speak up. Ah, where did you meet a pretty girl? Xiao Yun asked curiously. Shiwan suddenly realized that he had almost let the cat out of the bag. He would have to tell his grandson about the time he fell over yesterday, and he would have to be nervous again. So he laughed and joked, yesterday, back home, I met a pretty girl who insisted on helping me cross the road. I said I wasn't going to, but she carried me across anyway. Xiao Yun. Oh, this story sounds familiar. That girl is probably not stupid, right? Xiao Yun said. She's not stupid, she's very pretty, and she's a good match for you. Shiwang said with a smile, then added, just kidding. There really was a pretty girl who helped me carry things across the street, and when I asked her name, she just wouldn't say. Xiaoyun knew that his grandfather was probably just teasing him because he was afraid that he would be sad if they broke up, so he also laughed and said, "Okay, Grandpa, next time you see her, introduce her to me." "That's good, I need a new relationship too." He Shiwen patted him on the head and thought, "You're dreaming. The girl is too beautiful and has a dignified temperament, she definitely doesn't want a loser like you." The grandfather and grandson laughed and argued for a while. Xiao Yun and He Shiwen took a break. The two of them went out for a stroll, had dinner, and took in the night view. Xiao Yun bought a few small gifts for his grandfather to take back to his grandmother. "In the future, once I settle down in Haichang, I'll bring you and grandma here," Xiao Yun vowed. He Shiwen laughed, looked out at the surging river, and asked, "Your father hasn't contacted you at all?" "No," Xiao Yun answered nonchalantly. He could hardly remember the appearance of his biological father Xiao Weijun. Apart from the time when he lived with his father when he was young, he saw his father less and less in later years. They didn't meet for a few years. During the 4 years of university, he only saw Xiao Weijun for 5 minutes at the beginning of the semester, and never saw him again. They were not close, and his father was not close to him either. In this way, they gradually drifted apart. In theory, his father didn't want him, and he was awarded to his mother when he was 2 years old. His surname should have been changed to He, but his mother was too lazy to do so. His grandfather thought that his biological father was from Haichang and had a good network of contacts, so he could at least help his own son in the future, so he didn't change the surname either. Unfortunately, even if his surname was Xiao, his father still didn't care about him. Alas! He Shiwen felt a little sad. "Your father is quite successful in his career, but even when you graduated and were looking for a job, he didn't want to help you. In Haichang, he could have helped you find a good job." "Grandpa, I'll be fine. I don't need him to help me. I'll be fine on my own. Don't worry." Xiao Yun put her arms around her grandfather's shoulders. "Xiao Yun, don't blame your mother." "Your mother." He Shiwen couldn't continue. "I don't blame anyone. I have grandparents, and I'm content." Xiao Yun comforted with a smile. Xiao Yun's biological mother He Ziqing remarried and had a daughter. The stepfather originally had a daughter too, but she was awarded to the ex-wife. When Xiao Yun lived with his mother, the stepfather treated him well, but the sensitive Xiao Yun could always feel the barrier in his heart. It was as if he thought, "My own biological daughter is not by my side, so why should I be so nice to someone who is not related to me?" His indifferent mother would ignore his feelings. Therefore, Xiao Yun secretly told his grandfather how he felt, and his grandfather took him in and personally took care of him. However, his stepfather was really good to his mother and sister. The three of them were especially happy. Although they did not live together, his relationship with his mother's family was quite harmonious. "If you have any problems, you must tell your grandparents. Don't bear them alone. As long as your grandparents are alive, they will always protect and help you. Do you hear me?" He Shiwen gave him some advice. His grandson, He Shiwen, had a simple and honest character. He liked to bear the burden of things himself and didn't want to trouble others. This was both a strength and a weakness. His parents didn't love him, so he had to love and protect them. The poor boy had suffered for his parents for so many years. "I know." Xiao Yun's eyes were a little sore. He knew that he was currently interning at Xian Tai, and if he performed well, he could stay. He Shiwen felt slightly relieved. After dropping He Shiwen off at the hotel, Xiao Yun drove back. "This car is not bad, whose is it?" He Shiwen asked with raised eyebrows. "It's borrowed from a friend." "Well, drive carefully. You have to stay on the straight and narrow, don't mess around." He Shiwen was implying something. "Don't worry, your grandson is the most decent, he won't go astray." Xiao Yun smiled as she opened the car door. She was just a little bit nervous. She took He Shiwen back to the hotel. Xiao Yun drove back. Yan Yu took Yan's mother to the rented house. Yan's mother was still complaining about her. "What are you thinking, Xiao Yun? Our family is much better off than yours. Why don't you grab him? His family has several houses, and they will all be yours after you get married. It's not like ours, which is still living in a rundown house in the old city from decades ago, and doesn't even have a decent commercial property. Xiao Yun's grandfather has even mentioned an engagement, and you still refuse to agree." Yan Yu was very annoyed and even more aggrieved. "Mom, who is to blame for our family's poverty? Who told you and Dad not to fight? Who told me not to fight? Yan's mother was so angry that she burst into tears. Me? How could I not fight? You and your father spend all the money I earn. You two are holding me back. How can I support the family on my own? And now even you are tired of me. Yan Yu was even more annoyed, so that's why I don't want Xiaoyun anymore. I just want to climb up the social ladder. I want to become a celebrity and make a lot of money. I want to find a rich sugar daddy. I want to escape my fate of being poor. Xiaoyu, what are you saying? You don't want Xiaoyun anymore? Yan Mu's face changed dramatically, and she sat down in a chair. No wonder, I felt that something was wrong with him today. Mom, listen to me. Yan Yu took her mother's hand. You're in Haichang now, and you're in touch with Xiaoyun all the time, so of course I know how good he is. I actually don't want to give him up, but I have to move up, and I can't let him get in my way. I'm relying on Mr. Zhou now, so I can't have a boyfriend. Yan Yu went on and on for a long time, and finally Yan's mother cried, You little brat, you'll regret this. Mom, I've already taken this path, there's no turning back. You have to help me. When I become successful, I'll naturally go back for Xiaoyun. He likes me so much, he'll wait for me. Yan Yu said firmly. Yan Mu was silent for a long time before she said, Okay. Then don't let him down in the future. Xiaoyun drove on the way back, on a one-way street. There was a pedestrian riding an electric bicycle in front of him, so Xiaoyun drove very slowly. The car behind him honked its horn furiously, signaling him to hurry. Naturally, Xiaoyun couldn't drive fast. The road was so narrow, what if he hit the person in front of him? In the rearview mirror, he could see that there was a Land Rover behind him. Finally, he turned onto the spacious road ahead. The Land Rover behind him slowly pulled alongside him with its windows wide open. The driver of the Land Rover gave him the finger and cursed, Idiot. Chapter 36, Meeting a Brother. Xiaoyun was scolded for no reason. Even if he was a good-natured person, he was also a hot-blooded young man, and he was annoyed at the time. He took a closer look, and it wasn't the young Master Yu from yesterday who had mocked them for only being able to drink fake wine. It was really fate to run into each other in such a big city. He asked with a smile, Does your mother know that you introduce yourself like this? At first, Master Yu didn't understand what he said, but after thinking about it, he turned white with anger. Xiaoyun laughed, stepped on the gas, and the car quickly passed the Land Rover. At this time of day, there were already few cars on the road. The Land Rover accelerated and passed Xiaoyun from the left. Xiaoyun didn't take it seriously, but who knew that the Land Rover suddenly swerved to swerve his car? Xiaoyun quickly braked to avoid a collision. Xiaoyun vaguely heard a harsh laugh coming from the Land Rover. He understood that the guy had deliberately cut him off. Xiaoyun didn't argue with him and ignored him, slowing down his speed. The Land Rover also slowed down, slowly driving in front of Xiaoyun. His speed was like a turtle's, and Xiaoyun had to overtake him. Unexpectedly, the Land Rover overtook him again, and when it did, it arrogantly cut Xiaoyun's car off. Xiaoyun braked in time, and once again heard the faint laughter from the car in front. After being cut off like this 3 times, Xiaoyun concluded that this Mr. Yu was doing it on purpose. The car drove towards the bridge. From the rearview mirror, Xiaoyun saw the Land Rover accelerate and overtake again. If nothing unexpected happened, it would do the same thing again. Xiaoyun increased the speed slightly, and sure enough, the Land Rover started to overtake again. When the Land Rover passed the other car again, Xiaoyun observed that there were no cars in the opposite lane, and the front lane was clear. He twitched the corner of his lips, and in an unanticipated reaction, he accidentally nudged it. The speed of the 2 cars on the bridge was about 70 to 80 miles per hour. The Land Rover was so bumped that it lost its balance and crashed into the median guardrail, sliding a few times before coming to a halt. Xiaoyun stopped the car without any fuss, called the police, and reported the incident of road rage on Fuhua Bridge. The Land Rover stopped for a while before a few people got out of it. Apart from Yu Gongzi, there were also 2 teenagers who didn't look like good students. They came over with bad expressions on their faces. Xiaoyun got out of the car coldly and calmly, took out a triangle warning sign from the trunk, and placed it behind the car. After putting it in place, he looked at the people face to face. He knew that these people would be fine, the Land Rover was of pretty good quality. Xiaoyu, are you getting in? One of the other 2 teenagers asked. Xiaoyun's heart's suspicions were confirmed, it really was Xiaoyu, his half-brother. As a child, he was unruly and unreasonable, and as he grew up, he took it to the next level. Xiao Yu looked at Xiao Yun with a cold smile. You're fucking looking for death, daring to hit my car, apologize to me, compensate me for the damage to my car, and pay for the shock. That's strange. I was driving properly, and you suddenly swerved into my car. I couldn't react in time to brake. Why should I apologize and pay compensation to you? Xiao Yun sneered. You're so arrogant. Do your parents know about this, or do you have a very powerful black background? Xiao Yun really wanted to provoke him at this moment and see him fly into a rage. As far as he knew, the Xiao family had a bit of a background, with some connections on his grandparents' side. Xiao Yu could be said to be the apple of the family's eye. When he was young and came to Haicheng on vacation, his grandparents treated him well because of the blood ties. But it was definitely not as good as the precious Xiao Yu. He had suffered too many setbacks under Xiao Yu. He had memorized the three-character classic from a young age and had always followed the ancient teachings of being a good brother to his friends and respectful to his younger siblings. He had taken care of Xiao Yu as an older brother in everything. That summer, Xiao Yu was 5 years old and he was 7. Xiao Yu tricked him into the car and locked the door, and he almost died of heat. After returning home, he accidentally told his grandfather and mother about it, and his mother and father had a big fight. After that, he never went to his father's house again, and he also didn't see the Xiao family for more than 10 years. Xiao Yun was annoyed when he thought about this. Xiao Yu was really arrogant. No matter what happened, I will take the blame myself, so apologize and compensate me now, or else you will pay a heavy price. Xiao Yun thought to himself, after not seeing each other for many years, he really is arrogant. I'm just afraid that he will cause trouble in the future. Fine, if you're so capable, you can call your father over. I've called the police, and when they arrive, they will decide whether I need to apologize to you. Xiao Yun looked at them calmly. Go ahead and call the police, I'm not afraid of you. Country bumpkin. Xiao Yu yelled. Xiao Yun didn't want to deal with him. In their eyes, all outsiders were country bumpkins. Xiao Yu was even more angry when he saw that Xiao Yun ignored him. He took a step forward and was about to fight. Xiao Yun said coldly, if you dare to fight, I dare to make your family a mess. Do you believe it or not? If it is not necessary, don't fight. If Xiao Yu really fights, he will definitely fight back. It is not cost-effective to judge that they are fighting with each other. Ha, you hit me, and you still want to blame others. Xiao Yu was shocked by the coldness in his eyes, and he hesitated a bit, but he still looked menacing. Just as they were at an impasse, the traffic police arrived. The Land Rover had crashed into the guardrail for dozens of meters, the windshield was shattered, and the front of the car was deformed. Xiao Yun first told the story, and then showed the traffic police the dashcam. He deliberately cut me off too frequently, and this time he got too close, and I really couldn't stop the car this time. With his road rage, it was easy for him to cause a major traffic accident. In this way, the facts were clear. The Land Rover owner was provocative, repeatedly cutting Xiao Yun's car off, and when he overtook the car, he was pressing the solid line, so the fault was with the Land Rover. You must not get road rage when driving. You must remain calm and drive safely. Come with us for a while and make a statement. The police officer earnestly instructed them, asking them to take out their driving licenses. Xiao Yun, Xiao Yu, what a coincidence, you both have the surname Xiao. The traffic police officer said with a slight surprise after looking at the two men's driving licenses. Xiao Yu's eyes widened, are you Xiao Yun? No wonder he dared to say he would cause trouble in his family, it turns out to be this annoying person. Xiao Yun replied indifferently, that's right. You are Xiao Yu? How have you been? Why are you in Haicheng? Xiao Yu angrily asked. Nonsense, I went to Shanghai University, of course I have to come to Haicheng. Xiao Yun found his question very funny. Don't even think about entering my home, everything about the Xiao family has nothing to do with you. Xiao Yu angrily warned, as if he were an intruder. You think I care? Xiao Yun sneered. The traffic police officer heard a hint of grudges and hatred in the conversation between the two men. Do you two know each other? A traffic police officer asked. This casual question angered Xiao Yu, who said angrily, he is a bastard. His mother stole my father and made my mother sad for the rest of her life. Xiao Yun really wanted to slap him. Fuck you, who is the bastard, your parents know best. Don't make me slap you. I'm 2 years older than you. How did you come about? Didn't your mom tell you? You don't know? Let me tell you. I was 2 years old when you were 5 months old in your mom's belly. So my mom and dad got divorced and married your mom, got it? He never wanted to expose these ignominious old wounds to irrelevant people, but Xiaoyu was really a pig-headed idiot, believing whatever his mom said. Chapter 37, Meeting his father for the first time. Who are you? He couldn't understand his parents' love and marriage now, even if he tried to analyze it. Back then, his parents had really loved each other. They had both gone to university in Haichang. They were classmates and had been in love for 4 years. After graduation, his mother wanted to go back to her hometown, but his father didn't want to leave her alone, so he followed her back. They got married, had a child, and were very happy. Later, my father went back to Haicheng for a visit. Then, at my second birthday party, my mother received a close-up photo and some messages. Eventually, they divorced and my father returned to Haicheng. Therefore, Xiaoyun still cannot understand why his parents, who had clearly loved each other deeply, ended up like this. Why did his biological father ignore him? The traffic cop didn't realize that by going out on a call, he had eaten a big melon. It turned out that he was a half-brother. It turned out that the two men had such grievances. Fearing that the two brothers would fight in the street, the traffic police quickly persuaded the two men to bring the conversation back to the traffic accident. Okay, come with us. When Shin Jojo called, Xiaoyun was at the traffic police station. I had a little traffic accident, but it's okay, the car is a bit damaged, I'll be back in a while. Xiaoyun was a little embarrassed to explain. Thinking about it now, he was still a bit impulsive, and scratched the paint on Shin Jojo's car. In fact, if he had just endured it, it would have been fine, but he didn't. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Shin Jojo's tone was urgent. Xiaoyun felt warmth well up in his heart. No, it's just that your car has suffered a bit of damage. Shin Jojo was obviously relieved. As long as you're okay, don't worry about the car. Where are you? Can you still drive? If it can be driven, I will return, don't worry. After Xiaoyun dealt with the traffic accident, Xiaoyu was still there pestering the traffic police not to fine him or deduct his points. He said how he should be compensated by Xiaoyun. From Xiaoyu's pestering, Xiaoyun also learned that his biological father, Xiao Weijun, had become quite wealthy over the years. As for how wealthy, from the arrogance of Xiaoyu, he should be quite wealthy. However, this has nothing to do with him. Even if his father dies, he won't get any of the inheritance. As Xiaoyun left the traffic police station and walked out the door, he met a middle-aged couple getting out of a Mercedes. In the light, Xiaoyun thought one of them looked very familiar. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Xiao Weijun and his wife. It seems that Xiaoyu must have called them. Look, as soon as this son has a problem, he runs as fast as he can. Xiaoyun thought that after a few more years, Xiao Weijun probably wouldn't recognize him anymore. He still remembered that when he first reported to Haida University, Xiao Weijun came to visit him and didn't recognize him at all. Now, he probably wouldn't recognize him either, Xiaoyun thought, so he didn't plan to say hello, figuring that he wouldn't be recognized as the father either. As they passed each other, Xiao Weijun suddenly called out in a puzzled and uncertain voice, Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun frowned and deliberately said, Who are you? Xiao Weijun, aren't you Xiaoyun? I am. Who are you? A fire suddenly flared up in Xiao Weijun's heart. I'm your father. This kid, he must be doing it on purpose. Oh, you're my father, I haven't seen you for many years. I don't recognize you, really, we meet and I don't recognize you, look at you, your temples are as white as frost. Xiaoyun laughed indifferently, Dad, what are you doing here? Xiao Weijun felt a lump in his throat. Xiaoyun's tone was clearly sarcastic, as if he hadn't seen his son for years. Your brother was in a car accident, so I came to take a look. Why are you here too? Xiao Weijun breathed a sigh and said. Oh, I also had a car accident with someone, so I came to take care of it. Now that I'm done, I'll be leaving. Bye, Dad, Auntie Huang. Xiaoyun's tone was indifferent. It seems that Xiaoyu has not yet told his parents who he crashed with. Oh, it's possible that Xiaoyu didn't recognize him at that time. Xiaoyun. Xiao Weijun looked at Xiaoyun's indifferent expression and the face that looked so much like his mother's. He suddenly remembered his younger days, and a trace of guilt flashed through his heart. You'll be graduating soon, so you should go see your grandparents sometime. They miss you. Xiaoyun didn't care, not familiar. No thanks. It's true that they are not familiar with each other. Except for a few times when he was a child, they haven't seen each other since. They are just strangers related by blood. If they really miss him, he has been in Haicheng for almost 4 years, they should have come to see him long ago. I really don't know how Xiao Weijun can say these words with a clear conscience. Huang Xuqing's face was always pale, and she spoke up only now. Xiaoyun, come and visit us when you have time. Your father and I need to take a look at Xiaoyu quickly. Okay. Xiaoyun responded carelessly and walked towards the broken car. A Porsche Cayenne came from ahead and stopped in front of Xiaoyun. The door opened and a driver got out, the same one who had picked Xiaoyun up at the Xin Villa earlier. Mr. Xiao, please get in, I'll drive the one you crashed. The driver got out of the car and walked directly towards the broken car. The back door of the Cayenne opened and Shin Jiujiu got out, leaving Xiaoyun stunned. Shin Jiujiu gave him a smile and said, "What are you doing, idiot?" "Get in the car," she said, walking towards the driver's seat. Xiaoyun hesitated for a moment, but then walked over. He got in the car. Shin Jiujiu glanced at him and started the car. Xiao Weijun and Huang Xuqing entered the traffic police gate, and he looked back, just in time to see Xiaoyun pull open the Cayenne's door and sit in. He stared at the Cayenne for a while. Xiaoyun had just said that he had crashed with someone, but the car was completely unscathed. He had a question in his mind. Xiaoyun could not afford such a car with his current condition. He had not yet graduated, and with the wealth of the Yiga family, he could not afford such a luxury car either. Then whose car was it, and who was driving it? From his direction, he could not see who the driver was. What are you looking at? Huang Xuqing saw that he had stopped moving, so she stopped too. Turning around, she saw only two cars driving away not far from the gate. She didn't see anything, so she asked, "What are you looking at?" "Looking at Xiaoyun." Xiao Weijun twisted his head back. Huang Xuqing's heart skipped a beat. "Are you thinking of taking him back?" Xiao Weijun didn't say anything, his expression was dark and unclear. After a while, he said, "No, it's too late." Huang Xuqing ignored him and walked on. As soon as Xiaoyu saw his parents, he immediately complained, "Mom and Dad, it was Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun deliberately ran into me, and I almost died." "What?" Huang Xuqing's face changed. How could he be so rude? It turned out that he had run into our little Yu. She went on and on about how she felt for Xiaoyu. The traffic police officer handling the accident had more or less figured out the situation between the two, and he spoke sternly about the cause of the accident. Xiao Weijun slapped Xiaoyu on the head and scolded him, saying, "You keep getting into trouble." Huang Xuqing hurriedly defended her son, saying, "Xiaoyu is young and sensible. I'll teach him a lesson later." Xiao Weijun said impatiently, "How old are you, and you don't know what's right and wrong? You never give me any peace. You're nothing like your brother." These words stirred up a hornet's nest. Xiaoyu was furious. "I knew it, I'm worthless in your eyes, everything is good for Xiaoyun, yes, I'm not good, just get rid of me, what do you want from me?" Chapter 38 Xiaoyun, I will be good to you. Xiao Weijun's heart was not very happy. He was successful in his career, but his most valued son was giving him a headache. He sneered, "You're not even good enough to pass high school, and you're going to study abroad? You can't stand hardship, and you secretly ran back to live off your parents. What's so good about that?" Xiaoyu's face turned pale and he argued with his real father, "If I can't do it, then I'm also your biological child, I have half of your genes, and you have passed on all your bad genes to me, so can you blame me?" Xiao Weijun. Angry, his heart aching, feeling like he was going to have a heart attack. The traffic police all turned away, trying to hide their laughter, struggling to hold back. Huang Xuqing quickly pulled the father and son away. "This is embarrassing." There was a moment of silence in the car, and Shin Jiujiu looked sideways at Xiaoyun. "Don't think too much about it, just get insurance for the car." Xiaoyun let out a breath. He was a little guilty about wrecking the car, but now he wasn't thinking about it. Seeing his father suddenly, he wasn't completely unshaken, and felt a sense of suffocation. "I wasn't thinking about it." "Then why are you so preoccupied?" Shin Jiujiu asked, clearly seeing that he was in a bad mood. "The person I crashed with was Xiaoyu, my half-brother. I just saw my father." Shin Jiujiu was momentarily stunned. After spending more than a month with Xiaoyun, apart from the day when they visited Grandpa in the hospital and talked a little about the family situation, they never mentioned it again. "Your father is in Haichang?" she asked softly. "Well, he's from Haichang. Do you keep in touch?" Shin Jiujiu had never heard him say that he wanted to meet his father. "Since I was 7 or 8 years old, I have only seen him for 5 minutes the day I first reported to Haida University, and the rest of the time we have been out of contact." Xiao Yun said with a self-deprecating smile. No child doesn't like spending time with their father, especially a boy growing up. Apart from the time Xiaoyu almost suffocated him, his mother and grandfather never stopped letting him go to his father's place during the summer and winter vacations. In the future, when he missed his father, he would also call him. At first, his father would chat with him for a while, but later, he would hang up impatiently after a few words, as if he was always busy. Seeing no one and getting impatient on the phone, Xiaoyun's heart gradually cooled, and he stopped calling in the future. If he didn't call, Xiao Weijun would even forget to call his son and say a word of concern. When he reported to Haida University, his mother still asked his father to come and see him. Xiao Weijun only looked at him for 5 minutes, and left him 2,000 yuan. It was impossible to say that Xiao Yun was not sad, but there was still a little sadness in his heart. Xinjiu looked at him for a moment, her eyes looking straight ahead. After a while, she said in a soft voice like the breeze, "Xiao Yun, I will be good to you. I will be good to you." A sense of warmth slowly spread through Xiao Yun's heart. Xiao Yun was not a person who did not know how to appreciate things. Over the past month or so that she had been spending time with him, Xinjiu had really been very nice to him, apart from the occasional little temper tantrum. It could be said that apart from his grandparents, she was the person who had been the nicest to him. He had known Yenyu for more than 10 years, and he had been completely honest and open with her for more than 10 years, but he had never heard Yenyu say to him, "Xiao Yun, I will be good to you." This person, who has only known each other for less than a month, was only entrusted by Shinsong to take care of her responsibly. There was also an element of acting in it. She actually told him, "I will be good to you. If you are good to me, I will naturally treat you sincerely." These are Xiao Yun's true words. Xinjiu's lips curled into a nice smile, and she held out her left hand to him, sealing the deal. Xiao Yun took hold of his soft hand, sealing the deal. Qingming Festival. 3-day holiday. The day before the holiday, Yan's mother called Xiao Yun. "Xiao Yun, I made some food for you, come over to eat with me." Xiao Yun wondered if Yenyu had not told her about their breakup. "Thanks, Auntie, but I'm sorry, I have something to do, I can't come over." Xiao Yun thought, since he and Yenyu had broken up, he should not get too close to Yan's mother, even though she had raised him. "It's a long holiday, when are you free? I'll cook you something nice." Yan's mother eagerly invited him. "Auntie, Yenyu and I have broken up, she should have told you." Regardless of whether Yenyu had told Yan's mother the truth, Xiao Yun felt the need to make things clear. Yan's mother was silent for a while before she said with a sad tone, "Xiao Yun, Xiaoyu told me everything, and I scolded her. Xiaoyu does have feelings for you, but as you know, she wants to become a celebrity now, and she can't have any scandals. You understand, right? Even if you two are now separated, it's just a temporary measure. But even if you two really break up, Auntie has already regarded you as her own child, so what's wrong with having a meal together?" She had a valid point, and played the emotional card, so Xiao Yun didn't know what to say. As for Yenyu having feelings for him, if it wasn't for the sight of Yenyu running towards the young master of the Zhou family, Xiao Yun might have believed it. Now, slowly distancing himself from the situation, and gradually viewing the relationship between the two as a bystander, which had lasted for more than 10 years, Xiao Yun also admitted that Yenyu might have been a little attracted to him when she was young and confused. After all, he wasn't bad. However, Yenyu has always been calm and clear-headed, and knows what her ultimate goal is. He, Xiao Yun, is just a transition in her life, a landscape that may make her look back with some impression. "Auntie, no. You're also very busy, you don't need to go to all that trouble. I'm really quite busy right now, why don't you just send me the address and I'll treat you to dinner later?" Xiao Yun said politely. If it were really possible, he wouldn't mind treating Yan's mother to a meal, after all, she is an acquaintance and an elder. They were not at odds with the Yan family now, and they would see each other again when they returned to their hometown in the future. There was no need to be enemies forever. Yan's mother sighed and finally compromised, "Xiao Yun, let's get in touch later. Don't be angry with Xiaoyu, she has no choice." "I'm not angry. Goodbye, Auntie." Not angry because his heart gradually became indifferent. Life is short, and if you have a clear conscience, why bother about things you can't hold on to? After hanging up the phone, he saw Xinjiu looking at him. Xiao Yun grinned at her, and Xinjiu rolled her eyes at him. Xiao Yun was now used to her calling him Daodu. As if suddenly remembering something, he asked, "Jojo, do you want to offer sacrifices during the Qingming festival?" Xinjiu's family was from the south, and more than 10 years ago, Shinsong moved the Xiantai headquarters to Haicheng. "I'm not going back. My grandfather never let me go back to the village to pay respects. Shin Jiao said. Why? Xiao Yun was surprised. I don't know. Shin Jiao's face fell. It's probably because I'm a girl. Xiao Yun found this incredible. From what he had observed, Shin Song was definitely not that kind of person. Shin Jiao was his only granddaughter. With the love he had for her, it was like he would rather give the stars than the moon. How could he not let her go back to the village to pay respects? Chapter 39, Sharing the Same Bed. From the way Shin Song put it, the Xian Tai group was all going to be left to Shin Jiao. Could it be that Shin Song and the family had some irreconcilable conflict? Or was it a power struggle within the group? So did Shin Dong go back? Yes. He went back with Song Bo yesterday. Shin Jiao's face fell. Don't think too much. Where do you want to go? I'll take you out to play. Xiao Yun couldn't bear to see her dejected little face, so he suggested. I know a place. You can keep me company. Shin Jiao quickly said. Okay. The next day, the two set off relatively late. Shin Jiao changed into a loose-fitting white tracksuit, with knee-length 5/4 pants, sports shoes and a baseball cap. She looked full of energy, like a college student. Xiao Yun stared at her slender calves and swallowed without saying a word. Shin Jiao was very low-key and drove a Phaeton. The two went to a scenic spot about 200 kilometers from Haicheng. Shin Jiao said there was a beautiful valley there called the Valley of Wishes. I heard that wishes come true there. The two were going to stay overnight at the scenic spot. When they arrived at the 4-star hotel they had booked, it was already past 4 p.m. It was supposed to be a pleasant stay, but there was a small incident. During the holidays, hotels are always full. While the two were checking in, a couple came in, looking to be in their 30s. Xiao Yun glanced at them. The husband was not tall, with a dark complexion, an honest face, and wearing a shirt of poor quality. The wife was wearing a hat and a baggy dress, and her face was not clearly visible. The husband asked the receptionist, "Excuse me, is there any room left?" The receptionist didn't even look up, and said, "No." The husband said to the wife with a full face of regret, "Sister, I'm sorry, there's no room left." The wife reached out to support him. "It's okay, even though we couldn't see the Valley of Wishes and make a wish, we've come here, let's go." The husband's voice was very sad. "I'm sorry, sister." "No, you've really done a good job for me, it's really okay." The wife's voice carried a smile. The husband walked up to the receptionist and asked again, his tone pleading, "Can you find us a room?" The receptionist looked up at him and explained, "There really aren't any rooms. It's the holiday season, and all the rooms were booked long ago." The husband looked at his wife and pleaded again, "Is there really no room? My wife really wants to come to this Valley of Wishes. She has been seriously ill. She has never traveled with me. I brought her here. I asked at many hotels, but there are no rooms left. She can't walk anymore. She needs to rest." The receptionist had pity in her eyes, but still said, "There really are no rooms left. You should have booked online in advance." "I'm not very good at booking online." The husband said awkwardly, and helplessly returned to his wife, holding her hand, sad and helpless. Xiao Yun wondered, in this day and age, there are still people who don't know how to book a hotel online. Judging from the couple, they are only in their 30s. The receptionist was also kind-hearted, and looking at Xiao Yun and Shin Jiao, she suddenly said, "You two are a couple, right? Otherwise, you can stay in one room and give the other to the couple?" Shin Jiao kept her face expressionless and didn't say anything. Xiao Yun glanced back at the couple. It was obvious that they didn't come from a wealthy family, and the man's trousers were stained with grease. But the two were holding hands, looking like they would support each other through thick and thin. Xiao Yun looked at Shin Jiao again. Shin Jiao spoke coldly, "Don't look at me, you make the decision." This was a tacit agreement. Xiao Yun didn't think too much about it for a moment, and told the receptionist, "Why don't I give them my room?" "Okay. You two come over here, this guest is letting you have one room." The husband hurried over and kept saying, thank you, little brother and sister, and you, receptionist." "Thank you." Xiao Yun smiled and didn't say anything. His wife, however, asked, "How much is it for one room?" The receptionist looked it up and said, 1,200 yuan per night. It's a room with a view. The wife was shocked and quickly grabbed her husband's hand, saying, "It's too expensive. Let's go, we can't afford it." The husband gritted his teeth, his eyes red with emotion. "We'll stay." You've never had a good meal or a good night's sleep, and this time I want you to have a good room. The wife grabbed her husband's hand and wept, let's go. We'll save 1,200 yuan, enough for our child to live on for a long time. I've spent a lot of money on my illness, and it's not getting any better. I have to save money for you and the baby. The husband took his wife's hand and his voice choked with emotion. My dear, just listen to me this once. Let's live it up, just this once, and I'll take you out for a good time. Seeing the couple crying, Xiaoyun was moved and wanted to say, let me pay for it. But after feeling his empty wallet and looking at the balance in his card, he finally didn't say anything. The balance in his card was all Shinjiozhou's, and he couldn't make a decision to spend her money. Shinjiozhou's expression was always indifferent. She glanced at the two men casually and said to the receptionist expressionlessly, I'll pay for the room. After she finished speaking, she tugged Xiaoyun and left. Xiaoyun hurriedly followed her. He heard the receptionist say to the couple, You're quite lucky, brother. You've met a benefactor. Xiaoyun was quite happy for the two men. There is always much suffering in the world, and there are always many people struggling helplessly. These two people have probably got what they wanted today. Looking at Shinjiozhou's still indifferent face, Xiaoyun thought to himself, this person is really so indifferent even when helping someone. Shinjiozhou has always been indifferent in front of outsiders. Only when she is at home does she seem to have a little warmth. Jojo, you are so nice, I thank you on behalf of the toiling masses. Xiaoyun smiled and praised her. He really meant it. Shinjiozhou glared at him, wanting to say something, but then thought that they would soon be sharing a room together, and her face flushed a little. She swiped the room key card and opened the door, pushing it open. She hadn't felt anything special when they were outside, but now that she saw that there was only one large bed, Xiaoyun felt uncomfortable. He suddenly realized that he had heroically given up a room, and Shinjiozhou might think that he was deliberately trying to sleep in the same bed with her. Honestly, he hadn't really thought about it that much at the time. It was only when he opened the door that he realized this serious problem. Well, he had done a good deed, but Shinjiozhou might not feel good about it internally, and she might even blame him for meddling. Don't worry, you sleep in the bed, I'll sleep on the sofa. Xiaoyun glanced at the layout of the room and saw that there was a double sofa by the window, so they could make do for the night. Therefore, he quickly made his position clear. Shinjiozhou glared at him angrily. Xiaoyun's heart sank. Okay, I've upset her again. After putting away the luggage and checking the room to see if there was anything missing, and then checking the room again to see if there were any hidden cameras, it was time for dinner. Shinjiozhou's expression remained indifferent, so Xiaoyun tried to lighten the mood. Jojo, are you hungry? Let me take you out to dinner. Shinjiozhou gave a short, expressionless nod, but didn't move. Chapter 40, Nightmare. Xiaoyun simply took matters into his own hands, grabbed her hand and pulled her out. Shinjiozhou finally couldn't hold back any longer and laughed. The hotel had a restaurant, and the two of them had a good meal before returning to their room. The two of them didn't say anything, each brushing their phone for a while. Xiaoyun sat on the sofa, and Shinjiozhou reclined on the bed. Shinjiozhou sent a message to Guan Ya. 2 unread messages about ya. Guan Ya, Joer, come out and have fun. Guan Ya, ignoring me, off with the junior schoolboy? Shinjiozhou replies, I went out with him. Guan Ya replies quickly, I knew that already. I've been dumped anyway. Shinjiozhou, what are you doing? Guan Ya, I've just been scolded by the old man for not doing my job properly, just playing and chasing after stars. Alas, with an able older sister at home, what can I do? And no man has ever come along who has captured my heart. Alas, am I destined to be alone? God, please grant me a handsome man and a passionate love affair. Shinjiozhou, it's not your destiny yet. Guan Ya, crying animation. Shinjiozhou, he and I are sharing a hotel room and a bed. Guan Ya, shocked picture. Guan Ya, so you slept together? Shinjiozhou, no. He's sleeping on the sofa. Guan Ya. Guan Ya, ha 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 ha. Guan Ya, tonight, I'll make him yours. Watch out. Shinjiozhou, difficult. Guan Ya, come on, get me a niece to support in my old age. Sign me up first, I want to be a godmother. Shinjiozhou. Shinjiozhou, goodbye. Exiting the chat interface, Shinjiozhou glanced at Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun sat loosely on the sofa, staring at his phone and smiling. I wonder what he's smiling about. At this moment, Xiaoyun was reading the group chat with his friends. He was saying something irrelevant and off-topic. He occasionally replied a few words. Suddenly, he felt a gaze fall on him. He looked up and met Shinjojo's gaze. "Do you want to rest?" Xiao Yun asked with a smile. "Well, it's pretty late, and we have to get up early tomorrow." Shinjojo's heart started racing. Xiao Yun glanced at the time, it was 10 o'clock. They should rest, as they had to climb a mountain and visit scenic spots tomorrow. "We should rest. Do you want to shower first or should I?" Xiao Yun asked. Shinjojo nibbled her lower lip. "I'll go first," she said, jumped out of bed, started rummaging through her bag for pajamas, and headed for the bathroom. Before long, Xiao Yun heard the sound of splashing water. His mind couldn't help but conjure up the memory of the time he had accidentally barged into Shinjojo's bathroom. As he thought about it, his body became uncharacteristically warm. He quickly opened his phone and found a sad article to read, finally suppressing the heat in his heart. Shinjojo finished washing up quickly and came out with a flushed face. She had changed into a pink short-sleeved pajama top and shorts, and the water dripping from her hair made her lips and teeth look even more alluring. "I'm done washing up, go ahead." Shinjojo held a large towel in her hand, drying her hair, and glanced at Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun hurriedly went to the bathroom. A man and a woman living in the same room, at the age of vigorous energy, he could not guarantee what he would do. He took a shower with cold water, and after a while, he put on the hotel bathrobe and came out. Shinjojo was sitting by the bed, still slowly drying her hair. "Go blow dry your hair." Xiao Yun looked at her still damp hair. The hairdryer was in the bathroom, and she had not blown it just now, leaving the shower time for him. "Oh." Shinjojo slowly went to blow dry her hair. Xiao Yun then curled up on the sofa. He was tall, so curling up on the sofa was actually uncomfortable. He had to rest both legs outside, but he had given up the room to the couple. Shinjojo finally finished blow drying her hair and came out. She glanced at Xiao Yun, went to bed silently, covered herself with the quilt, and fell asleep on her side, leaving only one lamp on. There was silence. Shinjojo was very unhappy. She had brought the man to his front door, but he didn't react at all. She was such a beautiful and attractive person, so why didn't this junior colleague find her attractive? If it were anyone else, they would have already snuck into bed, right? "Xiao Yun." Shinjojo called out angrily. "Ha?" Xiao Yun responded, wondering if she was inviting him to sleep in bed with her. It's really hard to sleep on the sofa. He wanted to sleep in the bed, so badly. There was only one quilt, and it was a bit cold at night in the mountains. Shinjojo hinted. "Oh, I'm not cold, you go ahead and sleep." Xiao Yun thought to himself, "You need to be more explicit, if you hint like that, I'll just run over there, what kind of talk is that?" Shinjojo bites her back molar, "If you come to bed, and you catch a cold in the night, how can you go out and play tomorrow? I don't want to take care of you in the hotel." Xiao Yun is polite, that's not very convenient, is it? Just being polite. Shinjojo turns over angrily with her back to him, "Come if you want." "Humph, you generously let the room go, but did you ever think that the two of you would have to sleep in the same bed?" Xiao Yun. "Why don't you give a little more ground?" "If you give a little more ground, he will go with the flow and do as you say." "You've miscalculated. Now you don't have the face to go over there." Shinjojo waited for a while but saw no movement. She really wanted to go over and take off the clothes of this wooden man and carry him over. "Xiao Yun, the sofa is too small, come over and sleep." Shinjojo thought about it for a while. Maybe she sounded a bit harsh just now, and Xiao Yun was upset, so she softened her tone a bit. Xiao Yun was delighted, and quickly found a way out of the situation. "Well, if you insist, I'll do it." He climbed into bed quietly, went to sleep on the other side, and pulled a corner of the quilt over himself. The bed was 1.8 meters wide, and the two of them slept on either side, leaving a gap in the middle that could sleep two more people. "Good night, Jojo," Xiao Yun said. "Well, good night," Shinjojo said softly. The lights went out. The room was quiet. Xiao Yun began to feel a little romantic, but he couldn't fight off the sleepiness and soon fell asleep. During the night, he felt something warm next to him, something that kept rubbing against him. He quickly turned on the bedside lamp and realized that he had taken all the quilts, and that he had covered himself up tightly, leaving Shinjojo without any. She must have felt cold and had come close to him for warmth. She looked so cute as she slept, curled up into a little ball, and it made him feel sorry for her. He covered her up properly. Shinjojo leaned over towards him again, pushing Xiaoyun right up to the edge of the bed. Xiaoyun had no choice but to switch places with her and sleep on the side where she had been sleeping. He turned off the light and continued to sleep. This time, Xiaoyun was awakened by Shinjojo's nightmare. It was Shinjojo's miserable cries, "No, blood, so much blood." Xiaoyun quickly turned on the bedside lamp again and saw Shinjojo desperately clutching the quilt, huddled into a shrimp ball, her eyes closed and her expression pained. Xiaoyun quickly shook her awake. "Jojo, wake up." Shinjojo finally opened her eyes and looked at Xiaoyun with a confused expression. She was confused for a long time before she came to her senses. "Why did you wake up?" Her voice was a little hoarse. "You had a nightmare, don't be afraid." Xiaoyun gently patted her on the shoulder. "Ah, I had a nightmare." Shinjojo's eyes were very confused. She thought about it for a while, but she couldn't remember what she had dreamed about. She just felt very uncomfortable.